Well, welcome everybody to our alternative free comic book day live stream event. Since we can't go out with our social distancing, we decided we wanted to think outside the box. It was kind of neat. Me and Derek, or me and oh, we got Derek Donovan in here now.
What's
too.
His name? There he is.
And hold on, we got Brian King, but yeah, we decided we do something a little outside the box, and since you can't come to Free Comic Book Day, we could at least bring some guests to you and let y'all see some of the stuff and buy prints from them and artwork, and they can get mailed out to you. And if they happen to have some comics in stock, they can show those and autograph them and send them to you. All you gotta do is just pay extra shipping on the thing. So well, start off with welcome, guys. Start off with we got the ever-loving Mr. effing Mike Grell.
Okay.
We have well, like I said, I've always my little story about it is when I first met you years ago. Steve Scott actually, he's like, well, we're all sitting around. There was like James Marsters and a couple of celebrities. He's like, hey, how do you feel like talking to James Marsters? So I was like, no, that's Mike effing Grell. Well. It started off the F meant one thing, ended up being friends. So that's how I think of it. Down at the bottom here, we have Derek Donovan, pencil extraordinaire.
Morning, fellas. Got my coffee.
All right,
Hey,
and
Derek.
then
we have honest this coffee.
One of our other local creators around here, Brian King. He's done a lot of card games. He's got his own comic books. Hell, he's even got his own cookbook.
How's it going?
All right.
Would headphones be better? Is that better advised?
What's that now?
Headphones. Would headphones be better advised for this?
Yeah, we could probably hear you better. And then also, in case a lot of times we could hear ourselves echo out of your microphone whenever we talk. Okay. I don't hear it yet, but it usually makes it a little bit easier. Well, we'll start off with
like, can I find you on Facebook and watch this on my laptop?
You can. You're actually it's if you go to the Facebook page on the 3 Alarm Comics Facebook page or to the 3 Alarm Comics YouTube page, and it's streaming simultaneously to both of those.
Say something.
There you go. You got
it. Yeah, much better.
Oh yeah, much better.
And but we'll kind of start off with you, Mike. What's been going on?
Lots. Most recently here. We ran a successful campaign, Kickstarter campaign to reboot The Pilgrim, which is Mark Ryan's pet project from about 10 years ago. It originally ran online at Comic Mix, and it was published by IDW for a couple of issues before the crash took the legs out from under us. But I've been working with Steve Scott, who has jumped in graciously because I have other commitments with Maggie the Cat and a Sable project that we're working on simultaneously. Steve has agreed to jump in here and help us out with finishes over my original layouts that were done 10 years ago. I had finished all but I had finished the first half of the book, pencils and inks, and had laid out the second half of book 3. And Steve is working from my layouts, and he's just turning in some amazing work on this. And really excited to see it get relaunched, because the project, when Mark Ryan is going to be joining us later on, I'll let him fill you in on the details of it. But it's a story that he told me over a campfire, and I'm pretty sure some sort of alcoholic beverage that may have destroyed that brain cell for good. But it has to do with a British program that was launched during World War II, when the Nazis, as you know, anybody who's watched the Indiana Jones movies knows that the Nazis were very big into the occult. And if you have an enemy who believes in voodoo, what do? The best way you can fight them is to get yourself a doll and start sticking pins in it, because if it works for them, it'll sure work for you. So then the idea, hey, look at this.
Yeah, Mark,
Ryan just popped in.
Mark, if you can hear us, you can go ahead and join in if you want to. All you just click that link I sent you, and we can pop you right on in here.
What's the max amount of people you guys can fit?
We can do up to 6 with using StreamYard, which is what we use. In that little broadcast room, which you didn't get a chance to see, we can get to 10, so we can actually line people up to be able to come in, like we're going to have to do throughout the day.
Awesome.
And yeah, we could get up to 6 people on here, and then with 10 viewing, and then so we kind of switch things around. We can, make stuff and make it look pretty or ugly or however we want to. Yeah.
make me look pretty, okay?
See, there we go. We bring Mike up while he's talking.
There you go. So at any rate, this program that the British intelligence had going in World War II was founded by a group of people, including Aleister Crowley, Colonel Kim Seymour, Dion Fortune, and that circle of people. And the concept was that they were going to attempt to create a physical entity from pure mental energy. And there is the Mark Ryan right there who can tell you all about this. There you go. Mark, we were just talking about the Pilgrim, and I was giving these guys a really bad synopsis of the background and the history of the character in the comic book. But this is the guy right here. Mark Ryan, of course, the voice of Bumblebee, Jetfire, and Lockdown in the Transformers movies, star of Robin of Sherwood, star of Black Sails.
Are you sure you don't want to be you could be my agent, Mike, as well as being legendary.
You're gonna either owe me the $2 or pay my bar tab.
Supplier of bows and knives and anything else that might go /bang thud or otherwise impale people.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you'd be better off just giving you the $2 because I've seen your bar tabs.
Down you Call me old-fashioned.
So we were just talking about the background on the Pilgrim. Mark, you want to fill the guys in on the history of that program?
Sure. And the funny thing is, it contrary to popular belief, it didn't end. What happened during the Second World War with a guy called Colonel Kim Seymour was brought in by the London Controlling Section that was Winston Churchill's own private psychological warfare. On that committee were some interesting people. One of them was Peter Fleming, the brother of Ian Fleming, of course, the famous writer of the Bond films. He was actually involved with this. And Dennis Wheatley, the black magic writer, and a whole bunch of other odd characters that were brought in to basically the original idea was to delay the German invasion of Britain. We'd just suffered the defeat at Dunkirk, and so the troops managed to escape and got back to Britain. But the Germans were basically ramping up to invade, and Churchill knew he had to buy time to rearm and restock and start building Spitfires. So they basically used anything that they had to delay the Germans from starting Operation Sea Lion. And one of the things they did was because they understood that particularly the SS, Himmler, was very deeply into various occult agendas, that they should try and swing their minds to thinking, deflect them in any way from, the original fake news. They were firing out other ideas to slow them down so we could rebuild the British Army and particularly the RAF, that we knew that the Battle of Britain was coming. So one of the things they did was that they had already got a bunch of occultists that were world-renowned. Don't forget now, when we look at this, we think, oh, this was a quaint idea. But at the time, in the 30s in particular, people like Madame Blavatsky and Crowley, people like that, were thought of as being almost like it was a science. Occultism was a science. It wasn't just this wacky thing out there. People did believe in all these different ideas. So Churchill being Churchill, and just if your viewers, if there's anybody out there that is into this kind of stuff, this book, A Bodyguard of Lies, explained by a guy called Anthony K. Brown, just about anybody that's in the, what can I say, information warfare business should read that book, Bodyguard of Lies, because it comes from a quote from Churchill. And the quote is, "In war, the truth is so precious, she must always be accompanied by a bodyguard of lies."
That's a great line.
Cool.
Great. I mean, with Churchill. I mean, so anyway, Churchill came up with this idea to wage war on the Nazi hierarchy by waging war on their minds. And we had, for those of you that have seen the film The Imitation Game, the Bletchley Park ultra decoding guys were basically but just begun starting to break the most top secret German traffic. And it was so secret, this source of information, they needed to hide that above anything else. So they decided that they weren't going to let the Germans think we were reading their radio traffic. We were going to convince them that we were reading their minds. And so the magicians were brought in to basically wage occult warfare as a psychological warfare ploy against the German leadership, and the Nazis believed it. So it deflected them off the track of going, because they actually at one point did believe that Churchill would be overthrown and Edward Mission Simpson would be put on the throne, back on the throne, and that we would make peace with them. And that went on for a year, and it was the vital year that saved. We were able to rebuild, restock, and rearm the British Army and the RAF and the Navy, and saved Britain from invasion. So it was a really strategically powerful tool. But it didn't stop, because what they couldn't work out was why it worked as well as it did. Rudolf Hess flew to Britain, to Scotland, to meet the secret masters of Britain. And and in fact, on D-Day, of course, the biggest ploy was that right up to the very end, Hitler believed that we were going to land on D-Day in the Pas de Calais, and he held the SS Panzer divisions around the Pas de Calais, thinking that Normandy was in fact a feint and was a fake attack, and that we were actually going to land at the Pas de Calais. So it worked all the way right up until the day we managed to actually get the surrender of the Nazis. So, of course, it didn't stop. It went on all the way through the 70s with remote viewing and everything else that you read about, all the SRI experiments with remote influencing, and even what they could now call synthetic telepathy, which is voice-to-skull technology, and various the other stuff that's floating about out there. So, cool. There you go.
Yeah,
and Mark and I have brought it back from the dead.
Well,
Jeff Messer.
yeah. Well, actually, while we're here too, I kind of want to make sure I say this every once in a while, because just let everybody know, guys, if y'all have any like links or whatever where people can contact you as far as if they want to get like autograph pictures, because like I said, everybody's on lockdown, things like that. If you've got any links or anything that people they can contact to get commissioned sketches, autograph pictures of you, Mark, y'all want to go ahead and promote those things up too, so people can know.
I'll post a link in a minute. I'm frightened to touch anything in case I switch myself off. I'm like Mike and I are technically still trying to work out our cell phones. So I'm pushing buttons, and my wife is like going, "No, idiot, no, put it down. Let me do it. I'll get you online. Don't worry about it." So I'm frightened to touch anything, because if I do, but I'll try and see if I can do it without switching myself off.
Yeah, you could actually, if you want, you could just type it in or copy and post it into the little chat area over there off to the right.
Okay.
You can put the links in there and way people can get stuff. And
I'll do it after. All
right.
Yeah, that's not likely to happen for me. I can handle one thing at a time. Right now, it's my coffee cup. But anybody who's interested in artwork from me, can contact my art agent, Scott Kress, at Catskill Comics. If you go to www.mikegrell.com, hey there. If you go to mikegrell.com, it'll pop up right at the top of the screen, a link that you can follow to my website, and anything you want, commissions, you can solicit through there. Or if you're in the Biloxi area and able to get to 3 Alarm Comics, drop in on Scott and he'll hook you up.
You got a question, I think, Mike, from Bill Lynn, who's one of the big supporters of the Pilgrim. So if you can see it, maybe you can see it. I can't.
Oh, yeah. Does Mike know if the Green Arrow Omnibus is still on schedule for summer? I don't know that everything is necessarily
still on hold right now
for summer, because of the virus situation that we're in. But it was solicited, and I understand that the Diamond is going to begin shipping again fairly soon. So that's good news. I'm really hoping that it gets out there. That was a project that I've been hoping that DC would come through with for a long time. It comprises the entire run of the Longbow Hunters. First time it's been compiled in hardback, which is fantastic. And the first 50, I guess, issues of the regular Green Arrow series that followed up from there. It's 1,530 some odd pages long, and as I said, it's not something you're going to read in the bathroom, or probably not in bed either, because
your legs are going to sleep beside that.
Fall asleep and if you fall asleep and it falls on your nose, you're going to get a broken nose from that one. But I'm hoping lots of people will pick that up.
Well, we've just been joined by Jeffrey Moy here. Jeff, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Can you guys hear
Volume.
me?
Hey, Jeffrey.
Volume.
Yeah, I can't hear
your microphone volume. You can't hear him at all?
I can hear him low.
Yeah. Well, Derek, while he's fixing that up, do you is there someplace somebody can contact you to get prints, artwork, commissions, things like that?
Well, I posted a link. I don't know if it's showing up on your end, but yeah, I got my Trigger Mortis digital edition on sale at Gumroad. So I put a link up there in the chat comments, but I don't know if you can see it. I can see it on my laptop.
I can't see it, but you have to put it. If you do it, put it on the main stream from the 3 Alarm Facebook page, and then everybody will be able to see it on there.
Okay, I'll go there. But I just got an amazing pinup from Jeff Moy, so
yes,
now you can hype him.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you right now.
All right, cool.
Well, Jeff, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. I just woke up and then had breakfast, and then I'm gonna do some sketch cards for my patrons, and then whatever else might come by. And if you guys want to chat and ask me questions too, or I'll just listen and hear Mike's stories and stuff like that, that'll be cool too.
Yeah, I figured you'd enjoy having a fellow Legionnaire connoisseur and artist on here, because Jeff, you worked on Legionnaires and Legion for quite a while yourself.
I was on Legionnaires for 5 years between like 1994 and 1999. So that was a good run.
Comics is like dog years. That's like being on.
I know.
You have my sympathy, pal.
It's unheard of. But the Legion of Superheroes, they're such a fun group and stuff like that. It's like, I'm not sure what other book I probably would have liked to have worked on, because I mean, the thing is that it's like you could have so many characters to work with, and you can, pair them up differently and stuff like that. So to me, it always kind of kept it fresh. I don't know if Mike had that experience as well or not.
I'm getting a little gargled sound here. It's breaking up.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
All right.
Can you hear anything better now?
It's really crackling. Sorry about that.
Try jumping out and jump back in. Yeah, just let everybody know too. They're still working out bugs with this StreamYard thing. It's still fairly new.
I think I'm gonna pop out for a minute and come back in. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe that'll clear it up. All right. Be back.
But yeah, if that happens, like if you can't hear somebody, just pop out and click the link and pop right back in, and it'll.
I've actually did so because we've been doing a lot of live
Okay.
promote and help the NHS in the UK, to find out. So sometimes if you pop out and come back in again, it just clears the
Yeah. Let's see. All right, now Derek, Kat McKenna is asking what's up.
What up, Kat?
Mark, Claude's asking, he remembers getting a Pilgrim comic a few years ago. Is this a continuation or a restructuring?
No, there will be restructuring of the storyline for the second half of the comic. This is the first two books that came out. That's a reissuing of those, and then the third issue that was never released but was actually 3/4 completed. So we've completed. Mike did all the artwork for the third book, except some of the finishes. So we're gonna this package that we've just launched on Kickstarter is the first two books plus the third unfinished book, which we're finishing now, and that is basically half of the story. So you've got the first three books with the third book with Mike's artwork, which was never seen because it was never released. And we'll finish that up and bring the story up to date, because obviously some of the story then was based on events then, and obviously I've had to revamp the story a little bit to bring it more up to date to fit the current events. It is bizarrely, of course, about a virus, and I've had people actually ask me about this, almost accusing me of sort of jumping onto this because of the virus. And I said, no, the funny thing was I originally wrote this 10 years ago, a warning about a virus. And we decided to relaunch this in September of last year. And nobody had heard of coronavirus then. So this is not a corona type virus. It's a different weaponized type of virus, but it's one of the major features of the story is this. It's based on that. So I've had to update it a little bit just to bring it up to date, the storyline.
Got another question for you, Mark. Would you ever fancy writing another Green Arrow story after the Great Annual that you did?
Yeah, I mean, the bizarre thing about that was, it happened sort of so quickly. I've often looked at that and gone, oh God, I like the universe that we created for it, because we went back in time, and this sort of magical universe that we created based on some of the stuff by Andy Collins, actually, the Black Alchemist sort of stuff, material that sadly Andy never got a credit for, but it was based on some of the stuff I'd done with him. Andy's a guy that has a group of what they call psychic questers, and they go and find these lost historical artifacts, sometimes with no apparent reason. They've been hidden away, and he's been very successful at doing that. And he's a very interesting writer, an interesting chap, and the little group that he had were interesting folks. So we based that one on some of those events. We took Green Arrow back in time. But the only way we could do it, of course, it had to be, some kind of a dream or some kind of, something had gone on. And I often wondered, well, I wonder if you could do it a different way. But no, I would love to write a Green Arrow. There's plenty of stuff now, stories out there that we can come up with. I like the idea of a guy running around, shooting people with a arrow in Seattle. It's very satisfying.
Well, cool. Hey, Jeffrey, two things. Yes. One, Bobby Parker's asking who's your favorite Legionnaire to draw, but also two, like I said, if you've got anything that people can buy prints from you, autograph books, things like that, you can ship to them. Let us know, and my guy Jason over here can make sure he puts it in the chat too. So.
Okay, yeah, I have tons of stuff, like prints. I usually sell the prints just at shows and stuff like that, but I mean, I'm not sure. I don't have them all up online and stuff, but yeah, I've been my favorite Legionnaire to draw is usually the girls. My favorite is Spark. It's Spark. She's a little Spitfire. She's spunky and petite, and I like her attitude and stuff like that. So it's always kind of been Spark, and I've always had like a picture of her in my head when whenever I'm drawing her. It's like I kind of know her personality and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like I also have a Patreon page. You go to patreon.com and .com/artboymoy. It's a little bit more risque and stuff like that, but if people want to check it out, they can. And then I have a Store Envy site as well. I think it's like storeenvy.com/artboymoy. Everything's kind of like that too. I think cool. That's my branding. It's Art Boy Moy.
Oh,
yeah.
There we go. We got Mike back here.
Hey,
There I am. Sorry about that.
That's okay. It happens. Well, Brian, you've been quiet up there in the corner.
I'm just taking it all in, man.
Is there anything you've been working on, or any place people can contact to get a hold of your stuff or take a look at some of your stuff?
Yeah, man, we're always doing something. NeilRealms.com is the best place to go. That's our company name. We started out in comic books, and nowadays we do educational games mainly, stuff like that. If you have a fifth grader, there's a really good chance they've played our games. Our Decimal Quest right now is the top one in the nation, and it's kind of like a Mega Man type game that teaches you math. And I did the artwork for that.
Well, cool. Well, if you have any links for it, you can post it in the chat here.
All that learning, man, education.
Yeah.
I'm also an art teacher, so I'm all wrapped up in education.
There is more and more of.
We need you.
I have a pal here in the Netherlands that designs games for the American military, and when it comes to helping people with post-traumatic stress trauma and various other things, re-educating guys, it's easier to get them to play a game,
Right?
than to try and read anything or to study anything. This is now the platform that they understand. So bring kids in at that, either education-wise or trying to bring in some kind of a therapeutic process. That's what they understand. I mean, it's good work. Right?
It's really a great medium, and we got started in it because about 5 years ago they were doing paleontology, and my partner, who's the programmer, Stephen McCall, he says, "Brian, would you like to draw some dinosaurs?" Of course, what's the proper answer to that? Yes.
Of course.
Dinosaurs.
get Mitch Bird.
So, oh yeah, Mitch, oh my God, I love Mitch. You know, Mitch has actually done a lot of work for us, and it's funny because people say, "How do you get Mitch to work for you?" And the answer is, you don't.
Feed him.
You ask Mitch. Mitch, what would you like to work on? And you build a game out of whatever the heck Mitch wants to draw. And then you get to work from him. We're also
actually, we may end up getting Mitch up here if I get my daughter to go pick him up at the house and
that would be
replace
great.
my ugly mug and get him up here later on today. Because
You get Mitch on a live stream, and the internet might crash.
I tell
we've
you,
done it before.
yeah, we've got him on ours before too, Derek. And he's right. You have to feed him. If you promise him like a nice gumbo or something, he'll show up.
Yeah, that man right down there at the bottom of the middle, he's the one that you've never seen on live streams before. This is Mike's kind of a newbie to all this stuff.
He got the Holy Grail on.
The Holy Grail, yeah.
What was that game show they used to have where all the people were in the squares?
Oh,
Yeah,
Hollywood
yeah.
Squares. We're talking
It's
about
Hollywood Squares,
Yeah.
man.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, Jeff Besser came on and said this is looking like the geekiest version of Hollywood Squares.
Oh, Mike could be the center square.
Yeah, Wally Cox for the block, right?
It's very interesting, though, isn't it? I mean, what this has spun off with people. If you can spin out this kind of thing into an event like this, where you've got people around the world literally all interacting with fans, it's funny because, we've kind of been doing this, but on a lower level. But
Right.
while we're all supposed to be socially distancing, all that kind of stuff, I have a feeling that this thing is here to stay, this kind of event, as well as the physical events. I think the physical events are fantastic. I love conventions, I have to say. And the weird thing is, all the con-goers that go to conventions think that they come to stare and ogle at you. And actually, it's the other way around. We're literally looking at them going, what did they get dressed as? What is that? What that kind of, I find it fascinating and I love talking to them. But this is actually really, really good. It's great, isn't it?
It's
You
fun.
never
I mean,
get-
it's
never get-
something like I said, we tried to do. Oh yeah,
So,
as I said, for me, it was something fun, and like I said, we've been doing this for a while, just on a smaller scale. But what we're trying to do today is like I said, I've pretty much said this is either going to be looked at as the greatest genius or utter failure by the time this is done. But it's going to be a lot of fun. As I was telling them earlier, before you got on, we got Power Rangers coming on. We've got people from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. People from the View Askew universe, the Kevin Smith universe. We've got tons of other comic book talent coming in, and it's going to be an all-day thing till, for a 7-hour stream just to do this stuff. And and have fun. If it goes well, I'd like to do something like this more often. Just try to put it. Basically, we put all this together in less than 12 hours.
So
Wow.
is this called the
What
Pants
I really
Optional
like
Podcast?
about this is that you don't even really have to put on pants.
Yeah. Well, you're famous for that, Mike.
I'm not wearing pants. I'm wearing shorts.
Without wearing pants. So nothing's changed there for you. You know what I mean? This is, you know. So there's no car. That's the only issue. I'm going to have to go off in a minute and, you know. What's the story behind the collaboration with Doris Lee, the charge, the spirit quest, and shame? You're going to get more questions now, Mr. Legend, Mr. Mike.
Mr. Legend.
Well, Mike,
What do we got here? Bill Lynn.
You'd like to ask the story behind your collaboration with Doris Leader Charge on the Spirit Quest and Shaman's Tears?
Oh, yes. Doris Leader Charge was the dialogue and dialect coach for Kevin Costner on Dances with Wolves. And when I was researching Shaman's Tears, I wanted to have as much authenticity as possible in the book. And so I was able to contact her. She taught at a local college there in South Dakota. And I phoned her up. She was a very gracious lady. Took time out to coach me a bit. She recommended a large stack of books, both on the Lakota language and traditions and mysticism, their legends and such. And it was a great experience. She was just so nice. She spent hours on the phone with me, and that lent an air of authenticity to Shaman's Tears that I wouldn't have had without her. That was just fantastic. You'd be surprised how approachable people can be. Sometimes if there's someone that you are looking for advice from, an expert. My only caution with experts is that make sure that they're more than an armchair expert. And of course, in her case, that was not a problem. I had a different sort of an experience with another project that I was peripherally involved with, where the writers were wanting to. They were working on a book, a prose novel that dealt with swords and sword fighting, stuff like that. So they hired a guy as an advisor who was a sword maker. Now, a sword maker understands the construction of a sword from the ground up, but he doesn't necessarily understand how to use that sword. And that paid out when they asked him to choreograph a fight. Now, in the book, the fight went on for 8 pages. 8 pages describing a sword fight. It shouldn't take longer to read than it does to actually take part. In general, a real sword fight is over before anybody gets out of breath. They run out of blood before they run out of breath. And so they filmed it with great care, and they had an expert, an actual expert, come in and view this and offer his comments. And on the very first blow, it was a broadsword against a pole arm, naginata, and the fellow with a broadsword stepped back and very carefully parried that. The blow from the naginata would have been straight into his left leg, and in 1 second, the expert said, "Well, he's dead." And they went, well, wait a minute, it just started. What do you mean? And he said, no, he just lost his leg. Fight's over. He's dead. And so things like that can happen. But working with Doris Leader Charge, it was very similar to when I was doing the James Bond graphic novel, Permission to Die. Being from a small town in northern Wisconsin, what do I know about London? What do I know about all the various details? This is in the days before we had the internet, where you can look everything up. So what I did when I needed information, I called the British Embassy, and I got a young man on the line who was more than willing to help and offered me some great advice, and that's how I know that a jelly sandwich is a slang term for a British police car, right? Because they're white on the top and the bottom with a red stripe around the middle.
Jam sandwich. You used to call them a jam
also,
jam sandwiches, huh?
Yeah, that's also where I learned that there's no such thing as a fanny pack in England. I use the term fanny in one of my scene descriptions, where Bond is admiring this young lady's fanny. It turns out that Mark's chuckling over here because that fanny refers to a very specific part of female anatomy. And so even though it was only in a scene description, I had to edit that out and change it to derriere.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, something I'm curious about. We didn't get a chance to get into this last time. A lot of stuff you've been working on. You are, as Mike mentioned earlier, you are the voice of Bumblebee and Jetfire and quite a few Transformers.
I've worked on all 5 films. I've been on the set of all 5 of them, and quite an experience it was as well. And I got on very well with Mike, and we had a lot of fun. We had some great actors come in: Francis McDormand, John Turturro, obviously Mark Wahlberg, everybody, and I got to be a robot with all of them. So, and on the set, I was all of the robots. I was transforming, roll out. I mean, everybody on the set as Megatron, everybody. And then what they did was, during the course of the productions, the voices that they liked, like, behold the glory of Jetfire, that was actually my mate Ray Winston, who Mike also knows, because we all also went out his channel and got had a few beers with Ray. So that was that one. And then lockdown was literally out of desperation. I was sitting on the set in my trailer, literally going, I have no idea what I'm going to do for this. And they'd given me the size for it. I was sitting in the trailer, the television came on, and there was an advert for Jaguar cars. And it was something like, why are all the bad guys in films, in Hollywood films, always British? Is it a certain style? And I was listening to this and I went, who is that voice? And so I ended up doing a bit of Anthony Hopkins and Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men. And that's how and I did it on the set the very first time. And Mike looked at me and went, you humans always making a mess. And then I have to clean it up. And Mike looked at me and he went, so yeah, it's been 10 years, 5 films, fantastic time I've had with it.
Oh, I know what I'm doing next time. Next time we get you on, I'm going to have to get you to redo a voicemail for the shop.
Oh yeah.
Now, do you ever have so many voices that you lose track of who you're trying to be? Like, wait a minute, which one am I today?
Well, the problem for the actors is that there's a pole in front of them with a light on top. And so obviously the different poles were at different height. So the reason I was there, particularly with, you won't mind me saying, for Francis McDormand, was that it can be, because you've got dialogue to various poles, they're various robots, but they're not there unless you've got a head on. Some of them did have actually a built head, so you could see it was Optimus's head and you've got something to focus on. But a lot of the time, just because of the speed of which you're filming, it wasn't always, unless you understood what you were looking at, you didn't know which robot was what. So one of the reasons was I would be there to do different voices so you could delineate mentally who it was you were talking to, and so I would literally be doing different voices sometimes for 3 different robots in the same scene. So it was, as well as watching out, trying not to get run over by the camera, or crashed into by a crane. That almost happened as well on one occasion. So it was a technical job as much as anything, because you had to understand where the focus of the camera was on the actor's face before you delivered the line. Sure, you can fix that in post, you can do it in editing, but to help the actors' delivery of certain stuff, it's better if they're actually getting as close to the sound of what the robot's saying to them at the time. And the 2 scenes that leap out is when John Voight was talking to Lockdown on the spaceship. That scene, I think, worked well, not dialogue-wise, but also because I was physically able to say to him, Mr. Attinger, I don't care what you think. And he was able to react to that the way that as an actor, and be able to go, okay, this thing is going to kill me if I don't come up with something. So it helped, you know what I mean? It helped the actors with their performances, I think.
Well, cool. I'm kind of curious too. I see Mike was sketching away, Jeffrey sketching away, Derek, Brian. Any chance we can take a look and see what y'all are working on?
Working on pages.
Oh, okay.
Do you see that?
Oh yeah,
There you go.
we go.
Thought you might
I'm working
recognize
on-
this guy. It's in there someplace. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
Get it in the shot wherever it is. There we go. That's the guy.
Brian's there painting away. Jeffrey. Oh, Jeff's working on Sable.
Yeah. This is actually a patron request, and I told patron, it's like, hey, Mike Grell's going to be on, the 3 Alarm live stream, so it's like, hopefully he'll drop by.
Well, very cool.
But it was just a nice coincidence.
Yeah, we did this with the help of our good friends that own Pensacon as well. The owner and CEO of it's going to be coming in later and kind of taking over my spot, let him host for a while and control things. If y'all ever had a chance, I think everybody here, with the exception of Mark, but we're gonna take care of that, has been to Pensacon, and it's just a fantastic show.
Mark,
Jeffrey, have you ever been
to Biloxi?
No, it's over in Pensacola.
Oh no,
Jeff hasn't been.
Invite
Jeff,
me.
you've never been either?
No, the last show I was at in Florida was actually MegaCon, I think, back in 2005.
We'll have to get you down for that. We kind of have to know the people that run it, own it. So, and I'm already good friends with one of Mark's agents, so with Joanna, which she might pop in here later on too.
She's lovely. Well, she's both Mike and I as well. I mean, I think so. Yeah, Joanna's lovely, and I'm sure we can work something out. Once this whole thing is settled down a bit,
right. Yeah, because that's kind of one of the reasons we're doing this, because there are no conventions available anymore right now. There's nothing going on. I mean, you can't have big groups. From having a lot of friends who are artists, I understand how Mike, Jeff, and Brian, y'all can actually kind of this is like old hat for y'all, but like Mark, for instance, you're used to being out and about and doing things and working and stuff. It's kind of hard on you, I'm sure.
Well, the interesting thing is, I think it goes in phases. I mean, writing is very much like, as Mike knows, and an artist knows, it's a very solitary thing. You have to be self-motivating, and you have to be focused to be able to do it, and so you have to kind of lock yourself away. So I've gone through phases in my career when I've been on a big set surrounded by people, and I've had then weeks of solitary confinement, if you like, where you're sitting and writing and trying to come up with something. Or you're helping to try and co-produce something or put a project together. So there are moments of madness surrounded by moments of this still quietness. And to be honest with you, I've had no problem with this whole process of being quietly sitting here and just working and dealing with stuff online. I know for some people it drives them crazy, and I understand why they're getting cabin fever. But just at the moment, particularly in the UK, if anybody's listening from the UK, this whole thing, you just got to sit this thing out. We don't yet know what the ramifications of this virus is and are. So at the moment, the best thing to do for the safest thing is to keep this safe distance until we know once they get a vaccine, everything will go back to virtually the way it will. Although I do think some things won't. I think there are some elements that are going to change forever after this.
Well, I think definitely it's like once they get a workable vaccine and some decent treatment, I think people will definitely feel that they can totally just go without the mask and stuff like that. Because if they're able to treat it, and if you get it, and if they can stop you from getting it in the first place, then yeah, things will kind of pretty much go back to normal, in my opinion.
Oh, we were kind of talking about it the other day about I forget who I was even talking about it with, but it might come to a point where you're almost like in a zoo in your own little cubicles behind plexiglass and glass. You've got like a little mail slot, like when you go to the bank, you put the prints and the autographs and everything in and slide it forward, and everybody's got their own self-contained little cubicle that they sit in, and yeah.
It's in education. It's changing a lot of stuff for us right now. And I just saw Brian LeBlanc jumped in. I wanted to mention something Brian did real quick because I'm sure he'll be on here sooner or later. We had one of our students was having her Sweet 16, but she couldn't have a party, of course, because of this. So her mom reached out, and I got a hold of the rest of the art club. It's about 50 kids that all play D&D together. And so we did a little car parade, social distancing. We made signs, drove by her house and honked and held up the signs for Sweet 16. But Brian LeBlanc, he took the time, since she was a fantasy art fan, a Dungeons and Dragons fan, and Brian worked for White Wolf on Werewolf the Masquerade. This guy edited a video shout out for her, sent it to me, and it was brilliant. And she went crazy over that video, and all of the art club went crazy over that video. So Brian, thank you. She loved it, and that was amazing that you did that for her while she was in isolation for her Sweet 16.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
He is.
We will have Brian on here later on during the day, whenever he decides he wants to come play. So
I'm thinking of doing
tag
that.
him in like wrestling.
What do you think?
Like if I go out, he's got to come in.
I'll jump out for Brian. I would love to watch Brian on here.
Well, yeah, Brian. There you are, Brian. If you want to, just come on, click on the link. We can bring you in. All right. So, and I forget even where I was at now. We got a little crazy. Yeah, Jeff Messer says the only safe people are drummers who play behind plexiglass for a living. That's only the smart ones.
Jeff, I have to duck out for an interview with Jeff at like 1:00. So
oh really?
Not this Jeff.
No, the Jeff that just Messer.
Right, Messer.
Yeah. Oh really?
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'm trying to keep on posts and things like that here too. Well, and we kind of touched on this a little bit with you, Mark, but one of my favorite things, and especially with going on stuff, is I am just totally in awe of the fact how you and Eric Idle were touring around and doing your own Monty Python thing.
Absolutely bizarre experience that I will probably never had again in my career, and I've several of those things bizarrely, but that was one of the strangest but the most fun things I've ever done in this business with my clothes on, and sometimes without my clothes on. So we got to do 2 nights at Carnegie Hall. If you can imagine standing on the stage at Carnegie Hall, singing "Sit on My Face and Tell Me That You Love Me." My son said it's one of the greatest gifts a father can give. Is singing, wearing a green sparkly dress, I might add, singing.
Are there pictures?
And yeah, no, it was just
in my mind's eye. I need to find a sharp stick and poke it out.
It is somewhere online. Somebody did post the entire Eric Idle Exploits Monty Python show, because we toured all over America. We did every major theater in the United States and in Canada. And then we started at the amphitheater, the Universal Amphitheater in Los Angeles. which is no longer there now. It's now Hogwarts. It's the whole Harry Potter thing at Universal Studios. But then we went back, and as we got back, we got invited to do a night at the Hollywood Bowl. So we actually stood on the stage at Hollywood Bowl. They wouldn't let us sing "Sit on My Face" and tell me that you love me. We actually did. We were walking off the stage, much to the upset of a lot of people. But Robin Williams followed us around and get on the stage. And more than once, I've seen there's somebody on the stage that wasn't there the previous night. And I've gone like that, and it's Robin Williams who got dressed up as a Mountie. And he would just get into the scenes. He would just walk in. We had a couple of times with people. It was fantastic. And all this kind of people show up and get in the show. It was marvelous.
Well, we got Brian LeBlanc trying to come in, but it's saying his devices are not connected. If you can hear us, Brian, jump out and jump back in, and you got to make sure you allow it access to your camera and microphone when you come through.
If you've got time while you're waiting for Brian, I've got a interest in Star Wars. If you want.
What was that? You broke up for a second.
I've got a Star Wars story.
Oh, by all means.
Star Wars story?
We're in San Francisco, and I've got to be careful because it tells out of school. But we got invited to this party, so we go to this party, and I'm there with Eric. We're there with the cast and everything. It was thrown by Robin Williams. So we're at this place, and we're just chatting to these guys that I introduced to, and I was looking at two or three people. And I suddenly realized that one of them was George Lucas. As you do, right? So as we're sort of talking, it's everybody's polite conversation. You don't really know what to say to George Lucas, right? So he's just talking, chatting away, and asking questions, and and I said, it's funny you should be here because I work with a couple of people that you probably know really well. I work with Martin Grace, who was stuntman who worked on all the Indiana Jones, and he doubled Harrison Ford, and he shot on him Harrison Ford. And George Lucas looked at me and he was like, "No idea what you're talking about. Just completely not a clue." Gone. And so I said, "Oh, and I worked with Bob Anderson, the sword guy that did Star Wars lightsaber fights. We did a film called First Night together, and I worked with Bob on that." And George Lucas looked at me and obviously not a clue, didn't know what I was talking about. So eventually I didn't know what and Eric was looking at me going, "What are you doing? Are you digging deeper and deeper and deeper?" And finally, in one of those awkward silences, he leaned over to me and he went, "What's it like being on stage with Eric Idle?" And absolutely true. You can edit this out if they won't allow it. I actually said the words out of my mouth were "fucking surreal," right? So you have to bleep that out if you can't. And that's what I said. And he looked at me. So the only thing that I actually got to say to George Lucas, which he actually responded to, was "effing surreal." And that was it. And then the other guy that was there came back and he said, "Come on, we're going to talk to people at the bar." And I looked at him and I suddenly went, "Oh my God. That's director of all the Godfather films." And
Coppola?
So,
Francis Ford Coppola.
speaking to him, and he didn't understand what I was saying. But I was actually interrupted by Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah.
That's like surreal within surreal.
Surreal. I mean, and the only thing either of them were interested in was Monty Python.
Well, I hope I'm saying this name right, but Amara Arthur said this is like being at an after party, listening to the guests one up each other. All it's missing is cheap beer. Give it time. I'm sure it will happen before this is over with.
That's in about 10 minutes. I can tell you now.
Yeah. Oh, and Mike, Bill's wanting to know what's your favorite Green Arrow story that you wrote after Longbow Hunters.
My favorite that I wrote after Longbow Hunters.
Yes.
I think it was probably the Spirit Quest story, where Ollie is off wandering around. I had him going through some trauma with Dinah Lance with the Black Canary character, and as he's in his journeys, he comes across an old Indian in a kind of a dilapidated pickup truck. And this guy is on his way. He's going to the mountain, as he describes it. And basically, he's nearing the end of his life, and he's getting ready to sign off. And the old man, in his last days of his life, in the last stages of his life, is more alive than Ollie has been in a long time. And that was very much a precursor to Shaman's Tears. I was already gearing up for that, and I had all that research in the back of my brain, and I was able to make use of it, came back and wrote and drew that issue. And the cover for it is one of my favorites. It features an Indian, old Indian with feathered headdress and a wolf skin on top. And the hero doesn't appear on it anywhere except that he's holding an arrow that's wrapped with a green twine. That's my consolation or concession to Mike Gold, who always shook his head whenever I would do a cover that didn't feature the hero, and I did that a lot. But in this case, it must have rung a bell with a lot of people, because within 6 months of the time that that story appeared, my cover showed up on the back cover of Skin Art magazine. Somebody had it tattooed on his back.
Nice.
And it was actually a really good job. Not that I would ever want to have tattoos myself. I have you can't quite see this, but I have 1, 2, 3, let's see, 4 tattoos.
Crow quill tattoos?
All from catching my pen. You know what that's like, guys? You drop your pen and you go, oh! And it's like, yow, man, it hurt like crazy. I can't imagine anybody wanted to do that on purpose.
Oh, man.
Well,
Well,
another note, I think I just saw
Never mind.
Brian Frank talking to a banana. I just wanted
Yes.
yeah, that was our friend Brian LeBlanc. Brian's actually a painter. He does some beautiful work. He's worked for a lot of gaming companies. He worked for Chaos Comics for a while. He does a lot of like really, really nice fantasy art type thing. Like there's some of his stuff there. But yeah, that's Brian LeBlanc when he came in with 2 pair of headphones and almost strangled himself with one, and then talking into a banana.
Sorry, mate, I didn't want to interrupt your flow there because you were into stabbing yourself with pens, and the next thing there's a bloke talking to a banana. I was like,
Well, welcome, Brian.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
A little bit.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is new to me. I'm like you said, I'm
in the club.
boy. This is awkward.
Hey guys, my sound is crackling like crazy again. I'm gonna ring off and come back in a couple minutes. Okay.
Okay.
All right, sounds good, Mike. See you in a bit.
Oh, hey.
Oh, and Brian, if you same thing with somebody else, if you as you come in, if you've got a website or something, got dizzy from Mike. If you got a website or something, or a place people contact you to get a hold of some to get commissions, to get prints, to get anything mailed out to them during this time, let everybody know what it is. So
Just Facebook, Brian LeBlanc, Illustrator. I think it's just my main one. Yeah, I just use Facebook.
okay, cool. Yeah, we got it down there in the comments section now. Posted that. Well, Jeffrey, I'm kind of Jeffrey's still he's going away down there. I've already seen like 3 pieces he pulled up. Are all those Patreon pieces?
Yeah, these are all Patreon sketch cards, and I just tossed one right off the table.
I'm doing a
I
naughty
have a
commission
question
right
for
now.
Mark Ryan.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Well, it's kind of related to, you were talking about how you were friends with Eric Idle, and then you had this George Lucas experience. I literally just the other night read a story about Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford while she was staying at Eric Idle's flat. in
Oh.
while they were filming Empire Strikes Back. I guess they had the Rolling Stones come over and had a late night party and basically
Cocaine.
showed up for set, basically
Cocaine.
smashed. And if you watch Empire Strikes Back, when they arrive at Cloud City, everybody's kind of a little too happy. That's because they're all basically still drunk from the night before at Eric Idle's house. So I don't know if that. Never heard that one.
I've heard of many strange occurrences, both with the Rolling Stones and with the Monty Python and the Beatles. To be honest with you, Eric has got a very interesting spread of friendships across many artistic disciplines, and he's now Eric's a good guy. And don't forget, I mean, Monty Python Light Year was such a. It was so unique and a groundbreaking thing that people were naturally gravitated to that in England, and obviously it spilled over into the United States. But no, Eric is quite a storyteller himself. Don't worry about that. He's got a few.
I'll bet.
But yeah, tucked away. Yeah,
Well,
no, I haven't heard.
Didn't some of the Beatles, weren't they the financiers behind Holy Grail? I thought that's where some of the money came from.
George Harrison, there was a company called Handmade Films. They made a film called Long Good Friday, which is probably one of the best British gangster films ever made. If you want to see a British gangster film that at the time with Bob Hoskins called The Long Good Friday. And that was financed by Handmade Films that George Harrison was a big backer of. But he didn't kind of want to, because he was a peace and, brown rice sort of guy. So they went into making comedies, Monty Python comedies, and lots of other stuff. So yeah, Handmade Films was partly financed by George Harrison.
Missed all the good stories, Scott.
Oh, no, I can actually hear. I've got my headphones in. I just had to walk away for a second. I had to run to the bathroom, but yeah, I can actually. That's a cool thing. I love these earbuds. I can walk away and still hear it.
To be honest with you, we don't need to know about your bathroom. You know what I mean? There's half to this, okay? So we don't need to be sharing. That's just my feeling. I don't know why.
I'm an open book. I'm an open book. Whatever you need. Dan Reed asking, is this live? Yes, Dan, it is live.
I have a question for my own well-being. Tell me Grant is well. How's my boy Grant?
Grant is doing good. He'll be showing up a little bit later. He's both Brian and Derek. Grant's one of my guys that work for me here. Grant is the biggest lovable teddy bear. Anybody coming here, you can't help but fall in love with him. He's a big scruffy thing. He's got this big beard and this big head of hair, but he shaved it all off. So he's shaved bald and his beard's gone. He looks like a 12-year-old right now.
Oh God.
But let's see. Somebody else says they also made With Nail and I. It was a great film. Not sure what that was referring to earlier.
With Nail and I, yeah. Handmade Films made a film called With Nail and I. They made lots of very interesting arty films. I mean, George was like in that particular part of the world, the film game. Gangsters and people killing each other and blowing each other up. That probably wasn't something that he was into so much. So.
Oh, well, it looks like I got somebody want to take over for me for a second. I'm gonna let my buddy Jason here, or he kind of takes over, and we'll let him kind of come in so I can step away and walk around for a second.
Well, I'm actually going to bail out on you because we've been on for an hour, so I'm going to bail off for it. So if you've got anybody that's waiting to get in, they can get in. But what I might do is go away and come back later on. So if that's all right with you guys, I'm going to check out for.
Absolutely. Brian, thank you for coming by. I still want to talk some more to you about the Robin of Sherwood stuff. So definitely.
Oh yeah, not a problem. That show is haunting us right now from Sri Lanka. I've had so many people. If anybody watching from Sri Lanka right now, the show is being rerunning after 35 years, and literally we have a tidal wave of folks watching the show. So we're all getting new friends requests, and it's got a whole new lease of life from Sri Lanka. So to all the Sri Lankan fans that have literally just absolutely been so kind, thank you very much indeed. Yes, you invite me to a convention in Sri Lanka, I will go. Okay, so right. I'll be back. I'll come back and I'll go wherever I'm invited, as long as there's gin and tonic.
We're doing this for another 6 hours, so you can pop back in whenever you want.
I'll pop back in. Okay, guys, take care. Nice to meet you all. Your time's great.
Take care, Mark.
Take it easy. Bye.
All right, bye.
Nice to meet you.
Here, I'm gonna trade out with Jason here, so y'all can Great. Or Jason's a little upset, Derek. You didn't ask about him, so he's going to come in here and admonish you
all
for
the
a bit.
talkers are leaving. It's just going to be 4 guys quietly sitting in front of cameras. Hi, Jason. How are you?
Hey, Derek.
Hey, Jason.
What's up, Brian?
You're not as cuddly.
Hey. Well, if I drink, I talk a lot, but it's kind of early for to drink.
Well,
Nah, never.
that's debatable.
I've been behind the scenes working the other computer with links. Every time you all talk to Link, I type it really fast to get it up on the screen.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
How's things going out there in
You're the
Mississippi?
wingman.
It's quiet. I mean, downtown looks like a party.
It's quiet all over.
Yeah.
Normally we have so I'm in Madison, Wisconsin, so we've got the university right downtown, and it's like I ride my bike through there and it's just dead. It's just so deserted. There's no students around, most of the business people aren't there either. So if you like that kind of
apocalyptic
quiet earth, apocalyptic kind of thing, It's like I can ride my bike down like a 4-lane road, and it's like there's no one on it.
Right.
We have a nice apocalypse over here. It's we have a lot of trees. It's nice. The weather's been nice. It's been like really bad storms, right? Tornadoes coming through, and then 2 or 3 days of beautiful, balmy weather, and then another tornado comes through.
All right, I feel you guys for the south there. It's like you guys have been getting hit hard.
Oh yeah,
everybody. Every time I turn, no matter where you live in this country, you're getting clobbered by either Arctic cold, earthquakes, and wildfires. It's like pick your poison.
Yeah, but up north we're used to the cold, so it's like oh, it's cold, It's like all right, we'll just hunker down.
I don't buy that. I see the news reports and like -50. I'm like, there's no getting used to that.
Nah, it makes you feel
away.
alive. It's that survival instinct that kicks in.
Too cold. Too cold.
If you can die getting your mail, it's too cold.
Yes.
I have yet to do that. What's that thing when it goes from a liquid to a different from one state of matter to another?
Oh, when you toss hot water out of the door and it freezes before it hits the ground?
it just becomes mist.
Yeah.
It's like boiling water. You toss it into the air, and it just like becomes mist, and it just dissipates.
No,
I have yet to do that.
One time during Christmas, my dad tried to give us a white Christmas because it was really cold, and he sprayed the backyard with water, but he just made water crystals on the grass. It was horrible.
Nice try, Dad.
Yeah. He tried.
Give me an A for effort.
Yeah,
I want to say
it's Brian for a commission. Elizabeth posted the link to his email for commissions.
Yeah, I want to say too, if anyone's looking for like a sketch card, I'm working on sketch cards for my patrons right now, but I do these sketch cards and I do them in like a gray Copic marker, so if anyone wants, one during the show, just send me $15 and this guy, this one patron, he wanted all the Legion of Superheroes in their recruiting order, and he wanted them on a board. Yeah.
Oh,
it's just the order that they came out in.
Oh, okay.
So if anyone's interested, they could PayPal me like $15, and then I can tell me the character, and then I can get it done for you, and then I'll ship it in the mail for free. So that's my offer.
Do you still get like lots of love from the Legion people? Like, are you Legion for life as far as they're concerned?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm typecast. I don't mind. It's still fun. It's still fun to visit. It's still fun to talk about those characters. I mean, honestly, I don't really remember drawing a lot of it.
Because you were on deadline, baby.
Yeah, deadline is just got a script. You get the script, and then you just read it. You do your layouts, and then you just start working on the book.
Right.
And that's month after month.
You're late.
No, I wasn't that late. I was actually pretty good on that.
So many characters.
Yeah, but they're fun.
They are fun. Actually, I found Keith Giffen's and Tom and Mary Beerbaum's run online the other day, and I was reading some of that stuff, all those 9-panel grids and stuff.
Oh yeah,
And,
that must have been. That's easy. That's an easy layout, you know. And
yes, it is.
And to me, it's like, yeah, that's you can get away with a lot of not really having to focus on backgrounds on that.
Oh,
on that
absolutely.
stuff.
And I'm sitting there going, man, how much dialogue can you fit in these little balloons? Like, especially if they're lettering the pages first, like they did back then.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, that's half the work right there on those pages.
Man, I haven't done too many comics, but that was always one of the hardest parts, was the layouts for me.
Yeah. That's the fun
Yeah.
part for me. Like the draw, once I have it laid out, it's work. The drawing and making a page, that's work. But the layout is kind of like eating my dessert first.
Little thumbnails you do?
Yeah,
Or
I
you
love
just-
figuring out like, okay, horizontal panel, upshot, like that's the fun.
Yeah, I mean that's I've got like sketchbooks full of stuff that it's just like pages of panel layouts. Usually I tackle them at like
Click on it.
like maybe a half the book at a time.
Hey guys, we got
Hi.
another guest here. We got Brendan Major from the Power Ranger franchise.
Hello.
What up, sir?
Hello.
Not too much.
Morning.
How's everyone doing?
Good.
Doing good,
Doing
man.
good. How about you?
Doing well myself.
See
You
ya.
know, just trying to stay busy as best
What
I
time
can
zone are
under
you in? Where you at?
circumstances. I'm in California, Southern California, so
Sweet.
Pacific.
With girls or
Like San Diego.
San Diego.
Close. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, pretty much like hour and a half from LA. Also hour and a half from San Diego. But
Was
And,
that like
Brendan,
Orange
oh,
County.
okay.
Brendan
close.
was the Red Dino Charge Ranger, if y'all didn't know.
yeah,
I'm out of the loop.
that's all right. There's many a Power Rangers these days.
Yeah, Power Rangers. I mean, I'm big into anime. I was big into anime back then, but yeah, Power Rangers was just kind of like beyond my time. It was past
Sure.
my time. Although I used to watch like Space Giants and Spectrum Man. So,
I
Have
tell
you
you what
seen,
my knowledge of Power Rangers comes from is the toys that made us. I watched the episode they did on that, and I
Oh,
had
yeah.
no idea how freaking huge that empire was. I was like, man, talk about
Oh.
a cash cow.
Yeah,
anime
they,
never used to be.
Pardon?
When I think of anime, I think of Guyver and stuff like that, and kids
Oh, yeah.
today they're watching. I don't know what the heck they're watching.
well, my
Watch us.
gateway anime was more like Dragon Ball Z and whatnot.
Yeah,
Gundam and things like that. Now it's like Demon Slayer,
Yeah.
My Hero
My
Academia.
Hero Academia.
yeah, My Hero
Mhm.
Academia is pretty popular. One of my favorite for the past, like, I don't know, I guess it's been 10 years. I guess Kill la Kill came out like 10 years ago.
Wow.
I just saw that recently. I never even knew it was a thing until I saw it on Netflix randomly.
I mean, it starts out as something like, it's like, okay, it's just like a high school beat 'em up kind of thing, but then it just totally blows it out of the water, and it's nice because it's only one season, so it's not like it's not like One Piece, or it's not like
Or
Naruto
Bleach.
when
15
or Bleach.
seasons.
It's like, oh my god, there's like 300 episodes that you have to watch. It's like, no, I can't spend that much time on it.
Yeah.
How
Don't we
far,
get it
how far
15 years
behind
later
are
or
we
something?
from what is popular over in Asia right now? Like, do we get Cowboy Bebop 10 years after it was prime?
That's what I was about to say.
They do simul dubs a lot now. Simulcast releases.
Yeah, if you're on like Funimation or
Mhm.
Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll, yeah.
Remember,
That's
yeah,
the big
when we got Shin-Chan, they were in the anime. They're watching VHS tapes. Remember? So I think that was probably closer to 20 years later.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean now they're pretty fast on the mark when they kind of just simul do it. They have someone who translates it. They obviously just dub it and that's it. It goes out and
Right.
Yeah, but the thing now is that there's just so many shows that are out there that's just tough to figure out what you want to watch.
true.
Dude,
Oversaturation.
across the board, not just anime, just turn on a TV. There's so much content,
Yeah.
and you're like, after you've,
Overload.
Jeff, you've worked on some shows as well. After you work behind the scenes and you realize it takes an army of people to make even the worst show.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Amazing.
I've been on the Power Ranger train since the beginning. I remember the very first episode, and when they told me that we're getting some Power Rangers, I was like, "Oh, hey, I'm here. I'm in." So,
Yeah, no, I grew up watching it too. So, I mean, I had the Green Ranger over to like my 6th birthday party. I mean, a Green Ranger, just someone, you know. But I sent the picture to JDF because it was like little mini me to some guy cosplaying for my birthday party.
That's
He's
awesome.
like, "Oh, that's so cute." Yeah.
I guess that's pretty cool because I mean, I guess to comic artists like us, it's kind of like, you know, it's like we read these comics when we were kids, and then it's like having to become like, you know, add something to their universe. I mean, I think that's pretty much what it's like for you when you get to work on a TV show and stuff. Like if I got to be an extra, if I got to be like an extra on Star Trek, I would be like, all right, this is cool.
Retire.
Yeah, something you're actually connected to. Because I've done other shows where I didn't have like an emotional investment beyond like, okay, this is a job, I want to do my best, whatever. But Power Rangers, it was like, I really don't want to make the fandom hate me because I love this show and I want to be, you know, hopefully do it justice, kind of thing.
Your season was pretty fun to watch. I mean, it wasn't very different from the Japan dub. I mean, you did very well. I mean, I have all the action figures. I mean, if that makes me sound like a big nerd.
Oh, I appreciate it. Now, Kyoryuger was a lot to live up to because I watched the Sentai as we were filming. So.
I can't find Mike.
So you have action figures of yourself then, right?
Yeah, I have one on my bookshelf. I'll grab it.
Oh yeah,
I'll show you.
Gotta get it. Screwing up.
Whose screen is that?
This is.
I'm playing. Sorry about that.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, this is my action figure.
That's the new one from Hasbro.
That's cool.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the lightning figure. Yeah, I mean they have a helmet too, but it's hard to take the head off, so I just leave it on.
Yeah.
But,
I have
you can't
all
just
the
have one, right?
figures, the Japanese ones.
I have a couple. I've only opened one though for me, and the others are still in
You
boxes.
gotta have it in your car, hanging from your rear view. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if I were a bachelor, maybe, but my wife puts limits on my geekiness around the house and stuff.
She's like, "Settle down, ego. Settle down."
Yeah, I mean, I got a couple cool things. Like, here's my Power Ranger helmet in a glass case.
Oh, sweet.
And then I got Boom Studio comics, and then I got this giant Sideshow collectible Green Ranger up there.
Wow, that's cool.
But
Now, you
that's
brought
as
up
much
an
as she
interesting
really.
topic. Is there
Sideshow?
a discussion with the wife as to how much is acceptable in the house?
It's kind of like beyond this, I have to take something else down and then, you know, cycle through
Really?
seasonally.
You aren't just like, hey, baby, you know, this is what, you know, built the house or got the stuff.
Yeah, right. I know. I have a gym room that I work out in. I have a couple like pop figures from like Dragon Ball Z and My Hero that kind of line it, and I look at them when I'm like on my last set to like motivate me to keep working out a little bit more. I'm like, if Goku could do it, I could do it, even though that's not true at all, but it makes me feel better.
Well, speaking of comics, what do you think of the Boom run of the comic? I mean, do you like it?
Yeah, well, I actually, I wish, I feel like Hasbro, now that they have it, hopefully they expand more. There's just so much untapped potential, I feel, with side storylines in the comics. I feel like they could do an animated series. Heck, even have us like voice audiobooks or something for Power Rangers series, things like that. Just because obviously the MCU universe has shown you could have multiple iterations and fans don't get confused. They just want more content of their favorite characters. And I feel like for so long, Power Rangers was like, we can only have them be this live action because we don't want them to get confused with like animated versions, and comics have now allowed them to like do separate storylines. So I just hope they keep building upon that model and get more side stories out.
Well, the Shattered Grid part of the Boom run, they had like everyone there, and then they kind of tapered off as it kind of ended, and you know, they kind of went back to the basics again. But I mean, with there's two series going on right now, so I know Go-Go's ending, and they're going to continue with the main. But to get to your season in the comic book realm at this pace is going to be a while. But you're right.
I'm going to be like 80. But they could just like branch off. I don't know, bring in more writers and artists, and maybe just have multiple stories going. Like have a Dino Charge one, have a Mighty Morphin, have a Power Rangers in space. Don't just one. But of course, Mighty Morphin is the one that made Power Rangers what it is. So yeah, give them love. I get it. But I just feel like for the newer generations of kids, you know, they want to know about their Rangers, which may have been Ninja Steel or Beast Morphers or mine or whatever.
Now, can you talk about the new season? Like, did you cameo in this new season?
In Beast Morphers, yes. The trailer came out a couple months ago, I think. So I can technically say, yes, I am in it.
You just can't talk about the episode.
Correct. Yeah. But it is cool. I mean, have you seen the Super Sentai footage of that?
Yes, I've seen the footage. Yeah, I just didn't know how they're gonna mix it in. It's always a fun thing to see how they mix in the Sentai with the I call it the American footage versus the Sentai footage. It's really interesting how they mix it in.
Yeah, no, I thought they did a good job. Like they did more than I thought they would do with it. So I am excited to see it whenever it comes out because I don't get told dates of releases of anything.
Right.
So.
It wasn't today. I think it's going to be. I think it's in 2 weeks. I know next week is a new episode because my daughter and I watch it every Saturday morning. So.
Oh, cool.
Who's
my daughter's here. She's a little coy.
Hello.
Oi.
But yeah, I do like the fact that how they bring in previous seasons for crossovers, and you know the biggest thing we hear is the continuity issue with the powers being shifted, and how someone still has their power because in the Sentai universe it's not a power transfer, it's different realms.
Yeah.
But with the American one, it was always a power transfer, and how can when Adam came back as the Black Ranger, that power was destroyed. And I'm like, well, the same thing happened with JDS powers, but they challenge that with the Master Morpher. So it's it's strange, but it's entertainment. I like it. I enjoy it.
Yeah, you can't think about the plot holes too hard, or you're gonna kill the entertainment value. You just gotta go along for the ride.
Dive in and you have fun with it.
Exactly.
Now,
yeah,
do you
Dino
have
Charge.
anything that, like, outside of Power Rangers that you're a nerd for? Like, oh my god, I need Legos, or
Legos. For me, I really liked the DC comics. Actually, when we were filming Dino Charge, I would get the digital DC comics on my iPad just because I was in New Zealand, and it was hard to buy a bunch of physical books because I couldn't take them back to America without a lot of weight in my suitcase.
Sure.
So I would just read a bunch of the New 52 at the time when we were filming. So I love the Marvel movies, but I prefer DC characters in the comics more.
Right.
Like I like their whole let's not kill people. Marvel's like, whatever, bad guy, blow them up, So
let's rip him in half.
Yeah, there's
too.
definitely DC's always been almost more mythology style, and Marvel's always been like street style, like in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I love both. Don't get me wrong. Like Spider-Man is my favorite MCU character, but Superman was like my hero growing up. And then Nightwing, because he's a circus performer. I'm a circus performer. That's how I got into acting and everything.
Right.
So there's a couple characters I vibe with. I
can see you playing a Nightwing character in the Bat in the Sun productions.
Yeah, you kind of got that Nightwing look to you.
That'd be fun. Or Jaime Reyes, be Blue Beetle.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. I thought of these things too, but I need people with money and hiring ability.
Have they done anything with Blue
Get
Beetle?
your agent on it.
Have they done,
they were supposed to make a movie.
Blue Beetle on the TV shows like The Flash and stuff?
Other than in Smallville, he was in a couple episodes, but that was a long time ago. But I heard they were going to make a live action movie, but then pandemic and everything happened, so I have no idea at this point.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff's on hold.
Mm-hmm.
Have you talked with the Bat in the Sun people about because they hire a lot of Power Ranger actors to do those little side films?
Honestly, I talked to them. What was it when they were doing the Shattered Grid trailer? Or was it? Maybe it was the Street Fighter crossover at the end.
Yeah.
Have you seen a Street Fighter? Yeah, where they had like extra bad Rangers like Morphin to fight.
Yeah.
I was going to be one of them, but I was busy filming something else, so I couldn't. But they haven't asked me to be in it as a character beyond just villain number 3 or whatever.
Man, I'm envious of the whole New Zealand stuff. That sounds like a great place to be.
Oh, I want to retire there. It is an amazing country. So
Yeah.
if you get the chance, definitely go check it out.
I'd like to. What's the travel time from LA to New Zealand?
12, 13 hours, depending on tailwind.
Okay.
But, you take a nap, watch a movie or two, and you're there.
Right.
So.
Stay up all night, hop on your plane, sleep through the flight.
Essentially, that's what you do. And you wake up and you're all of a sudden in
Your
Narnia.
time.
Yeah.
So, do you have a favorite episode or a favorite story you could tell about the set?
Favorite episode. I really liked Forged Under Fire. That was a fun one. But from season 1, the finale was probably my favorite to shoot, where we got to go on Sledge's ship. And then that's the one where, Kendall, Claire becomes the Purple Ranger.
Yeah.
So I just felt like the stakes were high in that one. And it was like a little bit of one-on-one battle. I couldn't morph for half of the episode. So my biggest really issue with Rangers is they never have enough time to tell these stories. Like some episodes you're like, this should be like a 3-episode arc, and they do it in 20 minutes plus a 5-minute Megazord battle. And it's just like, I wish they could have.
Only downside to the newer episodes is that it's all done in where in the first season it was like, hey, the Green with Envy was 6 episodes long, and that was a whole arc for that, and it told the run through. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's because they try to cycle us through after 2 seasons. We know when we're hired at the end of this run, we're going to have new Power Rangers. Back in the day, they had them for as long as they had them until whatever led them to leave the show. So it was different. They could flesh them out way more than us. But
now, do you wish you had done the morphing sequence like they did in the Sentinel?
Sorry,
go on, or someone.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jeffrey. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. So, is the reason for the turnover just to keep it fresh, or what?
Part of it is to keep it fresh, but also probably just because, from a business standpoint, if you can't negotiate higher rates because there isn't going to be another season, it's like you're in and then you're out. And they've noticed that a lot of kids, they care about the suits and they don't necessarily attach to the person as much, which is why the Lightning collection was so cool, because they actually brought back our faces. Before it was always Red Ranger, Blue Ranger, Green Ranger from season number 20 million or whatever.
Right.
But now they actually are letting them tie us into the characters a bit more. But it's really just also storyline. They could technically bring us back if they wanted, but I don't know. Whenever Saban decided after his original cast members, the turnover rate, people still watched it. They still got the toy sales. It was kind of like, well, if they don't care, why should we? I feel like,
right.
But it's not like they told us specifically. But my guess is, kids are just like, whatever,
Right. Let me ask you, when you say they do your faces, are they doing any kind of high 3D scans with today's technology? How do they go about making your figure look like you?
It was a picture, actually. Because I watched this YouTube video where they get a picture and they create a fake 3D replica from around your head from just a 2D picture someone took from me at some point on set, and then they design it.
Wow.
So far, the only one they really messed up on was Steven Cardenas. That's the only one they messed up on so far.
Oh, really? I haven't. I saw it briefly, but not up close.
It is not. Everyone else has. You can tell it's your scan. I don't know what picture they used for Cardenas, but I would have asked them to do it again.
Can you imagine being the one guy who it doesn't look like everybody else is like, oh, look at my figure, and everybody's like, who are you? Which one are you?
That's funny. Yeah, they're actually pretty accurate. It even has the little mole above my left eyebrow on the scan. So,
Jeffrey, you got a thing down there.
Okay, interested in Supergirl 70 Hot Pants card and Power Girl card. Send Facebook Messenger. Send me your PayPal, and I will send you details. Squid 822. Is that the Facebook?
Hey guys, I'm gonna bug out. I got another podcast to do, but I'll be back after I'm done with that. So hopefully you guys will still be here when I come back. See you guys.
Yeah, I start school on Monday, so I'm gonna go study as well.
Well, one last question, Brandon. Did you wish the whole morphing sequence was different for the American versus the Sentai? Did they want you to do that dancing sequence or no?
No, it was never even brought up. But Yoshi and I can't even remember what episode, but one of us or both of us snuck in the samba dance, just kind of like in the story without it even. No one even knew what it was. But
I think
we
Yoshi
did it.
did it.
Yeah, I forgot. I can't remember. We tried, but yeah. So we tried to do like Sentai references here and there. But I would have been down to do the dance. I liked our morph anyway. So
yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, but yeah, Power Rangers is a blast. The Beast Morpher team up is going to be awesome too, so I'm looking forward to that and hope everyone else is as well.
All right.
Yeah, I forgot. I can't remember. Take care, guys.
All right, Brendan, thank you for coming.
Yes, my pleasure.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Dan Reed. Hi, guys.
I like our morph.
Hey. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, but yeah, Power Rangers is a blast. The Beast Morpher.
You gotta turn down your volume over there, buddy.
Looking forward to that and hope everyone else is as well.
Hi, how are you guys doing? Everything okay?
Take care, guys.
All right, Brendan, thank you for coming.
Yes, my pleasure.
Yeah, Dan, yeah.
Hi, I'm Dan Reed. Hi, guys.
Dan, you gotta turn your volume down a little bit.
Oh, how do I do that? I'm not so good at this.
You have some headphones. You have headphones?
As well.
I'm doing the best I can. Anyway, so I used to work for Marvel in DC, and
We're getting a bad echo.
oh, how do I do that? I'm not so good at this.
You have some headphones. You have headphones? If you got some headphones, Dan, you got to put headphones in.
I'm putting the volume down. Give me a second. How's that? Is that better?
A little bit. No, we're still hearing you in the background.
How about
There's a delay, so we hear everything.
Yeah, we got delay.
I'm doing the best I can, guys.
It's okay. Maybe
Get some
Scott
headphones.
can
Or,
talk to it. Are you hearing the background? Yeah, it's bad.
I'm doing the best I can, guys.
Dan, if you could turn it down a little bit lower. We're trying.
I'm trying.
Are you hearing the background? Dan, do you have any headphones?
Headphones. Okay, headphones. I could do headphones.
Yeah, once you get some headphones, it'll be golden.
Okay, I'll do it.
He's trying to get headphones on right now.
Okay. Oh. Okay, we're going to try this later, and I have to tell you, all I'm doing is I got my computer here. I'm trying my best. Anyway, so here's my world for the best I could do.
Yeah, we got a tour of Dan's house.
it looks familiar. Except for the comic.
I'm trying my best. Anyway, so here's my world. The best
Nice.
I can do.
Nice.
If anyone's looking for the sketch card, like Gail, you could email me at artboymoy@gmail.com, and then I'll give you the PayPal information, and then I'll get that on that for you. Okay, thank you.
I'll put it up there right now. The link for Jeffrey's is right there, Gail.
Email me at artboymoy@gmail.com, and then I'll give you the PayPal information, and then I'll get that on that for you.
So far, there's Brainiac 5.
I'll put it up there right now.
Working on finishing John Sable.
They'll wait for Jeffrey's right there, Gail.
And Gail says thank you.
Thank you.
There's Brainiac 5. Working on finishing Johnson.
Sounds like robot.
It's on your side. From where I'm at, I basically just have a laptop here, and I'm trying my best to make you guys happy. I don't know what else to do. I used to work at Marvel and DC Comics. I'm a little crazy. Not everybody could be as sane as you are. I've been doing the Dimensioneer and working really hard, doing my own private comics, and there's a certain amount of people who like what I'm doing on the internet. I'm really trying hard. It's been a hard road, but it's fun because I'd rather not be part of Marvel and DC anymore. I never really liked working with them. It's so much more fun just to do your own individual comics and be a creative human being. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we hear you, Dave.
Anyway, I'm going to cut off.
Comments,
I hope you
fantastic.
guys enjoyed the tiny bit of time you had with me. I hope you see my Dimensioneer comics. I put them out at Kablam. I'm trying my best as a human being and an artist to do the greatest stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen my work, but it's really interesting. Anyway, I'm cutting off. Bye.
Bye.
And maybe Scott can get in touch with him and tell him how to do that. Because there's definitely a loop. You hear the delay and repeating of the delay.
Because it's I think it's like a 45 second to a minute delay from when the Facebook stream sees it. But I think he had it open on his Facebook plus the StreamYard. So
it's like a vortex.
Now we have Dave doing the same problem. Dave Bain, put some headphones in. Or turn your volume down, Dave. To a minute delay. Dave Bain. Facebook stream sees it, but I think he had to turn off your Facebook, Dave Bain. It's like a warning. We have Dave doing the same problem. Dave Bain, put some headphones in.
Yeah, okay. Hold on.
If you all know Dave Bain, Dave Bain's one of our good friends, a local artist.
Dave's a man.
Dave's done a lot of work with Pensacon with the T-shirts and their covers for their programs and whatnot. And so is Brian. Brian's done a cover, right, for Pensacon as well.
Sure did.
Yeah, I'll have to get out there. What time of year do you guys usually have that?
It's usually toward the end of February, early March.
Okay, all right. So this year probably would have fallen close to C2E2 because that's when pretty much C2E2 was happening.
I'm trying to think when the days of Pentagon this year, Scott? Pentagon as well. Dave, I'm going to kick you out until you get some headphones.
Wow.
Hacks. Oh my God.
I feel pretty special right now. I'm not used to
kind of crazy show is this?
All right, February 26th to the 28th for next year's Pensacon 2021, if it's allowed to go on.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, I'm not sure if I have any shows around that time right now because everything's really up in the air. The next show I'm planning on probably being at is Planet Comic-Con in August. So hopefully things will have cleared up enough by then.
I'll be right back. So Rachel Wallace just asked if I'm doing something new, and I want to show off. So I'll be right back.
Go get it. Go get it. Yeah, we have a lot of fun at Pensacon. It's very laid back.
How's the weather around that time of year?
It's either going to be really cold at night or rainy.
No.
And then you go back to Florida time where it's for you. You'll probably be comfortable, except for the midday where it gets really abnormally hot.
Yeah. Yeah, because like I said last time I was out there, I was out there for MegaCon, and it was just it took me a while to kind of get acclimated to it. You know, it's like I had like pants and I had a shirt, and it's like I just got there and I was just totally drenched. And then so it took me like a day to get acclimated to that.
Yeah, you won't need that hoodie unless you're inside and the air's on. Put it that way.
Okay.
Dave Bain got some headphones.
Yay,
Yep.
Dave.
Hey, Jeff,
Dave.
what's up, man?
Hey, going good.
Good. It's been a long time, buddy.
I don't know if you saw it, but Rachel Brian put his picture up that he was working on.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
This is
fabulous.
this is a recent cover I did, but this is the one I'm working on right now. This is for a fantasy paperback novel, I think. Yeah, she's going to have a bow. Didn't paint it in yet. It's all watercolor.
Well, it looks good, brother.
Anyway, thanks, Dave.
Yeah, man.
How you been?
I've been well. How about yourself? The sidewalk
Really?
chalk turned out nice.
Oh, thanks.
Uh-huh.
I even did a coronavirus with a little things with the crown and a big smiley face in the middle, trying to cheer people up.
Yeah, right, for sure. So, just in case anybody is wondering about, kind of the three of us, JQ included, the fourth one, my local comic book shop growing up and Jeffrey's local comic book shop growing up were the same store, and it's called Moondogs Comics in Chicago, and where they had about 5 locations at the end. Yeah. And then Jeff ended up working there, if I'm mistaken. But between Jeffrey and I and Keith Anderson and Corey Smith, it was kind of a hotbed in the late 80s for producing a couple of kids that were out in the suburbs. So, yeah.
I
We used to get
can't
Channel
remember.
9.
It's like guys that used to work there too, like Sean Campbell and Randy, and it's like we're always artists, and Rodney and stuff like that.
Right on. And go ahead.
You ever did you have Bozo the Clown over there, Channel 9?
Yeah.
They played at the Rollers too. It was like kids in Chicago having a good time.
Right. I didn't meet Bozo per se, but I was on the show. If you remember the show correctly, there was a giant wheel, and you could put your name and address in there, and they would send you tickets to the show. Well, my mother had been doing that since I was 4 years old. By the time I was a freshman in high school, they finally sent me tickets. So we went to the show. I must have been 13 years old, and they didn't have someone to do Wizzo's magic show, so they picked me. And so it's like a 15-year-old kid on the Bozo show, and I got a free Wizzo's magic kit. So that's my Bozo claim to fame. I think I still got that magic kit around.
Yeah, in New Orleans we had the Popeyes show. They'd play Popeyes cartoons, and the kids would eat Popeyes chicken, and they would go, roll. It was weird. I don't get it. Children's program.
Well, Jeffrey and I can, and I'm sure you guys too, if you ever, now it's nationally broadcasting, that kind of thing, but Son of Sanguli is Rich Coe's production, and that's out of Chicago, and just some awesome stuff coming out there, especially as a kid on Saturdays and Sunday mornings, watching this guy before Mystery Science Theater 3000 and doing some really cool stuff. So shout out to Sanguli.
Sanguli. It sounds familiar. Yeah, I probably did see it.
I'll send you a link.
They had some cameos, one-page cameos in the DC Comics toward the end of last year, like around Halloween.
Oh, yeah. for sure. Later on, I'll go ahead.
He would team up with Wonder Woman, with Batman, and then one was with Joker.
Right. So Jeffrey and I did the first Chicago Pop Culture Con together about 3 years ago in November, and I ended up doing the poster for that. But both Sanguli and Deep Roy were two of the main guests there. So I ended up with a picture of Sanguli and me standing in front of this giant poster. It was like, little kid dream stuff. And that's one of the great parts about doing conventions and things like that is, you can meet people that you never thought were accessible. So
we also had Morgus the Magnificent. He was...
Oh, right on. Nice. Well, out here in Pensacola, we have, Mike Ensley's production and Nightmare Theater. So anybody out there that wants to type in Nightmare Theater and watch some old, B, C, D movies, Nightmare Theater is definitely a way to go. So shout out to Nightmare Theater.
It's a good way to spend time.
Yeah. What are we all working on here, fellas?
I'm working on sketch cards for my Patreon and for anyone that throws money at me. So, I'm the big old horror like that. So,
right on.
So that's what I'm working on.
I'm doing a naughty commission with Frankenstein's Bride, but I can't show it.
Gotcha. Hey, Brian, would you go ahead? Would you tell the story about your Rob Zombie work?
Oh, well, it's not really much to say. I mean, I didn't even. It's a company that does
pontificate a little bit.
Pontificate. Oh yes, I was hanging out in the graveyard one day, and
there you go.
All of a sudden, I hear a howl and a bang at the moon, and I turned around and then it's just a company that does ads and competitions and they put a competition up. Design a poster for Rob Zombie, and we'll pay you prize money, which they did, and we'll give you. We said a really cool. It's in the other room. It's the album set, the full album set of Rob Zombie, and it's got the mask with the big robot face and everything. It's really cool, but they didn't make a poster, so it's bittersweet. I won, but nobody knows.
Do you have the rights to reprint? Can you make your own posters and not step on anybody's toes?
That's a bit foggy because I didn't sign an agreement or anything like that, so I didn't sign my rights.
Right.
But there might be some kind of some small print I didn't read on the website too, so I don't know.
Well, something to check out. But I think maybe with people that are viewing right now, since this is comic book formatted and things like that, maybe people don't realize that we do work outside of quote unquote the comic book fantasy world, and that's important. I mean, I've done logo designs, I've done poster design, I've done some storyboard work for local filmmakers and things like that. So it's not always so encapsulating to just comic books and that kind of thing. So if there's something that maybe somebody out there is looking for that might be off the beaten path, by all means, go ahead and hit us up on Facebook. I think all three of us are on Facebook as well as the other artists, and let us know what you need. And by all means, go through 3 Alarm Comics as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've been aside from comics, it's like I also spent like 10 years in video games. I worked for Activision, and I worked on like Star Wars and Marvel properties.
Right on.
Yeah, I did concepting for like Star Wars Jedi Outcast, which they're re-releasing in like a real media thing, So it's weird seeing this like 20-year-old game come back. And then it's like, I've worked on games like X-Men Legends 1 and 2 for like the PS2, I think, and then Marvel Ultimate Alliance and that X-Men Origins Wolverine game. That came out with the movie, which was better than the movie, So, but unfortunately, at that time, it's like the recession was hitting, and then the movie didn't do well, and then they let us go. So, so it was kind of disappointing. But Yeah.
I mean, I got a couple questions for you, Jeffrey, in regards to that, but I mean, just kind of touching base on the Wolverine thing. If there's people out there that are unfamiliar with Bill Sienkiewicz's work, Sienkiewicz has done movie posters all over the place and did the Logan poster. So,
oh wow,
you know, yeah, there's crazy opportunity out there for artists. If any artists are watching that are younger or just looking to start businesses, don't again pigeonhole yourself into one area. There's obviously a lot of marketing venues to branch out to. Jeffrey, the question I had for you was, what did you feel, or if anything, what was the difference between art direction on a video game concept versus editing and art direction on a comic book side?
Definitely, it's a more collaborative process when you're working on the video game side, because you have your art director and you have your or your art lead, and they're basically kind of setting you up with what they need from you, and then it's kind of much more focused. It's not like you're telling a story or anything, unless you're doing storyboards and stuff like that. But so the production art looks much more I want to say much more technical.
Okay. Well, I mean, that again brings up another subject. Did you have to stylize your work from what you feel comfortable with to make sure that the myriad of artists that were working on one project all had kind of a similar vocabulary?
Well, back then, we were pretty much doing just black and white line drawings, so it didn't necessarily have to look like anyone's own style, but we did definitely kind of have to kind of maintain that kind of that cohesive look for the world. So it's like so if we were dealing with Star Wars stuff, it's like you focus on stuff that makes the object or the world look like Star Wars. So if you look at like the motifs of those pill lights, or if it's Imperial, they've got like those big kind of triangle shapes and stuff like that. So so it's much more in keeping like that. But it's like every artist kind of just drew the way that they drew. You had to draw clean enough so that a modeler could look at your work, or a designer can look at your work and then kind of get ideas from it and use it as a reference.
Yeah. Was Lucas involved with that game back in that far back?
It was so the game was actually kind of commissioned by so Raven Software. Before I joined, they were working on a game called they were working on Star Trek Elite Force, which actually I did the comic book adaptation for. So I ended up working for the studio that developed that game, and then so Lucas Arts at the time, they were having problems with their interior studios and getting work done, and then so they said it's like, why don't we hire the studio and Activision to create this game for LucasArts. So Activision was working for LucasArts for that Star Wars Jedi Outcast game.
Nice. I think kind of referring back to the imagery of Star Wars, it's been a really refreshing homage in The Mandalorian when they show the credit scenes and all that production design is shown and all the underbelly stuff. Yeah, I mean, just a tribute to guys like Dave Dorman that did so many covers for the books. Guys like Peter McQuarrie and the other ones that worked on the three originals, and just have that feel and concept and really get into the meat and potatoes and really studied what the environment of Star Wars is. So that's very, very, very cool.
Yeah, I mean, because that's honestly, it's like the Rogue One, New Hope era. The original trilogy is what people feel that Star Wars is.
Right.
So going back to that time, seeing the stormtroopers walking around and stuff like that, it's like this is okay. This feels like Star Wars to me. So So definitely, yeah. It's like they paid close attention to what that makes to what Star Wars is, and and, they were successful in that.
Well, and I think Brian can kind of chime in on this, as just not from a Star Wars point of view, but from a theme point of view, because you are such a dynamic painter, and you're dealing with a lot of color and setting tone and things like that. Like, what just Brian, what's your research as far as, okay, I'm gonna draw a zombie. I want these purples and greens and things like that. Do you set a palette up beforehand, or you just you're good enough already? You just knock it out.
Well, I always do thumbnails. Usually just simple as possible, a little watercolor, and it's usually what the colors to not use. That's what it makes a good. Well, you know what I mean. There's always take the ugly out, and you find the beauty in it. Yeah, lots of hit and miss.
Yeah, man, for sure. Do you have any thumbnail stuff within 2 feet of you? You could just flash up in front of the camera to kind of see process, or?
Sure, hold a second.
Right on.
What are you working on, Dave? Since he's Chris.
Yeah, sure. Well, last week when we were doing drink and draw,
nice.
I was starting to crack into this spiky thing. I put a little bit more color on it. Let's see if my camera's on the right angle.
Yeah, I like that. That's how I do my thumbnails.
Right on, Brian.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, man. Looks great.
Oh. And then plus sometimes, I'll send a client many different versions of the same thing. To me, this is the fun part. Dave Dorman was talking about doing the thumbnails for his compositions in the comic book. Of course, it's page layout, but it is a very fun part. It's like if it looks good as a thumbnail, then it'll look good as a large picture.
Yeah.
Even Butler taught me that.
And that's another part of it. Like, here we have this like kind of virtual convention going on, and all this great talent stopping by and checking things out, and everybody, I think, has their own concept towards what to do at a table and what to put out there. But I like to throw a couple sketchbooks out there because people like to flip through them, and it's just a conversation about, again, concept and how something goes from, start to finish, idea to final, and things like that. So.
Mm-hmm.
And all these. Everyone that's coming on the stream, if you're watching the stream, they do have they will take commissions. I know Brian LeBlanc go to his Facebook page. Same with Dave. Unless you have another venue, Dave, than the Facebook to contact you.
No, man. I use Facebook like my office, and it's worked out well for me. So if you're out there and we're not friends already, or if we're already friends and you see something that you're interested in, by all means, just type in Dave Bain. My dumb mug will pop up with the Bain character and me next to each other. And click that friend button, and we'll go from there.
And then for Jeffrey Moy, he has Patreon. And in the comments, I'm trying to find it again. There was something else to contact you as well.
Yeah, if my email address, if you're looking for a commission or any information or anything like that, it's artboymoy@gmail.com.
Steve says, draw us something, JQ. Listen, I can't even draw a straight line.
Yeah, come on.
I can't even draw a straight line.
I know we've talked about this a series of times. Is one of the things that I like to do afterwards at the convention is a couple of things, but one of them is a lot of times we get approached, I can't even draw a stick figure, I can't even draw a circle, I can't even draw a straight line. I don't think I can draw any of those things, but I know if I put a pen and a paper in front of somebody and I say, I bet you can draw a dick, I think I'm gonna make a coffee table book called "Everybody Can Draw a Dick," and it's damn true. It's damn true. Everybody has their own dick rendition.
We
That's
did
all
at
Simon Bisley draws.
at the drink and draw at Pensacon this past one. I sat next to Jen and Brian. We all were drawing, and I forgot what I had to draw, what the theme was, but mine looked nothing similar to what it was. It was like saying to a kindergartner, "Hey, draw me an airplane," and they drew a smiley face.
Right.
That's basically what I did, you
know. Smiley face. That's fine.
My daughter will tell you I can't draw for anything. If a drawer gets shot in the head, I'll get shot in the head before I draw. Tell them.
Hey, I want to say something. If anybody hasn't been to Drink and Draw yet, Drink and Draw is, to me, the funnest thing. And it's usually the first day of Pensacon. So just check the first day of Pensacon. Just unpack your bags and go to the bar, whatever that is. And it's really good. Really good time.
I mean,
Scott does it.
I'd be up for that.
We hosted the Alarm Comics hosted Scott, really big into it, and all the finished projects get collected and are auctioned off for whatever charity. I believe Scott, what was the charity? Was the food bank?
Pensacola Food Bank.
Yeah, the Pensacola Food Bank. All the
Mana Food Bank
went. So I remember toward the end, they were trying to kick us out of the venue. And there was like 4 or 5 people trying to bid on Jim Broomall's stuff in the middle of the parking lot, like, going $50, $80. I mean, it was like a live auction at like midnight.
That's awesome.
Everybody knows
over at
a lot of people we have coming up throughout the day. For anybody listening now, my girl's going to be coming back. Roland Paris is going to be hopping in. Geoffrey Gwynn. Scott Collins, Jim Broomall, which you was just speaking of, she'll be coming in. Jason London and Jeremy London. Jason's pretty much known for the movie Dazed and Confused, and
we got
Jeremy's known for
Cooler If You Did, man.
That's Alex Sabiak. How you doing, Alex?
No, it's
that's
Mort.
Oh, it's Mort. Okay, I couldn't see it well. But
even better.
Jeff Johnson, Ming Chen from Comic Book Men, and Mike Zapsik from Comic Book Men. Thomas Formonti and Barry Gregory that own Kablam Digital Printing. James Leary from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Brian O'Halloran from the View Askew universe stuff. A few more Power Rangers. We got Brendan J. McLean. And let's see. And, of course, Mort just joined in.
Hey, Mort.
And Jenny Gregory as well.
There.
Hey, Mort. How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream.
Why, thanks for having me. I'm hearing a lot of different stuff. Is everybody else?
No, we're on headphones, so you might.
Yeah,
your speakers aren't loud enough. So,
I'm hearing announcements.
We're not hearing it.
All right, so you're watching a delay. Are you on the Facebook or are you on the StreamYard? Because you may have to turn the volume of your computer down, Mort.
Well, I have the headphones on, so I'm not, I'm not getting anything from the computer. Huh.
Technicalities.
That's weird.
Right.
I don't want to be like Dan Reed.
He doesn't want to be like Dan Reed.
He's like the original Florida man. No, I've worked with Dan, and he's a real sweetheart, but he can be one of those nutty guys.
Oh, isn't that what this industry is all about? Is nutty guys,
right? Why am
Are you still getting feedback, Mort?
I don't have my speaker on at all.
He's getting delay. Are you not hearing us more, or he's getting delay?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, but I'm hearing you as you speak, but I don't know where this echo is coming from because I have the headphones in.
I don't hear it too much on this side. I can barely.
No, I don't hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it sounds great on the podcast, Mort.
What's that?
More, if you want to jump out, and we'll get you back in. That might clear it up. It helped Mike Grell earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, it might have been too loud.
Yeah.
On your end.
Yeah, it's fine over here.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Can you not hear y'all?
Hey, while we have a moment, I just got to say, how crazy is this? I get to sit drawing on a Saturday with the likes of Brian LeBlanc, Jeffrey Moy, Mort Todd, Mike Grill. The list goes on and on. So big props to you guys over at 3 Alarm. Obviously, Scott, JQ,
Yeah, thanks, guys.
putting it all together, man. Really awesome stuff.
Appreciate
Thanks,
you having
Dave.
us.
There we go. Yeah.
He's gonna jump back in. We'll get more back in.
That's awfully sweet.
Yeah, this is a brainchild of Scott's. Like in literally less than 12 hours. When y'all got the emails to do this, that's when he thought about it, and it became like a lightning bolt in his head to do this. So, and that's what he told me. He's like, "What are you doing tomorrow?" I'm like,
whatever you want me to do. Yeah.
Well, normally, if it was a normal Saturday, I'd be working. I'd be here at the shop helping out and slinging comic books. But because of the distribution of stopping, we don't have anything to sell except for old stock, and we've been doing very well selling old stock. I mean, it's actually been a little bit of a blessing not having anything new, because people have been coming in and picking up things they wouldn't normally pick up.
That's great.
Let's get more back in.
People are trying new books and stuff like that. That's awesome news.
People will call in and be like, "Hey, do you have this series? I read about it." And we have we'll get them the graphic novel version, and they'll come and buy it. So it's been kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's great.
I'm at a cliffhanger with some of my books that I've been reading, but it actually was a blessing because I got to piggyback and read my stack that was maybe 6 months behind to catch up on everything.
Yeah, I've got a stack that I'm working through right now. I've got like one diamond box full of comics standing up. So it's like, so I'm just like, all right, what's been out for like 6 months? What has full storylines that I can read and stuff like that? Because I mean, that's the thing. That's the way comics work nowadays. It's like you need a full storyline, and or it's broken up into 4 or 5 parts or 6 parts and whatever. So it's like it's hard for me to keep track of things on a month-to-month basis.
Well, it's like Jeffrey, what have you been reading, man?
Me, it's like let's see. Right now, I'm working on a bunch of Captain America. I caught up on some Batgirl. Mm-hmm. Independent wise, it's like I like Remender's stuff, like on Low, and Black Science.
Oh yeah, Black Science, so good.
Conan, Mahmoud Azar's stuff on Conan was really good. I really liked that year. So some Red Sonja. So yeah, I'm kind of all over the place. I read a bunch of manga too. So,
well, that being said, I know Jeffrey's in Wisconsin now, but and I don't think Scott would mind this because it's 900 miles away. But there's a comic book shop in Schaumburg, Illinois, called Keith's Comics. That's Keith's Comics with a K and a K, and that guy is
and an X for the
and an X. Thank you.
End of comics.
Thank you. But Keith has been feeding my needs for, I don't know, 35 years now. And not a better guy around. So if you're on the north side of the country, stop by and say hello to Keith over at Keith's Comics in Schaumburg, Illinois. And if you're on the south side of the country, obviously 3 Alarm Comics is the place to be.
Totally.
Let's see if we can get Mort back in.
Right.
Any better, Mort?
Yeah, I'm still hearing echoes. Not when I join the broadcast, I hear the echoes. I don't hear it when I'm not on the broadcast, so it's me. What do you think? What's the troubleshooter?
I have no idea. Usually, when it happened to Mike Grell, he jumped out, jumped back in. It kind of fixed it.
How did he fix it?
By just jumping out and jumping back in. It kind of
Is the noise disruptive on your side?
I mean, we don't hear it.
Disruptive on your side?
Yeah, I think it's just on Mort's side.
Yeah, it's definitely me.
No, he's hearing it.
as long as you can function with it, it's okay. But if it bothers you, I guess it's a different thing.
Yeah, because when I'm watching you guys, I don't hear it until I plug in. I can't even function without it.
There's noise on your
Well, let me see if they got any troubleshooting tips on their site.
Can you turn the headphones down a little bit, maybe?
I got it low. I got it super low.
Hey, look, it's Roland Paris.
What's up, guys?
Don't say you cut all your hair off. I'm glad you didn't cut your hair.
But I did forget to shave for about 50 days. So
that's fine. I was about to say I don't want to see you with your hair shaved like a lot of people are doing. Don't do that to me, man.
No, that won't happen.
This is the best. This is the best look. So I've got Gail's cards. They're working on those. So she asked for a Supergirl, 70s Supergirl, and a Power Girl. So
Gail, if you're still watching the stream, Jeffrey's working on your stuff right now.
And they'll be in the mail.
I like the beard.
They'll be in the mail.
It looks like
Monday.
a roadie a little bit. I like it. It's good. It works. I like it.
So, hey, Jeffrey, you and I have never met. So I like your work.
Hi, Roland. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I'm sorry, Mort. Hey, Mort.
Yes.
You colored my piece for Lucy.
Yes.
Yeah, you did a great job.
I was going to say I really love the color you worked with Stephen Butler lately.
The Hell Girl piece for Lucy.
Oh
Hellbeck.
yeah.
You did a really good job on that. I appreciate it. So, what's up, Q?
What's up, Roland? How you been?
I'm
Good,
hearing
man.
the echo again all of a sudden.
Uh-oh.
Let me get out of here and see what's going on.
All right,
I'll be back. I promise. I threaten.
We'll get you back.
All right. Why is Dave Bain's face not showing? Where's Dave?
Dave's drawing.
Dave, that's what Dave normally looks like.
Yeah.
He could leave he go to the bathroom. No one would be any wiser.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably
Dave
where he's at.
before he shaves.
Yeah, this is my plague beard. So,
I don't know. You look like you're a roadie or in a really like a good band. I mean, I like that. I like looking. It works.
It's an entirely different color, but
Yeah.
looks like I just took.
I'm getting there.
Don't dye it though. It never looks good when you dye a beard.
No. It looks like I just skinned somebody else's face and put it on. Like from the nose down. So.
Hey, Stephanie.
All right. Hey. Roland, what's up, man?
Nothing a lot.
Mort's back. Let's see if we get Mort fixed up.
Yeah, I figured it out.
Right.
Is that Dave?
I had the Facebook window
yes, sir.
in another.
Yeah. He's back from the bathroom.
Grandpa finally figured it out here.
Right.
So how is everybody?
Good, Mort. How are you?
Great. Thanks for inviting me. Stephen Butler says only nice things about you guys. I guess he's done a few signings and stuff there.
Oh yeah, Stephen.
Yes, sir. I was going to say I love the stuff, the coloring work you've been doing for Stephen. He's my role model,
You could do a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, he taught me about work ethic and stuff like that.
Oh, that's something that can't be taught, and by just reading comics for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Something you got to do. Hey, I think I'm the only one here that's honestly honoring Free Comic Book Day. We're giving out 4 free comics this weekend online that you can download or read.
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah, and not only that, they're good.
That's that address right there.
For anyone that doesn't know,
if they're by you, yeah.
I used to work at Cracked magazine. I was the editor in my wayward youth, and got to work with a lot of legendary artists like John Severin and Steve Ditko and all kinds of fun people.
Man.
Yeah, it was great. So, taking advantage of that talent, I started a magazine called Monsters Attack that also had, Severin and Ditko, but like Gray Morrow, Alex Toth, Pat Boyette. And that's one of the free books available this weekend. Here's the cover. Whoa,
sweet.
Yeah,
Nice.
and it's over 120 pages of classic horror, and
For free.
Yeah. Well, for
on that
online,
website?
yeah, it's a
But
digital download.
isn't it newer
Right.
classic horror? It's all new stories, right? Or
Yeah,
not
I did it in the 80s. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wrote most of it because most of these people are dead now.
Oh, right.
So it was hard to get them to do new stuff.
Yeah.
As much as I tried. But yeah, it's at my site, which you can see right by my name over here. It says mortod.com.
I'm gonna pop it up there on the screen.
And like I said, we have 4 books, and they're all pretty cool. The other one we have is The Charlton Arrow, which, as you can see, has a new E-Man story by Joe Staten. And the last story, the original creators, Nick Cootie and Joe, did before Nick died recently, which is really sad. But yeah, for like the last 6 years, I've been working with a lot of veteran and new talent doing Charlton-inspired comics, using some of their PD characters or getting the original creators to do new stuff that they own. And so this issue also has the illustrious Stephen Butler in a Ditko-inspired character called Mr. Mix-It that Roger McKenzie, who used to write Daredevil, created along with Stephen. And it's sort of like an amalgam of every single possible Steve Ditko character into one hero. And you can see the influences on the costume if you were to download it. And
it's
again,
really cool. I've seen it.
Yeah. Oh, it's really
great character design.
Yeah, and that's got a few other well-known artists and stuff. And another one of the books we have is Charlton Wild Frontier, which are new Western stories. And we have Chuck Dixon wrote a few of the stories. And
Chuck.
Yeah, he's really incredible. And a lot of great artists in that, too. And again, we brought back a few of the old Charlton Western characters and invented a few new ones. And last, but certainly not least, is another like 160-page extravaganza. It's rarely seen in America, is photo comic called Sadistic, the Diabolical Super Criminal. And these are photo comics that were shot in the 60s, and they were popular all over the planet, except never in English or in America until now. And it's pretty cool stuff because they used a lot of actors that were in horror movies and science fiction films and slasher films. Like in between their movie gigs, they would do photo comics. So if you're a geek and like, the old Italian sci-fi or horror, you'll recognize some of the actors. And we also do, some articles about the actors and about like all these bootleg Turkish films that were based on the character that were like no budget films that would like rip off James Bond music and play it backwards. And it's just hilarious stuff. And it also features one of the last interviews with Tura Satana, who you might know from Faster Pussycat Kill Kill and Astro Zombies. And so I did this interview with her right before she passed away because she's definitely in that genre of the weirdo photo comics that we're doing.
Yep. So mortod.com?
Yeah. And on the front page of mortod.com, you'll see links to each of the books. And
sweet.
And speaking of Steve, too, I also want to plug, we did the Warrior Women of the Golden Age 2020 calendar, where it was Steve and doing some very luscious gals from the GoldenAge. And there's also there's also a 2-volume pinup book with different art than the calendar that also includes, like bios and stats on the characters and a couple original vintage pages and stuff. So it's all good. It's all good stuff.
Yeah, Stephen was actually the very, very first artist I ever inked. So
really,
yeah, way back in '87, I think.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
No shit.
You guys must have been like 10 years old. What was the title?
It's a book called Silver Storm.
Oh, I've seen that on his Butler's Brigade page.
Yes, and I did a horrible job, and I have no idea how they actually.
Well, the price is probably right.
It got done for print. You made your deadline.
It really was. I look back on it and I'm like, whoa, man, I had no idea what I was doing, and somehow, I kept going. And
well, that's how you got to start out.
I look back on a lot of my stuff, and I wondered how I got that first job. You know, it's like I was just like, oh man, this does not look good.
Yeah, it was basically
before Cracked. I was like with a bunch of my friends. We were like 18, 19, like Dan Klaus and Rick Altergott, and we put out our own comics because no one would buy our crap. That's for sure. So we had this book called Psycho Comics that we did, and then once I was at Cracked, I gave a lot of them, and like him and Peter Bagg, a lot of their first, professional work.
Sweet, nice.
But yeah, if you yeah, go ahead.
Have you always been attracted to kind of the pulp, golden age stuff? So after you're done kind of doing Cracked and some of the more formal programs, you're just like, hey, I'm all in doing independent stuff? Because I know you work with like Lucy Helvet and, different characters and, this kind of genre.
Right.
I mean, was that something you've always been attracted to?
Well, when I was a kid reading comics in the 70s, it was real easy to get like golden age horror and stuff like that.
Right on.
So I was always into just weird stuff. I even would pick up Christian comics and anything that was comics. And unfortunately, most of the time my work has always been trying to expand the industry with different genres. Like when I was at Marvel, I started that Marvel Music imprint. We did a lot of work with bands like, AC/DC and Rolling Stones and Alice Cooper and Rob Zombie. And we used artists like, we used Neil Gaiman and Dave McKean. So, I was kind of in the middle of loving the old artists and using them a lot and also cultivating a lot of new artists.
I saw a Kiss comic book.
That's pretty awesome because.
Yeah, they did Kiss book in the 70s when I was just a tot.
Oh,
and that was, mixed with the blood of the band for the red ink. And so I
remember Gene Simmons had a...
Yeah.
But we also did Kiss Nation, which had a Ken Kelly cover poster that was based on Fantastic Four with Kiss fighting the, Mole Man's monster and stuff.
Yep.
So, yeah. So I got to work with a lot of great artists, both in music and in comics and even film. Like people have been saying, don't limit yourself to comics. I've done, TV storyboards and animation and blah, blah, anything that'll pay. And a lot of times it doesn't pay. But
it doesn't pay.
Right.
Lots of promises.
Yeah. But it sure is a joy to see you work in print.
I mean, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool to see, again, the different genre levels of, here's a company like Marvel, and obviously we're associated with Spider-Man and Iron Man and Thor, but they do have, I wouldn't say fringe, but offshoot stuff where stuff like band stuff and biographies and even literally works that get remade into the comic book genre. Like, again, don't pigeon yourself. There's so much awesome content out there. Support a creator you love. Yeah.
Well, I like I said, when I was at Marvel, I tried to, they had the superhero stuff down, so I rarely worked on any superhero stuff. But I did a bunch of horror reprints, stuff from the 50s to the 70s, and I did a John Kricfalusi comic after they bounced him from Ren and Stimpy, and just tried to do nutty stuff. I wanted to do some crime reprints, but they wouldn't go for that, and like even westerns and stuff. But here at our company, it's called Charlton Neo at mortod.com, and we've been doing romance, westerns, horror. And I would say half of the books we do are reprints, and they're usually shot from either original art or the original photostats. And we do a lot of new stuff too. Right now I'm coloring a Tom Sutton story from Charlton from the 70s, from the many ghosts of Dr. Graves, called The Hellfire Club. And it's got demons and giant rats, and Tom Sutton was just psychedelic, and coloring it is just a trip because usually you just fill in the lines, but he didn't connect his lines, so you got to do a lot of guessing.
I think Benjamin Franklin is part of the Hellfire Club.
I wouldn't doubt it, that bastard. Most of his inventions you can't mention in public. People might use them in private, but you can't mention the wonderments he had come up with at times.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, like I
brilliant,
mentioned, I worked at Cracked, and we've got a couple of Cracked reprints I've been doing. Of like, a lot of people don't know Jack Davis. He got bounced from Mad. He wasn't allowed to work at Mad for like 10 years because he left with Harvey Kurtzman. So he worked at Cracked and Sick and all kinds of places. So put out a book of his stuff and a book of John Severin's early work at Cracked. And so we got a lot of fun stuff. If you check the site, you'll learn. We've been like 6 years.
Nice.
I think I've done about 80 books in 6 years now.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing.
We got a collection
So more-
of John Severin Westerns, Billy the Kid from Charlton, really great stuff. I love Severin so much, man. He was, because, I was in my early 20s and I was working with him every day, and he was just he and Ditko were just such mentors, and Ditko would be in my office like 3 or 4 hours a day, just talk about everything under the sun.
Wow.
Sorry to keep gabbing here.
No, gab away. Hey,
The
so
stories
now
are what
that
this is all about.
Yeah, you're a living historian.
Yeah,
You're gold.
Ancient. I think
you're an icon, man.
Besides
like
Mike
that.
Grell, I'm probably the oldest one that's been here in your chat today.
So more, since you're obviously still drawing, but you're in the publishing side of things, I don't know if there's a few people watching or that'll watch later that are interested in getting involved in the comic book world or whatever. What do you look for from an artist or writer, or how does your process when you go about selecting someone that may or may not work for you?
Right. Well, it goes all the way back to Cracked, when people would bring in art and it looked just like Mort Drucker or Jack Davis from Mad. And so the most important thing I could tell any artist is have your own style. That makes you a unique individual, so that, you're not just another clone. I mean, obviously you are inspired by artists as you grow up. And, you look at like Barry Smith's first work and he's like doing bad tracings of Jack Kirby and stuff, but he evolved into something really great. So that's what I tell artists is to, get your own unique style. Don't look like anybody else. Might help you at first, but not even anymore, because it's like, who wants another Liefeld clone or
Right.
And nowadays you can't even do a Jack Kirby or Ditko because no one knows what it is, and no one everyone thinks
They want to appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, that's how I got to work with all these guys in the 80s, because them, Gene Colan, they couldn't get work anywhere else. They helped make
That's amazing.
Marvel, and they couldn't get work.
Yeah.
Tell Dave,
Yeah.
we'll let him back in a little bit later because Pedro's going to try to come in.
Pedro jumped out there, man.
All right. Yeah, bump me up.
We'll go ahead,
Tell
Dave,
us, I'll
you
talk
mind
to you
dropping
soon. I'm
out
going to
a
watch the
little
stream.
bit, and, we'll bring
Yeah,
Pedro
not at
in
all.
for a little bit. I'll message him, tell him to come back.
All right, Dave. We'll see you in a little bit.
Absolutely.
I was going to
Scott?
finish these sketch cards, and then I'll bounce for a little bit too.
I've been here over an hour. If someone else would jump in.
Okay, let's get Dan Reed back.
I think the problem with him was he had the other window open. He wouldn't close the window.
Yeah. I always tell him, shut that window. Well, like I said, he's down in Florida, and he was telling me earlier that he's in the town of the first guy that ate flesh from doing them weird drugs. He ate someone's
bath
face.
salts.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, yeah, you're living in the right town, pal.
Oh man.
Wait,
What's up, Pedro?
Pedro,
who's that?
¿cómo está?
Can't hear nobody. Sounds. Hey. Bien,
What's up,
amigo.
Pedro?
Pedro, you have headphones?
So I'm sure everybody that's
How you doing, brother?
But thank you to Scott and Q and everybody at 3 Alarm
Yeah.
for doing this and having a virtual free comic book day. I can't wait to see you guys again. I love you guys. You're awesome. And
Group hug.
You guys rock.
Oh, yeah, we Roland, your family, man. We miss you, man.
I miss you guys too. Hopefully soon I'll be passing through, if the state of Florida will let me in.
Yeah, that's the rub. My mom
border
was
patrol there
they
now.
can't even come out.
Yeah. Well, I'm in
You'll pay
Louisiana. I'm in Louisiana, so they put me in a 14-day quarantine if I come into the state of Florida because we're a hot spot.
Do they feed you and everything in quarantine?
No, it's all on me. Seriously, it's all on me. I don't know what they do. I don't know what happens if I go in. If
You get
They
shot.
tell me I have to go to a certain spot, or if I have to go to somebody's house or whatever, but I have to quarantine for however long I'm there,
Such
or
a
at least
weird
14
world.
days. So yeah,
So-
it's really strange. So
my brother is moving out of his house in Addis down to Plaquemine, and my mom, everyone's gonna come help him move, and we were like, hey, we're stuck here. We can't even get in the state.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, so I can't go over to Florida
I
to
don't
see
know.
somebody, but I could come to
Can't
Mississippi
hear nobody.
and hang out with you guys, maybe. So
Somebody could make a lot of money with an underground railroad. Wait, I've heard of people flying from like New York to Florida and not getting quarantined. How's that working?
they're supposed to be.
Maybe they're politicians.
Pops, yeah. But they have a barrier. Like the state police have set up roadblocks on I-10 going into Florida.
If they see your tag, they pull you over.
Yeah, if they see a Louisiana tag, they pull you over. And
You got to cause a diversion, like blow up a car and run through the fields nearby. And...
Right. Well, maybe get Keanu Reeves on a bus or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Just avoid the roads. Just avoid the roads.
They have drones large enough to carry humans. You'd be like, hey.
Pedro's having issues.
No.
Pedro, if you can hear us, get out and then come back in. I'm going to have him come back in a second.
So just to plug Dan Reed. I mean, I don't know if you guys are too familiar with his work. Like I said, I've done a little bit of work with him at Charlton Arrow, but he started at Charlton in the 70s doing a new comic with the Question and Blue Beetle. And it was a time when Charlton wasn't doing too well financially, so they had a book called Bullseye, or Spotlight, that they would have new artists draw stuff for free. But it was a good entry for a lot of cartoonists. And then Dan went on to do like Indiana Jones and all kinds of other weird stuff.
Hey, Jen, that's
He's
very
a character.
professional. I like the way you did that.
For all the others joining in, here's Jem Brumall.
Get two cameras. I like that.
Well, I usually, whenever I Twitch stream, I usually have both going at the same time, but StreamYard doesn't allow you to do that. You could, if you had your phone, you could invite your phone in, which is another artist friend of mine. That's what she's doing. So she has herself on one side and then her art on the other.
Split screen.
Yeah, but I don't have it set up for my phone to sit up top. So, but hi everybody.
I'm jealous. Hey, Jen.
Yeah, I didn't do
I'm
much.
jealous. I wish I'd have done that.
The site, but I guess you can do green screen. So like, but I don't know how you change the images, but you could put your work up and change it in the background.
You could draw in the background behind your head. That would be that would be psychedelic, like
that'd be spooky.
Interesting.
You could draw horns on yourself.
Oh,
I have yet to buy a green screen.
Oh,
you can make your own, really.
Started to drink.
Scott's got a beer.
Nice.
All right.
I should grab something.
Or maybe it's just Dr. Pepper.
I got Irish
no,
coffee.
I assure you, it's not Dr. Pepper.
I know.
I got the Irish coffee. Cheers.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna page
Water
it
and
back.
fruit
So
stuff.
we're gonna.
If you want, I can click out. I've been here.
Yeah,
almost 2
I'm
hours.
done. I'm done with these sketch cards. So let me show them off. So
All right, Jeffrey's
the Power Girl, and then there's a Supergirl.
Oh, that one's cool.
Nice.
So these
Those are
sketch
really
cards are
sweet,
done.
Jeffrey.
And then if I'll be back later, and if anyone else wants something, then they can commission me to do something then.
Cool.
Okay.
Great work.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Well, thanks
Jeffrey,
again. Thanks again for having me, and I'll check it out later.
I'll see you later, Jeffrey.
I don't want to bogart anyone's spot if they want to jump in. Are there more than two people?
Here comes somebody now.
Let's see if Pedro got all the stuff together. Pedro.
And there's the angle. That looks cool.
And Pedro's frozen again.
I think he's just having bad signal problems.
Yeah.
So I'm just here just to hang out. So,
Are you working anything, Roland, or no?
Yeah, right now, now I hear a little bit, but
I'm working on my own book.
if I'm working where?
Working on it forever.
My job, my regular one?
So
My daytime one?
whenever it gets done, and I'm going to shop it. So
What's it about?
It's
32
it's a
pages.
supernatural detective story set in New Orleans in the late 1800s in the Storyville district, which was for a short time the legal prostitution district in New Orleans.
Damn, that's pretty specific.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was for like 13 years. It was the legal prostitution district.
That
so it
genre's
starts off
been
there.
done too much in comics. Come on.
Yeah.
Supernatural hookers. Come on.
Yeah, I know, right? So
now
that's
the
pretty
legal
much what the
prostitution area
start
is Roland's
is.
house.
It's it's like a detective story, but with a supernatural twist and set in the Storyville district, or at least it starts out in the Storyville district, and it's a supernatural crime story, and it's going to span like all kinds of different supernatural stuff, everything but vampires, because New Orleans Vampires is Anne Rice, and I'm not going to touch that because Anne owns New Orleans Vampires.
She trademarked them?
Well, I don't know. She hasn't trademarked them, but if
she branded them,
you combine the words vampire and New Orleans, and everybody immediately thinks Anne. So that's the only thing I'm not going to touch. I'm going to have one. Somebody asked my lead character, if he ever has any problems with vampires, and he's just going to say, "No, they take care of themselves here," and that's it. That's all I'm going to deal with. But everything else is open, from the Loup-Garou to the Fifole to Voodoo, all kinds of New Orleans and South
Cajun
Louisiana.
werewolves, huh?
Exactly, Loup-Garou. Yep, the Cajun werewolf.
My dad used to scare me with that one.
Yep.
I used to get nightmares about that.
The Loup-Garou?
Mm-hmm. My dad used to scare me with it. You should always taunt me with that one.
Yeah.
If I'm a bad boy.
The Loup-Garou will come to get you.
Yep.
Yep.
Hasn't yet, though, huh?
No. Well, kind of.
That's because he moved out of Louisiana and went to Mississippi.
I did a lot of werewolves since then. A lot of werewolves.
Yep.
In fact, I worked mostly painting werewolves for years.
The Mitcheroo.
The Mitcheroo.
When you hear him snoring, beware. Or actually, when you don't hear him snoring, that's when you have to beware.
Yeah. Then you have to go check to see if he has a pulse.
So Scott Baker says the original Yarmouth Cyborg looking good.
Yeah, Yarmouth, Maine. I mean, I am from the official horror state of Maine. It's like you talk about Anne Rice and Nolans.
Yep.
Maine's got its fair share of the scary ass background too. It's pretty spooky. I mean, a lot of Lovecraft is supposedly set in Maine, and so I think my town of Yarmouth is actually Innsmouth.
Yeah, you got Stephen King, and it's the birthplace of one of my good buddies, Paul Pelletier.
Oh yeah, I see him at cons a lot.
Yep.
It's funny. I went to a horror movie convention in Italy, and the guy that picked us up, we're driving, and I noticed something hanging from his mirror, and it's twisting around, and I was like, "Is that the state of Maine?" And he goes, "Yes, Stephen King." So it's like Maine is an international symbol of horror.
Yep. Yep.
And
it's the international symbol of horror and New Balance.
Oh, are we up? Are they up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I moved back here a few years
New
ago.
Balance.
I'm up
in Maine.
We're rolling in New Orleans. It's a balance of horror and horrors.
Yes.
Horror.
Which is what my book is about. So yeah.
That's what his book's about, exactly.
Hey, isn't this all ages? Come on.
Scott said it, not
now,
me.
Scott's cracked the beer. So at this point, it's all
Anything
bets are off.
goes. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's 5 o'clock all the time with 3 alarm.
Oh,
it is.
Even what about 420?
You gotta talk to Grant when he's here.
Oh,
that's
you
the other
outed
employee.
him. Speaking of 420, that was I did a lot of work for
knows.
High Times, drew a lot of cartoons for High Times, and Marvel was about 3 blocks away from High Times, and that was the first time I ever heard 420 because it was like 11, and this guy, one of the editors, calls me up, and go, "Mort, it's 420," and I'm like, "I say it's about 11:25. What are you getting at, brother?" So Yeah, a lot of excitement in New York, man. Because I moved there when I was 17 and just instantly dived into comics and got to meet so many legends while they were still working or trying to work. And yeah, New York in the 80s was a different planet, that's for sure. A lot of punk rock, you know,
Jen,
with a lot of bands and doing record covers. And it was my zombie record cover there, Back from the Grave, which was a series of garage punk albums. And I just found out a little while ago, the original, which was like, I didn't get my original back. The original's at the Cornell Museum of the Cornell Hall of Punk Rock Fame or something. I'm like, what the hell's a college got a Punk Rock Hall of Fame for, you know? But so, yeah, and it's got zombies. It was a whole series I did, about 7 albums with like zombies killing hippies and stuff. It was pretty fun. Before zombies were cool again in the early 80s. I mean, of course you had, you know, the Argento and, you know, Savini doing zombie stuff. But in comics, you didn't see too many zombies in the early 80s.
I like Return of the Living Dead. That was a good 80s zombie.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was the punk rock zombie for sure there.
More brain. Yeah, that's, oh, yeah.
I just found the T-shirt from the premiere of that film, a glow-in-the-dark T-shirt that I still have, and I must say it still fits very well. Still have my teenage form if I suck it in.
Who's that? Was that Linnea Quigley who showed her her
Tatas?
Yeah.
Actually, better question is, when didn't she?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's true.
She made the club scene a lot back in the 80s too, and yeah, it wasn't too long before her and what's that chick, Dave Stevens' wife there, too, Brink Stevens. Yeah, they would just always be like flaunting it. They were adult clubs. So.
Oh, Jen's working on a mermaid.
Yep.
Nice.
It's mermaid.
It's mermaid. That's right.
Yeah, it's mermaid. So get the challenge. I've been doing.
In April, at the end of April, did you say it's gonna be mermaid?
I didn't, but I was like, oh crap, I gotta do them, and so I decided to do minis. So like, I've already posted these 2 little minis, and then basically when I do these monthly challenges, I don't wait till the day of. I go before and I start doing them, so I have them ready.
You cheat.
I don't cheat. It's called planning, man. It's called planning. And that's all I've got so far. But.
Speaking of being topical with months, like I said, Stephen Butler and I did a calendar together, and he did, for last month, he did Miss Mask.
Oh, fun.
Which was, you know, apropos. So what I did is I photoshopped some N95 masks on her. So she'd really be Miss Mask.
We drew little masks on all the little birds and bunnies on our Easter cards that we sent to family. The little peeps and the little rabbits and stuff. We like got our Sharpie and we're like, little masks on all of them.
Oh, they better social distance when they're hopping around.
That's right.
So
while we got a few new people in here, Roland, you, Jen, and Mort, y'all want to let everybody know if they do want commissions or prints or where they can go to obtain these, since they can't come see you at shows now, but they can still have stuff shipped to them.
Sure. Well, of course, you know, I was being really be above the curve or beyond the curve by putting my website address with my name there. And if you're just checking in, yeah, we have 4 free comic books that you can download or read online this weekend that are horror, humor, superhero, Western, and then of course got about 60 other books that you can buy if you want.
But to tag out.
Hey, James.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, James.
Yeah, sorry. I kind of jumped in. Hold on. All right, Brian.
Sorry, I probably should have announced.
LeBlanc, I'm going to jump you out right quick, so I'm going to bring somebody else in real quick. All right, so now we have James Leary and Mr. Brian O'Halloran.
Whoa, I didn't mean to be coming in, jumping in on people.
Oh, no, you're good. That's kind of, it's been like this the entire time. We're honestly, since we put this together in about 12 hours, there's no time to really make a schedule, so we just kind of went with it, and figured the fans needed something and deserved something. So since they can't be a free comic book day, they can come here.
There you go. That's fine.
That's awesome.
I thought I was just asked last minute. I didn't know everybody was asked last minute.
Oh yeah. No, everybody was.
Yesterday.
I mean,
Scott
we're
texted me
lucky
yesterday.
enough to have some really good friends that help support us and love the industry too. So we we all bond together.
All these great talent together.
Well, it's just like when you used to hear, "Hey, Frank's got a bong and he has a keg." What? Yeah, a whole keg. What kind of beer? Does it matter? Just go.
Well, Brian, you just started up your podcast thing, your O'Halloran. Can't wait to get on there and start hearing some of that stuff.
I'm having some mic envy right now. That's
we
a pretty
have
fancy mic.
Thank you. It's tonight we have the guys from Rocket Inc. Comics are coming on to talk about their projects. They did a project with me not too long ago called Odd Tales of the Curio Shop. So those guys will be on tonight because we're obviously all here for Free Comic Book Day. So that'll be tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So.
Well, cool. I'll make sure we share it on the shop page, and if you want to message me a link for it or for everything, I'll make sure we put it on here as well. So
you got it,
and share it to the shop page as well. And James, long time no see.
I know. Hi, how are you? I was
camera.
trying to log
in. I have to watch
to
Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and you're behind a mask. So,
well, these days that mask wouldn't fit anymore. The face is filled out a little bit. Hi, how are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I'd say it's great to see you. Good to hear you're doing good and everything else. And I said my daughter's gonna be a little bit upset because she can't wait to see you. So.
I'll come back later.
Okay. Brian, what else is it you've been working on?
There's been a lot of virtual cons that have been reaching out and trying to do similar things like this, where it's a panel, live streaming, and stuff like that. And there's about 2 films that I'm supposed to be working on this year that we're just sending notes back and forth and things like that while we figure out where we're going with all this. And then last Sunday, my theater friends and I did a live play reading of a hilarious comedy called I Hate Hamlet. So that aired on, we started a Facebook page called Home Quarantine Cabaret, and we did a live reading. We had about 250 people watch it live and about another 250 watch it for the 24 hours that it was up.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's just something to keep us from killing each other, I guess, or going absolutely insane. As most actors and people in the entertainment industry, we don't have any other skill sets, and the restaurants are closed, so we can't even wait tables.
Well, I think as for those of us that are artists, this
we're kind of in our element.
Easy for us because this is what we do anyway. We just stay
Sure.
at home.
I didn't even know they had one for a couple weeks. It was
right.
They're all like, "Oh, we're going to
change my drawing table anyways."
I hear the exact same philosophy of all my gamer friends. They're like, "What's going on?" I was wondering why the pizza guy was wearing a mask. I thought it was kind of weird.
Some weird fetish.
I bathed. I swear, did it?
I'm not wearing pants.
Nobody is.
Okay, good. That's fair.
Everybody.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, we're good.
I think at 3 Alarm, they never wear pants anyways, do they?
Well, we have a high count. Sometimes we don't wear shirts either.
I think that's a Mississippi law.
Buddy of mine, buddy of mine and Brian's also, like Ming Chen, he's like a super outgoing. Every weekend he is somewhere, always
He's
moving.
such a wallflower. What are you talking about? Ming, you can't get him to talk. He's so shy. It's painful.
Him and Mike, and then actually Jeremy London's supposed to be swinging by here a little bit later as well. Yeah, Ming, I think if it weren't for doing these streaming things, we might have just found him eating his feet in his bedroom somewhere in a corner.
Eating his feet.
Eating his feet. That's awesome.
I'm sorry. That's really good. That's
pretty
good.
specific.
Maybe that's how he's making money now. He's live streaming that. There he is.
Yep, there he is. Yep. Go, Ming.
Oh wow, I've never heard that, but I'm gonna use it. No, and then of course those of us who are cheering on the other hats of homeschooling, because that's a joy.
Oh God.
Oh.
No, it's awful. I never wanted to be a teacher and a principal.
And yeah, it's not like you can just suspend them and send them home.
Right?
That's what the basement's for.
Probably the easiest job of school I would have been was like the lunch lady. I'm like, all right, here's your grilled cheese and a very dried out burger. Hit the road.
Take your rectangular pizza and go be happy.
You can always just give them detention and put them in the garage.
No. No.
Yeah.
You got a crawl space handy?
There's power tools in there.
Yeah, power tools, flammable liquids.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's in there. Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's home ec.
That's home ec.
Yeah, right.
Home
Power
rec.
shop.
Well,
Power shop.
They have to hang out with Shane to begin with, too. So
I have to teach them some skills. Well, they've been hanging out with Dad today. He takes over for the weekend so that I can art, and if not, I'll just go crazy. And like 30 minutes in, I hear him yelling already. And I'm like, okay, at least I'm not the only one who's losing my damn mind. So.
Scott, are you missing your boyfriend Shane?
Yeah. Well, I get to see him every once in a while. I'll give a call and talk to him, or I'll be able to if we're streaming, then he might sneak in every once in a while. I'll text him and tell him to push Jen to the side. So.
Well, reminds me of that In Living Color skit. Out the way.
Well, Jen, tell Shane he still has the challenge of finding an original song for me that I haven't heard. So.
Ooh, okay.
Challenge.
All right.
With my name in it.
With your name in it. That's the stipulation, though.
Yeah.
Well, we've got Thomas Flaramonte ready to come in. Do you mind if we bring him in and bring you back a little bit later?
Bounce me.
All righty. We'll see you in a bit.
Great seeing you guys. Have fun.
I'm just busy checking out what's in everybody's like on their wall in their background in their office.
Getting ideas?
Brian, I'm having some major like envy of the comics that are on your back wall there.
They're just 11 by 17 posters of comics.
Oh, well, you could have let me have the like.
If they were real,
nice
if they were
mask.
Oh yeah, well I don't know where you guys have been, so I'm masking up. So just in case.
Yep. Everybody,
Okay.
This is Thomas Flaramonte. He is comic talent and one of the owners of. Ooh, excuse me, that beer is getting to me. One of the owners of Lamb Digital Printing. So,
how's it going,
like I said,
everybody?
if you've ever gone to any convention whatsoever, and I'd say about 80 to 90% of the people that have their comic books out that they've done themselves have been printed by these guys.
Oh yeah, we've been printing for a long time, but I've been doing comics for a long time, mostly inking for ever. It seems like late 90s, but so is everybody doing all right? Everybody living through this? Everybody doing good? Good.
Surviving.
Great.
I've found the worst part of having to wear the mask is realizing how bad my own breath is.
That's true.
And that I constantly need to brush my teeth and that it's hot.
Just wearing the mask out and about, like when you have to go to the store or whatever, because I wear glasses, I'm getting that fog thing going up. So I'm like, oh, this is not working. And then you're trying to, figure out how to breathe through the stupid thing. And
also, superheroes, full of shit. They don't wear that.
Yeah, I know. They don't. No. Or they don't wear glasses anyway. One of the
Well, actually, I was going to let everybody know too. When we bring new people in, just want to make sure everybody knows. Same thing with Brian, James. If y'all two if y'all are up for it, if any can't go do conventions, but if anybody wants to buy autographed pictures, or whatever, is there a way they can contact y'all you could charge them shipping and ship them out to them?
Sure. Like, I was gonna talk to you. I'm doing okay right now. So if there were people who wanted to get an autograph, if they wanted to maybe contact you, and then we could donate whatever proceeds to a local charity there, that would be awesome.
Yeah, actually, usually during Free Comic Book Day every year,
I would go ahead and mail them out and stuff. So
yeah, okay. Well, during Free Comic Book Day every year, we always do something for charity. I think this year we had picked one of our favorite ones, Tired Dog Rescue, which where they rescue older dogs and dogs with issues and stuff, and rehabilitate them and get them that. Matter of fact, all our dogs came from there, so we kind of like helped in giving back to them.
That'd be great.
So all right, cool.
Yeah,
Appreciate
if anybody wants to, like, if you want to give out like an email or whatever, and you can get me names and addresses, and I'll go ahead and I've got a bunch of Clem stuff, a bunch of. You know what? The next time I pop on, you know what? Bounce me. I'm gonna go find some pictures and I'll show them, and then I'll come back.
All right.
Or you can just watch me rummage through my
rummage through your stuff.
Watch your walls.
Sure.
I can leave you in. I'll just pull you off the screen for a second. O'Brien, what about you? Is there anywhere that they can get things like autograph pictures, things from you?
Well, as of right now, I'm in the process of setting up a kind of web store website thing. But if they want to reach out, they can reach out to these addresses.
Look fancy.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook there. And perhaps by the time I get it up, I'll get their names and addresses and what they want. Perhaps send something out by them.
And just make sure you turn into the Halorant on. You're on. Is this just a podcast? You on SoundCloud? Or you on?
I'm on SoundCloud. Nothing is up there yet, but we've streamed to episodes like we are doing here through StreamYard. So we are on YouTube and also Facebook as well. So that's the best way to do it. You could also follow the account on Twitter and Instagram as well. So it's youtube.com/C/The O'Halorant. And then on Facebook, facebook.com/The O'Halorant. It's pretty much my last name with the last letter T on it. Pretty simple way to remember.
All right, very cool. Jen, Roland, Tommy, is there places? I mean, Jen, I know they can. I don't know. Is the broom closet still open?
I've actually closed down my online store. I'm not selling too much right now. So basically, if I'm not taking commissions, but if you see something that I am doing that you like, then by all means contact me and reach out. But no, I've been going on the Artist Alley shopping network on Sundays 5 to 7, and there I can sell books and whatnot. But for the most part, for my originals, my price tag's too high, and prints are just a B to ship. So
you can cuss on here. We just don't doesn't matter anymore.
Well, I'm not trying to be nice, but no. If someone really wants something, then by all means, I will find a way to get it to you. But for me right now, I'm not really selling unless someone's like, I just need to have it. Like apparently, these little mini mermaids, people are like, I want them so bad. But I plan on putting them in little frames and then selling them. But no, I'm not really.
$200 frames.
Yeah, $200 frames.
The art is free. You're just selling the frames.
They're like, no, I could go to the store and get my own, but no, I haven't.
Well, Brian, one other thing too, I had for you, Brian, too. So I don't know if you Kevin recently announced that the Clerks 2 finally is he's worked on the scripts for. I mean, Clerks 2, Mallrats 2.
All right.
And he's been working throughout all this stuff. He's been working on through this pandemic, and I kind of wanted. I think maybe next time we do something like this later on after this, Jeremy just lives right up the road. Maybe get you and Jeremy on, and once y'all can talk a little bit about what's going on, maybe get y'all on and try to do something with that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I haven't seen any of the script. I don't even know if I'm involved in the new Mallrats movie. I'd love to be. I know he's
you
also,
have to be.
You would think that you got to have Gil Hicks, right? You can't pass up this motley crew of people.
Yeah, but I mean, other than Kevin and Jay, you are the staple in every one of the movies. So.
Well, at least one of the Kevin Smith movies that people go see. People enjoy me in them. That's for sure.
Right.
So.
Well, and you're little. Not a lot of people. Hopefully, more people will look at it now. But you as Dracula was brilliant.
Yeah, we had fun. That was a fun time doing Monsters Anonymous, written, directed by Jeremy, and we had a fun time down there in the Mississippi area, which was a lot of fun. and the great cast that he got from a lot of locals, a lot of his students that he had worked with. We had a blast. I know they were thinking about doing a sequel to it, so if we get that up and running, that'd be fun to do. We'll see.
Yeah, it was a really cool, fun short. I love that. That was a blast to watch.
Yeah, it was something that I even said to Jeremy, like, man, this could be an episodic web series where
exactly.
you do one every month or one every couple of months, and I know he was digging that idea. So if we ever get that going, that'd be great to do.
Yeah, but you could do a little bit less on the production value or everything, just to make it, like I said, a web series. So it doesn't cost so much to make, and just enjoy and have fun with it. Then Clem or James already played a demon. We can bring him over and let him play a demon in it too.
Yeah, whatever works.
Absolutely.
And then hopefully later on we're going to have Jason supposed to be just stopping by the store here, so we'll have him on in a little while too.
Oh, really cool.
That'd be awesome.
So, all right, Roland.
I found pictures. Like
okay.
I have this. I'm not as fancy as Brian. I don't know how to get stuff to show on my screen. I only work in the video game industry and have no idea how computers work. So it's cool. That's one, and then I also have this one with the the other James, that other dude. He played a character, I guess. And then I also found some of these.
Actually, we have a couple of those, and we still have the variant cover.
I have one or two of the variant covers, but I'm keeping
I've got about 10 left. Matter of fact, y'all talk on show. I'll go get the other ones so you can see the variant cover that we did for this thing. 1 second.
Yeah, so that was a independent little comic we did for Wizard World New Orleans, like in 2012. Steve Scott did the covers for it. I wrote the script, and why am I blanking on his?
Mitch Bird did the interior.
Mitch Bird, thank you. I was trying to get that in my head.
Here's the variant for it.
Yep, that's the variant that they surprised me with a giant 24 by 32 poster. When I walked into the shop, that's what greeted me, which was funny because that's just what I had seen in the hotel before I came over.
Nothing like mirrors in the bathroom, right?
Yep.
Speaking of which, there's Steven right there.
Who's there? How do we talk? How do we I don't know how to chat with. I'm an idiot. I don't know how to chat with people. How does these damn computers?
You just talk
that our generation invented and made popular. How do I can't. I don't know how to. How do I? Do I just go hi?
Well, one of those. That's
I don't know what just happened.
Chat. That's private chat. You have to go into the comments.
Where's the comments? Live.
You got to jump over to
Oh.
the Facebook stream of it, and then you can talk to him over there.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep. Now, if this was Pornhub, I'd be all hooked up. But this is. I don't know how this stuff works.
That platform.
I got no clue how this stuff works.
And for anybody who's never read it, James actually wrote a wonderful set of articles. The Confessions of a B-list celebrity.
Farther down, way farther down that list.
Where he actually becomes very real on some of his experiences, and it's quite comical, sad, desperate.
Poignant. I like the word poignant. I don't want to
poignant
say
work.
It's
and
poignant.
But it completely. It gets a little. It's just brutally honest on some of the things, and if you haven't had a chance to read them, I think you did. I think like 7 of them.
I did 7 or 8 of them. They're not available anymore online.
Oh no!
Unfortunately, when Live Nation went, it's not hosted anywhere now. I have all the articles. I just don't. I haven't had another place to. I'm lazy, and I had a website of my own, and then I didn't renew the website name, so I don't have that anymore. So there's no hosting for them anymore. I would love to put them all back up, but they're just not online anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, they were. I called them Confessions of a G-list Celebrity, and it was just tales of my sordid adventures in Los Angeles, and delving into the people I met and the things I did and the bad crap I did, because LA is a town of temptation.
And you weren't charged.
How do you?
Roland, I'm going to bring you out for a little
comments.
bit. We got Alex Savick wanting to come in. I just want to. I'll bring you back in a little bit.
Just reply to them vocally.
Where? Oh, just reply vocally.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Sure.
You don't have to see me. I can just.
There you go, Alex.
Nobody
Okay,
wants.
there we go.
Me. I just want to let you know. Hi, everybody. How's it going?
Everybody out to welcome Alex Savick. Alex is the longtime artist for basically the comic, or the news strips for the Spider-Man comic book. He's been doing it forever. He's been working for Marvel Comics, DC Comics, quite a few of them for quite a long time now. I don't want to go too far with it.
Yeah, no, that'll take a lot more time than it should. But at any rate, so who's? Well, I see Jen's hand now. And somebody else must have left the. Very good.
Here, start doing puppets.
Somebody else left the screen. So who's?
Yeah,
who's
we can only allow 6 in here. That was Roland Paris. He'd been in here for quite a while, and we're going to bring him back later.
Okay,
then,
hey Roland, I'm really sorry they cut you out. I had nothing to do with it.
And
we were tired of
him
him anyway. It's all right.
We have next to you. We have James Leary, who played Clem on the Buffy the Vampire Slayer series.
Oh, cool.
Then you have Brian O'Halloran in the top right, who played Dante Hicks and everything, or not Dante Hicks, Gil, on basically every View Askew universe movie that counted, according to him. And then there we go. And then Thomas Flormonte, who is one of the owners of Kablam Digital Printing down in Florida.
Oh, where in Florida, Tom?
Orlando, the Orlando
okay.
area. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the Daytona Beach area, so
Yeah,
not too far away.
No, we've met. You just don't remember me, but we've met.
I think maybe you look differently, and it wasn't a wide angle lens. I don't know.
Whoa!
You saw more than just a little headshot.
We have 2 people from Florida who are staying indoors voluntarily.
No. This is over. I'm jumping on my mountain bike.
I thought y'all are allowed to get out and sunbathe and do all sorts of shit.
We are. As soon as this is over,
I have a rule.
Actually,
I can go out.
You have 3 Floridians in here.
I go to the mailbox.
Jacksonville.
I actually can go play golf because everybody has a separate cart. You're outdoors, so I bring my.
Hold on. White person problem alert.
Nah.
I can't get to my golf because I have to drive a cart because my knee's bad from the sitting down and drawing and stuff, and so now I gotta ride a cart, and then but otherwise things are shitting good. It's Florida. You guys have met.
Brian's had his coffee now.
No, I don't drink coffee. Don't drink coffee.
I just had lunch.
Yeah. I was just weird, like if you're in Georgia, if you're in Florida, pretty much if you're south of Delaware, shit's free. It's a free for all. I'm hearing.
Pretty much.
I'm staying away from any free for alls. I mean, they opened up some restaurants down here, from what I understand, yesterday, and I'm not going anywhere near that stuff. Forget about it.
High five, Alex. Me neither.
No freaking way. I mean, I still do a takeout thing. So
Absolutely.
if you want to come to the window and hand me a pizza or whatever the heck it is, but sitting inside or even nobody follows this stuff. I went to BJ's the other day just to buy some, some cold cuts and whatever, and they got a line there drawn on the, taped on the floor for your social distance from the counter and arrows as to where you're supposed to be standing. And these people, they just encroach without masks on. And you turn around, you look at them, and I'm thinking, I better move because I'm not saying anything because somebody will spit on me. Okay? That's basically what happens down here.
And then shoot you.
People, they what?
And then shoot you.
Oh, well, they spit on you, and then they hightail out of there before you can call 911.
Is that really happening?
That happened. That's happening.
Yeah.
So you have to be really, really careful who you're opening your mouth to, even though they can't see your mouth, because I have my mask on.
Wait, are we talking about my porn channel again? Porno thing? No.
A porn channel? No,
sorry, I got confused.
I don't know if porn works from 6 feet away.
Sorry.
Does porn work 6 feet away? I mean, how does that,
It depends on how good you are.
Depends on. Jeez. Okay, never mind. Let's
like a
that.
camel.
No, but I'm with you. I'm going to wait for Georgia and the Mississippi states to let everybody go eat inside, and we'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks.
Well, I'm in Austin, so everybody just opened up here in Texas yesterday.
I don't
we'll see how it goes. I don't either.
I'm gonna, I'll do like Alex said.
I can understand the viewpoint of those people who unfortunately have to live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah,
they need to work. You know, this whole stimulus stuff that's going on where they haven't gotten their checks yet, or God forbid they're going on unemployment. They can't get onto the website because it's so damn busy.
Not Florida.
Crashes all the time. So these people that are expecting an unemployment check plus the $600 a week that they're saying they're going to get from the government, that every week, that's what they wanted. That's what they're saying. They're touting, but nobody's getting any checks. So these people now are being interviewed, and they're going, "Hey, I'm going to get kicked out of my apartment or my house because my landlord says, hey, look, I still got to keep running things. I can't cut you any slack." So now, if they don't pay, well, he's not getting paid either. So why doesn't he just cut the people some slack? You know what I'm saying? But hey, to each his own.
No, our landlord here actually is really good.
I got my letter that I was getting a check, and it's funny that because I got the letter in the mail.
I got my census.
I got my letter signed by the president in the mail.
You're talking about your stimulus. We got our stimulus check.
My son,
the very first day that they came out.
Filed his taxes back in February, and I think they said, on April 15th or 18th or something, they're going to send stimulus checks. He got a direct deposit of his $1,200 right away, and then yesterday. He got a check. He got a letter. I'm seeing the letter. It says from the IRS. I'm going, oh, wow. Let Dan open this. I don't want to open that letter from the IRS. Turns out it was the letter from Donald Trump that looked like it came from a fuzzy Xerox machine. It looked really bad. I mean, they're using bad paper. The ink is kind of fuzzy, and I'm thinking.
I love that us artists are like, you're using bad paper.
And a crappy pen.
This is rough. This is bad paper. It has too much tooth on it. I don't like it. I want glossy paper.
I don't even think it's 20. I don't even think it's 20-pound stock. It must be 12-pound stock.
That's clearly not signed with a Copic marker.
No.
I am
branded Sharpies. I think is what I looked up one time.
I am so sorry I steered the questions to this because all it was 3 Florida people. Why are you indoors? And then it went on this tyrant. I'm sorry. Back to comics.
Oh, I just came back from being outside. I had to walk my dog.
You wanted the O'Halloran? You've got the O'Halloran.
I'll be playing golf tomorrow morning. It's good here, but I don't venture away from my little area. You have that full sense of security here in Florida. When you go outside and you see the trees and the sunshine, you go, gosh, really, how bad can it be? It shouldn't be bad, but it is. And so you just have to respect the fact that when you're driving through some of the roads and you realize, damn, it's like a ghost town out there. Some people are actually staying home, and the roads that used to be clogged with traffic, you can just kind of whiz by right now, which is a great thing if you're just going from point A to point B.
See, this is the reason that Wizards held a big staff, because it's about 6 feet if they actually move that staff between them. So, and they're old, so they need that distance.
Wizards have a lot of pre-existing conditions. So.
Exactly. Thus, the stick is at least 6 feet tall.
The Orlando roads around here, they've over the past 2 weeks have picked up. It's almost back to seeming like what it was before all this started. People on the roads, anyway.
Well, funny enough, when this first started, I put out a tweet and I said, just a thought, hear me out. Isn't this the perfect time for the Department of Transportation all over the country to do all the repairs that these roads need? And then people were on me like, oh, like what? So they're immune from the disease? I'm like, have you seen the guys that work on the road? They're barely next to each other. They're all drinking coffee for the most part. No offense to the guys who do it. I know it's a tough job.
Plenty of UV.
Plenty of UV light to kill any germs. Plus, they're dealing in hot tar, which the fumes from that alone, it's giving you cancer.
They're breathing that, and it's killing anything in their lungs.
The cancer that they're going to get eventually has nothing to do with COVID. So it would have been a perfect time to just pave everything, repair all the bridges. That was just my 3 cents
Yeah,
on
no,
it.
you know what? You're absolutely right. I think the fumes from the tar probably have, eroded some of their brain cells, so they're really unaware of what's going on. That's probably.
By the way,
Maybe Trump should look into that as a cure.
Big
instead
shout.
of,
But really,
bleaching.
much love to all the guys who do that work. I've no,
hey,
because
you know
I mean,
what?
yeah,
it's
When I think about how blessed I am to be working indoors my entire life. When I lived in New York and Long Island, people said, "What? You're moving to Florida? It's so freaking hot down there." And I said, "They got central air conditioning, which I can't afford up here in Long Island. So my whole house will be cool, and I don't have to leave it unless."
Where island are you from?
Well, let's see. I would
where
say just outside the Queens line. Lived in a place called Floral Park.
As a kid, I grew up in Bayport.
Oh, Bayport. I think Billy
That's
Tucci
way-
still lives.
was
Billy
way out
Tucci
there.
still lives in Bayport, all the way out there.
This
Yeah.
was like in the 70s when it wasn't that expensive.
I know.
All
I
right,
was
hey,
talking. It's
actually,
funny
guys,
because
I'm going to
down-
sign off for a bit. I'm going to come back in maybe like an hour and a half.
Later on, James.
If that's
Yeah,
cool,
make sure
but I want to let if anybody else is waiting, I want to let them come in. But
it's funny.
Good to
back
see everybody.
In,
Bye-bye. Nice talking to you.
You too.
All right, we'll catch you later. Real estate down here in Florida is, you can get a really nice house for less than 300,000, somewhere between, let's say, around 250. You can buy still a really nice house. I talked to a friend of mine, one of my best friends from high school that I'm still in touch with, and he was talking about how his dad is now in an assisted living place, and he just went in right before the virus thing hit. And now, of course, he's locked away, so he can't even get out of there, and they can't even visit him. But thankfully, even though he's 90, I think he's 91 or 92, he knows how to use, he's got a laptop. He knows how to use it, so they do FaceTime the whole bit, which is great. And he was talking about, his dad, they're probably going to have to sell his dad's house, because his retirement funds and savings and all that stuff to pay for the assisted living will probably run out in about another year and a half. So I said, really? He goes, yeah, so we're going through it right now. And I remember his dad's house, where he used to live. It was a tiny house. Maybe 1,200 square feet or whatever, with 2 stories and a basement, whatever. But the fact is, you had a finished basement. So it was a narrow house. It wasn't that deep. And he goes, yeah, we should be able to get maybe 600,000 for it. And I'm thinking, whoa, 600,000 down here in Florida would buy you either a tremendous mansion or 2 freaking unbelievable looking houses, But hey, it is what it is. So, anyway, let's talk comics. What's going on? What's going on? I think this was supposed to be me linking into a comic thing, and we're not talking politics. We're talking the State of the Union. Okay, so what's everybody doing? Anybody out there doing comic books related stuff?
Well, actually, we should have some other people coming in later on, like Scott Collins is coming in, Jeff Johnson. But a lot of them are saying they're finishing up work. But I know
I just finished a cover yesterday.
I can't. Yeah, Jen did. Yeah. I can't draw a stick figure, but I'm lucky enough to have my job at the fire department, which has kind of kept me paid through all this and kind of helped out paying bills here at the shop. And we're not hurting or anything, but we just wanted to. That's the kind of reason why I wanted to do this, though, was because something to get back to the fans, but also give something back to some of the guests who like going around doing conventions and seeing their fans and talking with them, and people be able to get autographs and stuff like that. So we kind of put this together, as I told them earlier. We kind of put this together in about 12 hours and just have something, because normally today is Free Comic Book Day, and Free Comic Book Day is Christmas for geeks. You can't go wrong with
It is true. I feel like I'm doing my kids' homeschool and they raise their hand in the chat. That's what I have to do to say something.
How's that going with the homeschooling, Jen?
I hate it.
I'm sure it can't be fun.
I am
Welcome to my life.
I have no patience. I have no patience for my kids. So, no, I was going to say I just finished a cover for my friend Sora, and she's going to be doing a Kickstarter campaign for Carnal Confessions, book number 2.
So, Carnal Confessions.
Yes, it's very sultry. It's a whole novel, really, really fun stuff. But I did a variant cover.
Oh, okay.
Yay! So I just wanted to give that shout out. Please continue.
And
yeah,
I jumped back in.
Hi, Roland. How you doing?
Doing good, great, Alex. How are you?
Hey.
Sorry.
Actually, on my end here, when I control everything, I can see we can allow up to 10 people in the broadcast studio, and I can see them down the
Green
I
room
actually
area,
have to
kind of.
technology. Honestly, if you for step in the future, if anybody wants to do stuff like this is a wonderful technology. I'm guessing, Brian, this is what you use when you're doing yours as well.
Yeah, I also utilize StreamYard as well, and it's great because you can highlight people's questions, and as you can see, it pops up below. That's really good. They so far in the 2-3 weeks that I've been using it, it's been really, really good.
You find that it's better than Zoom?
Well, it's limited in a sense that, like he says, you can only have 6 people on the live broadcast at a time, as opposed to Zoom, which you could have a lot of people. But with the more people that you bring on, as you can see here, sometimes we're overlapping each other with what we want to say.
6 is probably too many.
Yeah, so once you get above 6 in general, it's like herding a bag of wet cats in Florida.
Yeah, how tough is it to work on the strip? From David Bain. How tough is it to work on a strip format as opposed to comic pages? Hi, Dave. I know I can't see you, but is he in on the thing, right? The conversation, right?
I can see you. Yeah.
Okay. Versus comic book pages. Well, grids out there, even whether it was DC or even Marvel, particularly. You look at those early Marvel comics, and Jack Kirby was. Then you'd have the 9-panel grids, and so in that format, you're basically limited to you could just go ahead and say, you know what, I'm not going to worry about panel sizes. I'm just going to draw a 6-panel grid, draw whatever I have to do in there. And when you look at some of the great artwork from the past, you realize that it's really not the panel size or shape that makes the difference in your composition. It's really just what you're putting into those panels. Now, sure, you'd like to have the freedom and the opportunity to be able to, let's say if Spider-Man is walking up the side of a building, it's great to have a vertical panel where you could force perspective of, with the behind the butt shot there going up, or the reverse, having a long enough panel where you see him from the front and you do a perspective going the reverse way. That's kind of cool. And sometimes just for the sake of giving you some elbow room for action, you'd like to have maybe a little bit more horizontal space or vertical space. Or in comic books, you can do a splash panel. And as long as you're telling the story and moving the rest of this time ago, that at least for the Spider-Man strip, they don't always print it in a horizontal fashion. 3 panels on top, 3 panels on bottom. The way maybe I can recall seeing Sunday strips when I was a little kid, or even as I was getting older. Sometimes you get a place, I forget what newspaper it was, where they stack the panels. So the panels always have to have a very, pretty much the same shape and size. And even sometimes, as much as that format seems to be uniform, I think I had a friend of mine in, that's really cute. That's really cute, Jen. I really like that. I had a friend of mine in Houston where the strip was in the Houston Chronicle. And he
wanted to bring him full screen,
but they just kind of flattened it, and so because they needed that. Oh, that's pretty cool.
He's doing digital inks.
Very nice. So they flattened it, so they maintained their horizontal format, but each panel was, let's say, if the panel was supposed to be 3 inches tall, they scored 2 1/4, and everybody looked all squeezed and.
Oh, it's horrible.
It was terrible. The lettering stayed the same, but the artwork, somehow they manipulated the artwork to kind of squeeze it down because they wanted to get that one extra strip in or whatever over the course of the page.
Well, actually, you had the pleasure of having. I know Brian worked with him as well briefly, but you both had the pleasure of working with Stan Lee, because Stan Lee was the writer on that comic strip series for pretty much as long as you've been doing it. What?
Well, actually, the way it worked, now that Stan is gone, may he rest in peace. Stan was writing the strip just about up until I started it in 1997. I think he was still writing it for maybe a year into my tenure. And then I know that he started getting some ghost writers in. And no Johnny Blazes, just ghost writers.
Actual ghost writer.
the first one, from what that I recall, would have been Jim Salicrup, because after he had left his, being an editor at Marvel, and he was doing some editing at Topps, I think he went out to California to work with Stan Lee in his company. And so he wrote it for about a year and a half, and then he gave up the reins around the year 2000 to Roy Thomas. So Roy Thomas had been writing the strip from 2000 all the way till it finally ended, where Stan was pretty much doing editing up until he got afflicted with macular degeneration, and then he couldn't really read the type anymore. I remember getting an email from Stan where he said, the worst part about this eyesight thing is that I can't read comics, I can't read books. It's getting weird. It's weird trying to watch a movie or something. He says it really stinks. And so obviously, I think they might have had some verbal discussions about editing, but for the most part, Roy was writing it, and Roy, the really good writers, I don't know what happened. Hello, kind of. Oh, there.
We're here.
Yeah, the really good writers, those guys. Just like inkers can mimic other inkers, and we as pencilers can mimic other guys. Writers can imitate or try to imitate, the cadences and rhythms of other writers. So Roy, having been basically under the auspices of Stan since he was, probably in his late teens, early 20s, he knew what Stan's style was all about. So he could write in that fashion, and Stan would usually go in and maybe make it sound even more like Stan, or the way he would have wanted to write a line or something like that. So, yeah, I've been working with Roy and Stan pretty much for, I'd say, the 18 years, and then I was on the strip for 22. So,
wow. Oh, cool. Just to let you know, Brian, I texted Jeremy to let him know that you were on, and he's at Lowe's buying wood. I'm not sure what that means, but
He's got honeydews.
I was gonna pop out here soon anyway, and then if you want to just message me through Messenger that you guys are back together on, and I can jump back on.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for stopping by, dude. Really,
No,
really.
not at all, not at all. I'm a big fan of you guys down there, and I know I'm a big fan of Pensacon as well. So for you two guys to reach out, it was not a problem at all. Hopefully, I'll be down in that area soon. I have a good friend down there, Tom, who lives in
I know Tom very well.
Springs, right? So hopefully I can go down there and see you guys when I'm down there again.
Is that a real copy of Amazing Fantasy on the wall?
No. You jumped on later when I had already said it. These are just 11x17 prints of the covers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have a whole bunch of these things. The one thing that is real, that I hosted the roast of Stan Lee a couple of years ago, and that poster is pretty much the only thing that I have of Stan Lee's that's signed. And then below it is the photo of all of us on the dais, which was myself, Michael Rooker, Sean Gunn, Maurice LaMarche, Rob Paulson, Ming Chen, Marilyn Gigliotti, and Ming-Na Wen. And it was a hilarious night. It was a New Year's Eve weekend of 17 into 18, I think it was, and it was Dallas at a convention called Marvelous Comic-Con that went broke the second day in.
You mentioned the last person you mentioned was Ming-Na Wen, and not that I ever met her, but a good friend of mine, J.C. Vaughn, also writer, etc. He went to high school with her.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, so he's been, he's known her for a long time, and they still obviously very close friends and stuff. But it's kind of fun when you hear that there are a bunch of celebrities out there that are real people, and they don't let it go to their heads. See, one of the first things that I usually like to do when I get into a car pickup from an airport at a convention, and there's a celebrity, a TV celebrity, let's say, sitting next to me, somehow the conversation always goes to, so who are the crappiest people you ever get to work with? I'm always curious about those people. The divas, male and female divas out there.
Right.
And you go, really? They do that? Holy mackerel. You just,
the problem is if you don't have one of those stories, that means you are the diva.
True.
They're talking about you.
Just
for example, they'll say that, Will Smith is one of the nicest guys in show business. He's always out there for all the people. And then on the other side, you got somebody like Ashley Judd, who is, a real prima donna and just makes life kind of miserable for the people around her. So, hey, I don't know either of those two people I just mentioned, but you know, if you hear stuff like that, you just go, okay, well, if I ever see them across the room, I'm not going to go up to them and say, hey, you know what? I've enjoyed your work over the years. So otherwise, this way you don't have to either say, oh, well, thank you, or, you know, throw a glass of water in my face.
Well, what
So-
you just did is what the kids today now call as spilling tea. You were spilling tea on certain slabs. I personally enjoy my tea, so I don't like to spill tea on people.
Right.
The people who are douches know they're douches, and they eventually get their own. So
Brian's just sipping that tea, not spilling it, just sipping it.
Yeah, I literally just live by the one golden rule: do unto others as you want done to yourself, and that's it, man. Like
You're
I'm
still working in the
really.
industry too, though. So you're like,
hey, you know what? If
in all
somebody's
honesty,
gonna- if
I've
somebody's
known a
gonna
lot of these
diss
guys
me
for
or
a while.
something, and I'm walking past, and they're gonna diss me, then I'll just make sure I have this little like tiny bottle or vial of apple cider vinegar, and I'll just dump it into their tea, and then see what kind of a facial reaction we get as we walk away and look back.
So,
You ever try to drink
be honest,
Avoid Alex.
with dealing with a lot of these guys before, I mean, I met Brian quite a while back, and a lot of the people from the Kevin Smith University of USQ stuff. And to be honest, there has not been a single one out of that entire group that has not been humble, down to earth,
thank
easy approach, very, very. They're not full of themselves at all. And like I said, I'm doing the convention circuit and the shop and everything else. I got to meet some people that are complete douchebags, and but I have to say the entire cast of that Kevin Smith has put together through the VSQ stuff, your entire cast has been phenomenal each and every time I've met them.
Thank you.
I'm a full
I
tilt
appreciate
diva.
that.
Everybody who knows me, meets me, knows that I'm a full tilt diva.
A full tilt?
Yeah,
you
full
look,
tilt.
you look straight up right now. I'd say you're not tilted at all.
Well, I'm not tilted, but if I was in that room with you, I'd be, messing with your tea.
Oh, you just had that little head. I can never do that. Somehow if I try to do that, I have to go see a chiropractor, and they're closed right now. So I'm going to cry.
Right? Yeah, they go to my chiropractor.
Well, I'm gonna go make myself a cup of tea. But we'll catch you a little bit later.
Okay.
Nice seeing you guys.
Brian.
All right, so long.
Stay safe there in Florida.
You too.
All right, and there we are.
Now,
come in, or wait on somebody else to come in. I
I'm
can
going to
bring
have to
some of the
leave the
things Tommy's working
studio
on.
for about 15 minutes, and then I'll be back in a little bit. Okay?
Yeah, you can come and go as you please. I know Mike Grell's coming back on a little bit later.
Oh, cool.
We had a couple other ones coming in. Trying to even remember who they are anymore. But yeah, so we've got more people coming in.
All right. I'll
Yeah, the
see I'll catch you
Gregories are
guys
gonna be in
later.
there in a
Take care
little
now. Bye-bye.
All right, take care, Alex.
Hey, Tommy, what are you inking?
This is
I can bring it up here.
a secret project that I can't talk too much about still, but it's based off of a card game. It's called Trumps, but it doesn't have anything to do with the president. It's based off a card game.
Who's the penciler?
The guy's name is Alex something or another that has
yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Is
very
that
very, very Bart Searsy kind of looking a little bit from here and there.
It kind of reminded me of Paul
clean.
Pillman.
Oh, so you're Andy Smith?
No, not even.
Okay.
No, no, but it's based off of a deck of cards. Basically, it's kind of like a sci-fi kind of where the cards are just the suits of the cards they're all fighting against each other and kind of thing. I don't know. I'm just thinking it.
No, it kind of at least what you're doing to it kind of looks like Paul Pelletier stuff.
A little bit.
Yeah, I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
looks good.
Yeah, I'm digging it. It's pretty good. Now there's a 4-part story, but this first part's done by one guy, and then the other 3 parts are by somebody else. But the other guy, because I'm inking it, they want me to kind of ink it the same, I guess. So I'm going to try to kind of keep it consistent all the way through.
Yeah, the old, hey, can you make this guy look like this other guy?
No, they don't want that so much, but they want it just to stay clean. I've always been kind of a clean inker kind of guy, so they want me to keep it kind of clean all the way through.
How do you feel about doing digital inks?
Oh no, you know what? I love working on my iPad. This thing is so great. But I'm doing a few. This is going to be kickstarted, so I'm doing a bunch of pages on paper, so that way they can use them as rewards and stuff. And I have found that because I'm jumping back and forth, I'm finding that I just don't like inking on paper anymore. I'd love more inking on the iPad than I do the paper.
Really?
Yeah, I really do. Yeah, it's
to me, I can't do it just because there's no physical page to sell.
No, so, I know. That's the in the end, that's the truth. But you know, I can sit. I say I've always been when I'm throughout my career of inking and stuff. I've always tried to ink. I never tried to go in another room so my wife won't be mad. You know, so I'm always inking in the room. You know, where we're watching TV and stuff. And so now I can do it on the iPad. I can ink wherever I want, you know, if it's in the car, or if it's at the doctor's office, if it's
activities.
So I can do what?
I was movie quoting, my bad.
Oh, yeah, no, but yeah, you're right. So there is no physical something to sell anymore. So so like I was saying, the ones that I'm doing on paper are just so that they can have reward level giveaways kind of stuff. And then of course I'm inking some so the penciler can have some pages too, you know, because otherwise it's all just digital. But as far as inking goes, I think my digital inks are looking really. I'm liking them a lot. I'm getting all the same. You know, I can make it look like a brush. I can make it look like quill. You know, I can you know, of course all the tech pen stuff and you know and then that, you know, like when you're, as you know, when you're inking and you need to get a big long stroke and stuff, and you're worried about crossing over figures and things. Now you can just do another layer and then get that big long smooth stroke all the way through the, you know, the background or whatever, and then just white out what you just erase it.
No, I'm kind of curious. So Steven's daughter Lily was telling me, I guess there's a almost like a protective sheet you can put over the iPad where it actually feels rough, like it's when you're bending, it feels like you're on paper.
Yeah, otherwise it's plastic on glass if you're just using the pencil and the, you know, the pen. But yeah, I've got a matte screen protector, not to keep it from breaking or anything, just to give it a little tooth, you know, so that way, so it feels like paper almost, but you know, you know,
everybody has their preference. If that's what you prefer and it's easier for you, then I'd say go for it and enjoy it. It's just for me.
I've got nothing against it. Just for me, it's.
I'm the same. Traditional.
It's a foreign thing. There's no physical product to sell afterwards, so
it just
kind of
weird.
Cuts the income in for me. So.
Well, I'm hoping I sell the books.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, you do have the ability of like actually printing your own books and selling them. So I guess that's the bonus too. So
yeah. Now, if somebody wants a commission or anything like that, of course I'm going to do it on paper. You know, but as far as these comic pages and stuff going, it's just so much easier for me just to do it digitally. You know, I can just take my iPad wherever I want and just, you know, knock it out. I'm getting so much more done this way. Well, and then, you know, being that we're still, you know, most of my life is printing other people's stuff at Kablam. You know, having time to actually do my own projects is, you know, very small amount of time. So making it easier for me, you know, this iPad it's made it so I can still do stuff. Otherwise, I don't have enough time with all the Kablam stuff. It's just I mean, of course, now with all of the virus and everything, and you know, everything is slowed down. But up until this, you know, you know, I used to be able to, you know, back when I was working full time doing comics, you know, I was able to do 2 or 3 pages of inks a day, and you know, if I could do 2 or 3 pages a month for the amount of time I have, is just I haven't been able to do it. So so this makes it so much easier for me to get work done.
Gotcha.
Because I still want to do it. Yeah.
Well, Tommy Catherine says she's got a nice looking Morpheus piece from you that proves you also love paper.
Oh, yeah, I still. I mean, I still got all my stuff. See, it's over here, all my stuff. Now, I don't have any India ink. I don't use India ink on stuff anymore. I'm sure you do, Roland, but I haven't picked up a real brush. I still just use all the fake brush, fake,
Yeah.
disposable pens and stuff.
When I ink still, it's still brush and ink, and I've been using a Japanese ink called Sumi, SUMI.
I love that ink.
Absolutely love it.
That ink is awesome.
It's a nice solid black, but it's got a lot less alcohol in it, so it doesn't dry up and clump up as quickly.
Yeah, but you can't drink it.
Well,
Phil.
yeah, ink spilling in my suitcase or whatever,
Mhm.
So at shows, I just do commissions with pens, but when I do stuff at home, I still use it.
You can be like Stephen Butler and just grab whatever you can. I can't tell you how many times I've seen him doing commissions and he breaks out the scented markers.
Yeah.
Why not?
Ballpoint pen.
Well, remember when we were at Pensacon this year when I was doing the commissions and I was just like playing with color crayons that I keep in my purse?
Yes.
For the
Yeah.
kids?
Yeah, so I was just sitting there with Crayola. So I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing if you're using what you got, but
yeah,
taking inks to a show is definitely can get messy quick, and it's more hassle.
Yep.
Well, kind of like I said when I was doing, working for Marvel and Malibu and all those guys, I was, of course, using the real ink and all that kind of stuff. You don't know how many sofas I've ruined because I was sitting in the living room, watching TV with Renee, and then you turn sideways and you knock the ink on the sofa and you go, oh shit. So I hope she doesn't see that.
Yeah.
Throw a pillow. What? No, I just like it there. It's beautiful.
No, I still got all my stuff somewhere.
That's why you
I still got all my brushes and all my quills and all that kind of stuff stored away somewhere. But I still, what do I use now? Just these zebra pens. Have you seen these? They have a nice little brush felt zebra. It's all kind of different stuff to do, commissions and things.
Leanna's a gopher, so if I need a drink, Jalen, water, Jalen.
What?
What are you talking about?
Now, water now.
I'm going to bail out too.
But now,
but if anybody, I'm kind of not hurting for work right now. I got my day job and all stuff like that. I work as a graphic designer. And I got a bunch of commissions lined up. So I've got stuff to do. But if anybody wants anything and they're patient enough to wait a little longer, to maybe later in the year, a couple of months from now, they could just message me on Facebook and, hit me up, get my prices, figure out what they want, and we could go from there. But, it'll be a little while, but if they're patient, I can do it. So,
and I'll tell you that I'm still in love with that poison ivy piece you did. That was just
thank you,
absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, that was a full painting too. So it was a full. Every once in a while, I do break out the paints and do stuff, but typical commissions is just black and white, line drawings, inked. So, but if people are interested and even want to see samples and stuff like that, I could show them a various degree of
different
here's
stuff.
a really cool detailed stuff. Here's a basic con sketch.
Well, that's what I love about when Mark was here, when Tex was here, he was like somebody would come and ask him, was like, well, how much do you want to spend? And they would tell him, he's like, all right, I can do you a piece for that price. I mean, and he would do it according to what their budget was.
Exactly. Yep.
Roland, Tony's asking, have you ever eaten ostrich before? I'm sure there's an inside joke to this somewhere.
Yeah, it is. It's an inside joke.
Sadly, I love the heavy sigh.
I have not had the ostrich yet. So the whole story behind that, we were at a Southern Geek Fest in Hattiesburg. And after, I think it was Saturday night, we all went out. There's a bunch of us went out to a restaurant that apparently has since closed. not because of all the stuff that's going on now, but just they shut down last year or something. And
Serving ostrich.
it was this great burger joint from what I heard, and they had all kinds of like exotic meat. And somebody told me that they had ostrich burgers and they were really good.
Hippo.
And we went and I ordered the ostrich burger and I asked them to put an egg on top because I wanted to have a mother-daughter combo.
Yes. Sorry, that is wrong.
Well, yeah.
But it was funny.
And so the waitress took my order, and I'm waiting. She comes back like 25 minutes later and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, we're out of ostrich meat." So I waited 25 minutes to be told, "No, you can't have your burger." So I got a bison burger, and I was a little perturbed just because I had to wait 25 minutes to be told, "No, we don't have that."
For them to look in the freezer to see that they don't have it.
Yeah, and then Tony and Brian and Elizabeth, just my phone buzzes and I look down and there's a text. They had sent me a photo of an ostrich, just to mess with my head and like, So that's why.
Next time order the pigeon.
Yeah, I'll order the pigeon. Yeah, I'm sure they could go out and grab one. But yeah, so yeah, that's the story behind the ostrich comment. So yeah, and the heavy sigh.
The heavy sigh, yes.
Heavy sigh. It was a big one too.
Yeah, it sounded like it hurt.
It did. I was extremely disappointed that I could not get the mother-daughter combo that night because bisons don't lay eggs.
I'm still just come on.
You got the father one though. Bye, son.
As far as
Ladies
I know,
and gentlemen,
oh, you can't see me. I'm dancing on a chair. My bad. Sorry.
Well, getting away from threesomes, Tommy, what? I don't know. I'm done. I'm out.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure where you're going with that.
Next segue.
You ready? You want to have Tommy alone by yourself?
That's
all right. Here we go. All right, here we go. Let's see. What about cheesecake? Oh, Pedro's back. Let's see if we can get him going now.
I have had cheesecake recently. So, yes. So the story behind that was at Pensacon 2 years ago. Went to dinner, and we're at McGuire's. And I had dinner, decided I wanted dessert, and ordered cheesecake, not realizing that McGuire's serves a 1 pound giant chunk of cheesecake.
What?
And it's enormous. It was
looks good too.
Don't need everything off. Let me turn everything off.
Probably a 2-stack. It was literally 1 pound of cheesecake, and the waiter brought it to me and it had 2 forks stuck in it. I'm like, what the hell? So I just started eating at it with both forks, or just so
sharing it for one.
After a steak and a baked potato and some salad and a couple of beers, and so I came close. But so yeah, that's the cheesecake story.
Well, everybody, welcome Pedro in here. Saga.
Hey, Pedro.
He decided to join us. Hopefully, it looks like it's doing pretty well now.
Well,
there he is.
Well, what are you working on, Pedro?
Brother, I can hear. Just talk.
I
just want to be there, man. I don't know. I don't hear nobody. I can hear nothing.
He can't hear us.
Everybody.
Let's talk bad about him.
I have to go. You guys gotta go help out with the kiddos. But
All right,
bye. Other stuff.
Man, you feel free to jump back in later if you want.
Sure.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
See y'all later.
Bye, Roland.
See?
You be good, man.
Bye,
Keep your
Tommy.
hands clean.
I'll try.
Don't touch your face. Don't touch your face. No. You're now you got it.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
isolated anyway, so I wash
2
my
weeks
hands.
now, you
before
got to
I
stay
talk.
inside. You can't leave the house because you gave
Yeah.
yourself the
Well, at least,
crud.
you know, like I said, I got my plague beard going, and you know, so I'm all right. But Scott, thank you so much, man. You rock.
Oh, definitely.
Love you.
Thank you for coming by, and feel free to stop by a little bit later if you want to.
All right. Talk to you later.
Take care.
Bye.
We can hear. We can hear him.
Pedro.
We can hear his markers.
Pedro.
Hey, man.
Oh, there he
he
is.
can
Yeah,
hear.
he yeah. What are you working on?
It looks like
Like
Thor.
Thor.
Old man Thor.
Yeah.
You missed it earlier, Pedro. We had a Power Ranger on here. We had.
Don't you talk to me like that, because man, I was struggling with the internet.
I know.
And
All right, I'm
I
going to
did a
tag
lot.
out too. I'll let Jason take over so I can eat and use it. Then
All
I can
right.
eat. I'll be right back in a while though.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me see. Get a pencil.
Pedro.
What's up?
Hey.
What's up, Tommy?
Hey, man.
Well, let Jenny and Barry know or come on in.
Now I can hear everybody.
I'll text them and tell them that they should come on now.
Pedro, is that my shredder as the Green Ranger?
Oh man! Wow, that was awesome, brother. That was awesome. Where is my pencil? Oh God, it's running out.
What is that, Thor?
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. I'm trying to get all the black down, and I'm running out of ink and Sharpie. So I'm looking for another thing to so I can use so I can use the real ink.
Did you see what Jalen got? Jalen, bring the thing.
Hey, Tommy. Hey, Tommy.
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
If you want, share your screen again. Since there's just us in here, we can bring your other then share the screen with no problem.
Oh, all right.
So you can actually work and talk at the same time.
Look, that's what Jalen got today, Pedro.
Yeah. Look. Oh wow, that's nice, baby Yoda.
Oh, that's so cute. Where'd you get that one?
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
was
get
watching
Renee
the-
one of those.
I got this.
They're at Walmart. Apparently they let them out today.
I'm going to Walmart.
Yep.
Cool.
Renee, come look.
Oh, Brian's coming back.
Hold it. Keep it up so she can see. Come see.
Hola, Pedro. How are you doing, my buddy?
Hold on.
Give him a second. He may not be able to hear you. Pedro.
No
You
worries.
in here, Brian?
Yeah, I'm in here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thomas, how have you been, man?
Pedro.
I am doing
Yeah,
so
here.
good. Hold on. Renee's
might not
going to
be able to
look
hear
at
you,
the
Brian. Go ahead
look what they got at
jump out
Walmart.
and jump back in.
Oh my gosh! That is so cute.
Wait.
I love it.
There's Renee. Wave to everybody, Renee.
Oh my gosh, I
They
love
said
it.
they were at Walmart.
Okay, well.
Maybe we'll swing by Walmart and try not to get the crud
How
while we
much?
go over there and get it.
Well, we were here, and my buddy posted online, and she saw it. She gasped. I'm like, okay, let's go run real quick and see if they have it. And we were trying to, keep our distance down the aisle.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, Jalen points out, "Daddy, there it is." I'm like, "Go get it." So she bypassed the people in front of us and snagged it.
Push people out of the way to go get a baby Yoda.
Back on, so Pedro can hear him.
And then we found two more up top. So I grabbed one from my classroom, and
yeah, we need to go. We need to go grab one of those. All right, I'm sharing the iPad screen. If can y'all see it?
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah.
that when we have like more than 3 people, I start to hear everybody like robots.
Like a robot.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
So
yeah,
Robot,
Monica
robot.
just finished doing
Robot,
a perler
robot.
art of Baby Yoda. Came out really cute.
Yeah, if you're just joining the stream, we're doing a virtual free comic book day. We've been doing this for about 4 hours now. We're gonna continue on for a couple more. We got a lot more guests popping up. And since today would have been free comic book day, this is just us, trying to keep it sort of normal. This is our guest list we would have had in the shop for you. A couple of guests that popped up. Earlier we had Alex Savick, we had Brian O'Halloran, James Leary, we had Brendan Maher from the Dino Charge Power Rangers. So, I mean, we had a lot of people pop in.
Jeffrey Moy, Roland Paris. I mean, you name them, we got them, right?
Brian LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Brian LeBlanc.
LeBlanc.
Yeah. Derek. Oh, that's right. Derek Donovan. Mortad, Mike Grill, genius.
I mean, it's been one of the awesomest virtual cons you probably will attend in a while.
Yeah, man. Thank you again so much. You guys are the best.
Well, this will probably be the way that we get to do cons for the next little bit for sure anyway, right?
That's to be determined, I guess.
Yeah. I guess MegaCon hasn't canceled their, they postponed it, right? And so they haven't canceled their postponement yet here in Orlando. So I don't know what the deal is. I don't see how they could do it, but they're still, selling tickets. So I guess they're still going to try to do something. I don't know.
Yeah, we were talking in one of our groups about exclusives. Some cons do exclusives, like Emerald City Comic Con's pretty big with Funkos and whatnot, and same with San Diego with action figures and Funkos. We're wondering if there's a warehouse with all these things just sitting there.
Yeah.
It's funny you mention that. I was at there was a Lego convention in New Orleans about 3 months ago, and I went ahead and took my little guy over there. And I ran into this 4 Lego figure action pack that was Avengers. And it was Thor, Iron Man, Black Widow, and Nick Fury, let's say. And it was $400. And I asked the girl, I said, why are these 4 Lego figures $400? And she says, well, they were originally made to be a Toys R Us exclusive for like $30. But Toys R Us had gone down, so they had to sell the overstock to Barnes and Noble. So apparently you could only buy these 4 figures at Barnes and Noble for nothing, but there was so little production on it and so little notoriety that of course these little Lego figures were 400 bones. So I think you're dead on that. There's a factory with all this stuff in it, warehouse.
Well, that's where shared like is usually when after a spring con or a summer con, they have the shared like the stuff you get at Best Buy or GameStop or Barnes and Noble. Those are the shared exclusives. They have different stickers than the actual convention one.
Right.
So I guess now when the shared exclusives came out for Emerald City, I guess that was as best you're going to get for it.
Right. Well, I mean, I can only imagine these companies, not just Emerald City, but SDCC. I mean, the amount of stuff that they have backlogged, because again, a convention exclusive for San Diego Comic-Con is, like a golden chalice, chalice and that kind of thing is something that you won't be able to find anywhere else.
Well, I know a lot of people who go to the con.
So, JQ, while we're drawing and talking and everything like that, why don't you have a bunch of collectibles at the shop that people might be interested in?
We got a lot of collectibles at the shop. I mean, we got statues. We got
right.
Scott was getting some of those Jim Shore statues, and those are really big at Pensacon this year. I mean, we took them on a whim. Like we said, hey, let's bring them, and that was our bread and butter. Were the Jim Shore Disney statues.
Nice. Does he still have that birthday box with all the Legion of Superheroes in it? Is it still at the shop?
Yes, it's still here.
That is so cool. And it's
it actually made it. It made it to a podcast. Who were we talking to, Scott? We were talking to
Mike Rowe.
No, it wasn't Mike Rowe. It was one of the Ming and Mike things we were doing.
Oh, right, yeah.
And
listen to him in the background.
Oh, he's eating. We got a DoorDash to bring lunch, so he's eating right now.
Nice. Well, it could also be in a podcast or live stream right now if it's laying around.
I gotta see. It's somewhere back there.
Where you at? Are you right there by the counter? Just grab something underneath the counter and put it in front of the camera.
I'm in front of the counter.
Right. Oh, okay.
There you go. What is that?
It's not for sale though.
No.
The
But talking about cool collectibles and things like that, show it off, man.
This is the Matty Collector Legion set, and as you see, Mike
Oh.
Grell, they didn't put Invisible Lad in there, so Invisible Kid. So Mike Grell actually drew it in there.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's a one of a kind, man. That's if I ever see that,
Chipped in.
you know, something happens like that's that's unsellable right there.
No, that's Scott's.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that Jim Shore stuff. This is a Scooby-Doo statue by Jim Shore.
Wow, that is so cool. I didn't see y'all had that at Pensacon. I didn't
Nice.
see that.
So
Yeah,
we did.
So if somebody goes to the shop Facebook page and says, "Hey, I'm really interested in that product," they can just go ahead and message you guys, and you'll set up the sales process.
Give me money.
Yeah, Scott will send a PayPal invoice. And,
Right on.
With statues, though, you gotta be careful because of the, shipping.
Because they're statues.
Stuff. It's yeah.
Right.
And they'll Ace Ventura the hell out of that thing.
Right.
I remember that
So-
opening scene. It sounds
Grant's not in charge of packing anything then.
No, Grant's the demolisher, not the fixer. I'm the fixer. There's been a couple times that Diamond sends us some messed up stuff that I gotta fix up a little bit.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. You would never know after I'm done with it.
That's why you're the fixer.
I'm
Fixing
fixer.
stuff? Yeah, you are. Yeah. When's we got Sanchez coming up on this feed at all? We got kind of all our local guys kind of rocking and rolling from Biloxi to Orlando.
Oh, yeah.
You know, get a little.
I wonder if Sanchez would come on this thing.
Heck yeah, man! Some of that hot Miami action. Yeah.
We can't get Pedro to work over here.
Yeah, well.
if his stream would come through.
Sanchez over here.
Hey, Tommy, I'm still working, baby. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten you.
All right. Just whenever you get the time, or you get the, yeah, I'm good. Just
Right
up
on.
to, I've got plenty of stuff I'm doing. So it's whenever you get a chance.
Awesome. I just want to let you know how big of a compliment it was for you just to even say, "Hey, shoot me a piece. I want to ink." So
Yeah.
thank you for that.
No, it'll be
Yeah.
fun. It'll be fun. I mean,
I like
I
it.
don't know. We'll see how it turns out, but yeah, it'll be great to do. I'm
Right.
I'm more so now, because Kablam, our printing is
Yeah.
we're even though we've been on lockdown for like everybody else, but we've still been going to the office every couple of days and printing up what orders are coming in, and now the orders are coming in a little more, so we're going to start going a lot more. But I'm up for inking stuff when I have time. So I'm like I said, I'm doing this project for this thing that they were showing a second ago called Trumps, that I not to deal with the president, but this other project. But doing other little side projects for everybody or commissions and that kind of stuff. I'm if I can fit them in, I'm definitely gonna do them. I love the inking's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to another penciler, writer, creator today that's looking to find a publisher, and I was telling him about you guys. He's his name's Danny Elaine. He's out in Mississippi, and I've looked at your site. I'm still putting pages together, but the point being, the prices that you guys have for the small runs versus the big runs versus the exclusive covers and everything in between is just phenomenal. So there's nothing better than Kablam printing, especially for an independent guy that might be listening or watching later on. Please go check them out. That is not, just lip service. Those guys are the best.
Well, I mean, the main reason why we started is so you could for short runs. We're not really the company you'd want to go to if you want to get 5,000 copies of something printed. It'd be a lot cheaper. And we'll tell you, it'd be a lot cheaper for you to go to a big monster press. But like the people that are doing the Marvel and Image, that kinds of stuff. But if you're needing 50 copies, 100 copies for a show, we're the guys to go to, because we'll get you your books to much faster. And
the biggest thing is the fact that what a lot of people understand is you can, like say you have your own self-published book, and you want to say you don't want to spend too much money into stock. If they wanted 10 copies to take to a convention, they can order 10 copies.
Just order 10. Order to your need. You don't need to have a.
They sold out. They can order 20 for the next one. They don't have to keep a constant stock. They can just order it directly from you.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many of all my self-published things that I did back in the day when I was working for Marvel and Malibu and all those kind of stuff. I've still got a garage full of books that are just rotting down there. Because you had to print a couple of thousand books and you only needed 50. But like, whoa.
Send them over here. I can sign them for you since I'm in them, and
that's right. You got some of the Tomboy books, that's for sure. But but I'm sorry.
I was going to ask. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Tommy. I just had a question. So if there's somebody out there that's an independent publisher and they're hemming and hawing about how to get this done. So let's say they go to you, they print 100 books. Sales, knock it out. Do you keep all that files digitally, and then they can call you up and reprint the book?
That is the craziest thing. We have cataloged everything from day one. We've got this
is amazing
storage device that's it's a big RAID. It's all tech, computer, blah 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 blah. But yeah, we store everything from day one. So all you have to do is you just go in. There's a reorder button. You click it. Everything that you've ordered through us is right there. You click it, say how many more you want, and then we've got it on file. You don't have to send us the files again. We believe it or not, we've got stuff from like I said, day one, from when the Blam opened for the first day. And
That's
every
phenomenal.
time we have to update our storage device, I'm the one that has to move all the stuff over to the and trust me, it is a ton of files. We've now passed over now. Of course, not everybody that's signed up at Kablam is making books and stuff, but we've got 28,000 users have signed in to Kablam. Have registered at Kablam.
Right.
And it's funny too, because the files are stored in just your typical directory where you can see the dates that it was stored. Every now and again we'll get a reorder of something that was that we printed in 2005. All of a sudden, it's like, golly, it's been 15 years since I printed this book. And then I may have to do a little magic to the files to make sure that they print on the new machines. But the files are still there. We've kept them all, and that's part of the. Hey.
Tiny, what's up? Hey, beautiful.
Yeah,
I'm old. I can't figure it out.
Tiny, you gotta close out your Facebook, or you're gonna get an echo.
Yeah, close the Facebook.
Wow, we got a lot of.
What?
There it is.
There we go.
I'm not computer savvy.
All right.
You gotta work a lot quicker than others.
Hi, Tiny.
Oh, look, Miss Grown Up there.
Hey,
she's getting big, huh?
Before Tiny
Like a teenager?
Before Tiny takes over the whole conversation,
I won't stay long. I just want to
Tommy, I just want to.
Yes. I see Brian now.
Tommy, I just want to say the option on your Kablam website when you offer a discount for putting the Kablam advertisement on the back cover is second to none. I mean, that is truly super awesome that we can support each other in that process.
We put that, we've talked a lot lately about taking that off. I mean, at the beginning we did it because of course it helps us and then giving you
news and audio.
But it's
tiny jack things up.
Yeah. So it's it's really neat to go down the aisles of the shows and look at people's books, and you could say, oh, we printed that and that and that and that and that and that. It's really kind of cool.
Well, since we're kind of a little halfway through, I want to show y'all something that Ming Chen did for us for our podcasts and live streams. It takes about 15 seconds, but get ready for this. And we're back.
That's pretty funny.
Hey, Dave, if you need to, just get out and get back in, and it'll fix it. That usually happens.
UE rolling.
Okay. All right. I'll do that. I'll be back in a minute, guys.
All right.
I don't know what you
So, Tiny, who are you talking to? Is that a Cammy?
Oh, are you on there? Yeah.
Tell her to jump in there. Hadn't seen you in a long time.
Movie star.
We got a dog. We did. Yesterday.
Wait, what?
We got a dog yesterday.
Did it just walk up?
No, we actually got it from a pound.
Pizza didn't happen.
Wait a minute, why are you going to the pound? You're supposed to be in the house until Monday. You can't leave the house.
They let me out temporarily for this.
No. See, you're the one that's messing it up. You're not till Monday. Then you can do some more stuff. Otherwise, stay inside. 2 Mondays.
Wait, here he comes.
Okay.
Wait, I don't know where to go.
Look at that guy. Hello.
The Japanese Spitz, but we're not sure.
What are you? But it's a boy, girl.
It's a boy.
What are you naming him?
Mr. Mickelson.
Mr. Mickelson.
So, if he's not a Spitz, is he a swallow?
Oh. Now they charge more for that.
We do sing the Mickey song to him a lot, though. Cheerleader song. So.
I hadn't seen you guys in a long time.
Jaylen's new friend.
Did you just get that?
Got today.
Jaylen, I know you can talk more than that. I've seen you do it. Like
she can't hear you. She has the earpiece in. I say hi. Say hi.
Here, hold on. Here. Put that in your ear.
Oh, she can't hear.
Oh, gross. Don't put that in your ear. Don't do that. That's gross. That came out in somebody else's ear.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how you spread the virus. Oh, gross.
Which app is it? High school, baby.
Oh, she
Now
dropped
it's
it.
on the ground.
It's small for my ear. I mean,
You got to dip it into some rubbing alcohol, some sanitizer. Clean that before you stick that in your ear.
Ew.
Tiny, how you been?
Y'all are gross.
Gross. Put it in Yoda's ear. Maybe Yoda's ear.
What do you pull up when you pull up the speaker?
It's called a UA roll. ROLL.
Y'all don't have to fight. You don't fight
No.
while you're on.
This is all day, every day. We work
Y'all been in the house too long.
together. How's Renee?
She is fabulous. She's watching Hallmark Channel in the other room.
Well, that's I'm probably not too far from that. If I don't get some food soon, I'm in a television. I'm going to just have a heart attack. I've gotten used to the TV now.
Oh,
Being indoors.
it's a beautiful day down here in Orlando at the moment. It's beautiful
It
outside.
is.
When
It is
we
here
get
too.
done with this, we're going to go do some bike riding, I think.
Where is Monica?
Monica stopped in for a second, but then she dipped out. She's not dressed for being in front of the camera.
Seriously?
She's got old t-shirt on. Her hair's not done, so
oh
she's listening to you. She's
look.
in the living room listening to you.
This is as good as it gets anymore here.
All
I
right,
don't
guys,
know what you
we're
worried
going to drop
about.
out for 1 second because the headphones decided to die, but we'll be right back.
Y'all stay tight.
Right here.
Now that they're gone,
All right.
Dave
Yeah,
Bain.
boy, I hate those guys.
Finally, we can really talk.
I know, man. Don't
Yeah,
those
now
guys-
that they're gone. Let's catch up.
That's
Hey,
why I
Tom,
moved.
what
That's why
was
I
with,
moved.
what was with
From
everybody attacking Florida, Tommy? What was that about?
attacking? Oh, earlier?
Yeah, earlier.
I don't know what they were talking about. Jen and I were like, I don't know what Alex was talking about. It's like I think that perhaps he's been in the house too long. I think
That's probably it. We've been floating around our lake every day, so it's been great for us.
Good.
Working
Our
for
friends
Jared.
realize they're like, Brian has a lake. We can social distance at the lake.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
one of them will ask if they can come up, and then the whole household will be in the lake half an hour later, which is fine. We told them we'll leave the garage open because we have like refrigerator out there and stuff.
They're back.
And the house is off limits. So that's the rules. You can go in the garage and in the lake.
We've been going. Renee, she's been at the house for what's this 8 weeks now. So
yeah,
we've not really gone. We've been using Instacart to get groceries and stuff, and I've been going back and forth to the Kablam office every now and again. But but it's this is what we normally do anyway. This is
right.
this is a whole lot. The only thing that we're knowing that the Disney parks are just right around the corner, it's like, oh, I need to go get some Dole Whip ice cream. I need to go ride Space Mountain.
Disney keeps giving out their recipes. Pretty soon, people are going to realize that it doesn't cost $20 for a piece of pizza anymore.
I know. I saw that. I got to go get me a Disney funnel cake right now. I want a Disney funnel. I don't want somebody else's funnel cake. I want one from.
It's got to be Disney's.
Disney funnel cake. Oh, over by the castle. Ooh, now you're making me mad.
Well, the one thing that I kind of regret not getting when my sister was at Disney was getting one of those lightsabers, the replicas.
Over in the oh man, so you've been over to the Star Wars area?
I went, but the line to make a lightsaber was ridiculous. They were going to make a droid, and that was ridiculous.
It is.
So we just did something else. But
I tell you what, right now it's really short. So if you wanted to go right now,
well, they sell not the ones you build, but actual replica. Yeah. And so at the park, they're I think like $250. Or something like that.
It's a big presentation thing where you go in and then they give you the crystal and all that kind of. Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's the one. That's the one you build.
Yeah.
These are actual metal replicas of the actual like.
Oh yeah, the one that's in the store that's got where they're all lined up in that big counter.
Yeah, and they come in a case, and my sister was like, "Yeah, is this much money?" Well, on the secondary market right now, they're selling for like $400, $500.
And hey, Brian LeBlanc, if you're watching, I see you commenting. We got room. Jump on in if you want to.
Come on in, Brian.
Brian. No, Brian.
Oh yeah. Well, he just commented, but he can say we got a space, so we can bring him back in.
There's Brian.
No, the other Brian, Brian LeBlanc.
We've not ridden the Rise of the Resistance ride yet. So
my sister did, and she said it was would have been worth the all day wait in the beginning.
Yeah.
For her, no. For me, probably. But she said it was real. She didn't anticipate what it was, and when she wrote it, she realized why it took so long because people had to. I guess it's not all animatronics; it's actual live people in that ride too.
I've been over there twice to try to get the boarding pass and then was unable to get it. So I've tried to go, but there's Brian. Boo, 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 boo. Can you hear us?
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, Brian.
I don't know. My sister, she recorded as much of the ride as she could. She had her phone up like this.
Yeah.
And so she recorded as much as she could. She got cut off twice from the live stream, but from what I saw, I'm like, I would have enjoyed that ride thoroughly.
I've watched all the stuff online. On there's plenty of YouTube videos and stuff that it looks beautiful. It looks so cool. And they just haven't had a chance to do it yet.
I'm so ready to go to Disney.
Well, everybody else is too. We don't know what's going on.
Do we need to start our own festival so that we can have it at Disney? Family reunion.
I don't know. I mean, we've all talked over how they could do things, but I just don't know how they're gonna. It's like, what's going on at Disney is kind of the same stuff with like conventions and stuff. How do you have?
No, I have a solution for conventions. I'm telling you. They're going to put everybody up. They're going to have little plexiglass cubicles set up, and you're going to be behind those as guests. And it'll be like a little tray, like when you go through the window at the bank, where it comes out. They put their money in, you pull it back, you autograph it, you put the print in, and you just push it forward, and there's no contact whatsoever. So y'all be like a bunch of lemmings in a zoo,
like a Popemobile.
Yeah, you don't have your personal.
It's going to be like lunch lady. We'll be like a bunch of lunch ladies.
Could be.
I mean, up little dividers. They can pick what they want. We'll slide it out. They'll be say it's a little too cold. Could you put some salt on it?
Yeah, and then some
fat people in Wally.
And then the photo ops will be nothing more than it'll be all green screen.
We've read a lot of I don't know if it's the official stuff that's come out from Disney, but they're going to try to do the I think 25% at the beginning, and then they're supposed to make the lines where there's still the 6 feet between everybody kind of stuff, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. But I'm ready for it to get going.
Going back to Disney because my sister's a pass holder, and what they were saying was they're gonna let pass holders in only or something like that.
They're going to have to be. They can still be able to do the pass holder thing. I think, but you're going to have to just get a hard ticket. I think they'll come up with a way that just not everybody could just keep piling in. So you'll have to at the beginning of the day get your ticket assigned to you. I'm just making this up. But I'm just trying to figure out how would they stop all the annual pass people and. You'll have to get some sort of because they're going to have to restrict it. I mean, a lot until we get some sort of vaccination, I guess. But
if your name starts with A through H, you can go on Monday and Thursday. If your name starts with I through L, you can go Tuesday and Friday. That type of thing.
It's funny you joke that's how they're joking about some schools going back in session.
Yeah.
Like Monday and Wednesday, your last name with this, you go to school. Tuesday and Thursday, you go to school, and Friday will be.
I don't know how much of a joke that is, Jason.
I said I think it might actually.
I think it's
be
a pretty
true.
serious conversation. It's going to be like after Katrina.
Yeah,
y'all missed it earlier. Jason got to geek out with. We had one of the Power Rangers on here a little bit earlier, and Jason got to.
Jason looks so happy.
He forgot about everything. He forgot about bringing other people in. He forgot about the comments.
The people coming in, I didn't know who the frick they were. So I'm like, what do I do?
Yeah, then the comments, he had no idea. He was just like, Power Ranger.
Brian, what are you painting on, bud?
This is a cover for a book for a paperback book.
Oh,
this is one of the ones.
He explained that earlier.
Oh, did he? Well,
Yeah, no,
I was asleep.
I
The
kind of.
Medusa is nice. I like that. The Gorgon.
Pretty.
That is the nicest Gorgon derriere I've ever seen.
Thank you. They're not going to be PC, which I'm kind of glad about.
Nice. Hey, Monica's behind me.
What?
Hey. Did you do your hair and put on the new shirt? You sure did.
Oh.
That
Hey,
is
Monica.
funny. I haven't seen this Monica in a few weeks.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, sweetie,
How's it
how you
going?
doing?
Let me move this out of the way.
Hey, Thomas. Hey, Brian.
Hey.
Q.
Oh, hey, what's
Hey,
up?
Monica.
Hey, Monica. Hey, I heard you're on the lake recently.
Yeah, he says we've been on the lake recently. You want to tell him about the lake? About all the kids coming over and taking over?
There's not much to tell. They just came over and took over.
Our dog did not know what to do with itself. It would swim to the paddle boat, then it would swim to the kayak, then it'd swim and sit next to Monica reading a book, then it would swim out to me, and then it would go swim to everybody fishing. It was funny.
And then he'd go to the neighbor's yard.
Yeah, then he went and visited the neighbors. I did not know this till recently, but my dog will spend all day playing with the neighbor's kid and then come back over to our house. So that's fun.
That's how we got moved.
That's how you got. That's right. That is how you got moved. They got y'all's new dog looks fantastic. By the way,
Oh, he is so sweet. I think he was somebody's at one point because he's very well trained and acclimated.
So
to
you
cat.
stole another one.
Because he had a collar on with a name on it. And you
In a
took it off.
their girl we took him from screamed and cried. That's how we feel it was someone else's.
Tony says she hadn't been to Disney since she was a child. Oh, that's sad. Brian, you need to take her to Disney.
The Tony?
Yep.
How is Tony?
She's not really a Disney kind of person.
No. She said that she
Look, she just said it. Look, look right here. She said,
yeah.
She's a Disney villain kind of person.
Oh, dude. Hold on. So when we went to go visit Tommy, we visited Tommy and Renee down there, and they were kind enough to kind of support us while we were down there. But they had a nighttime event called Villains United, and it was phenomenal. It was nothing but all the Disney villains came out. Yeah. They had a big parade of the Disney villains. It was the first time they brought out the Maleficent dragon since it caught on fire.
It did catch on fire.
Hey, Scott, don't you have a tattoo of the haunted place in Disney?
Yeah, I got the tattoo of the Haunted Mansion, and it's going to be a whole piece. I'm getting a lot of different Haunted Mansion pieces done. Matter of fact, when this is over, I'm scheduled to get my next piece done.
Nice.
Well, that's awesome.
That's a fun life.
Yeah, it was 14 hours in a chair.
Wow.
Jeez.
That was the first ride I went on. Last time I went was in '95. It was our senior trip. Nothing but seniors. We were there midnight to 6 a.m, and it was amazing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's my nostalgia growing up. We lived in Cocoa Beach when I was a kid, and we were at Disney pretty much every other day for the longest time. Well, then when we moved away, my daughter is gone, Krista's gone. My mom's taken her. She's gone there by herself with a few people, with friends. And I haven't been since I was probably about 5 years old till the last time we came and visited y'all.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been there in a long time.
I
remember this virus thing is because everybody, I mean, y'all all know, and now everybody that's listening know that Renee does work for Disney, but we go, we would go, if not once a week, every other week or so, just to walk around and do stuff. And this has been the hardest part for us anyway, is being trapped, locked in or whatever, that we've got the parks that are just right there that we can go whenever we want.
Freaking who?
So let's see.
Yeah,
I was 21 or 22, and I visited a friend in California, and it was during the holidays, and we went to Disneyland. I've never been to Disneyland, and to see the differences and the similarities was really cool. But the Haunted Mansion was transformed to the Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
So there was all this Jack Skellington and all this stuff.
Oh, did you?
It didn't really kill the vibe. It was kind of cool.
Boo.
Yeah, no, that's the reason why they don't do that down here, because Scott's over there booing. It no, it's
all my
because the,
fault.
well,
Because
it's me,
Scott's
you know,
booing, or
the
they
people
just
that go to
cut it off?
Disneyland are locals and stuff, so they can kind of do that kind of thing. But down here, somebody's saved up thousands and thousands of bucks for a long period of time to go to the parks and then go to the haunted mansion. Then it's made up to be like Jack Skellington. It's not gonna fly.
And welcome back, Mr. James Leary. Nice seeing you
Mr.
again.
Leary.
Hi, everybody.
Hey,
James.
James, buddy, you're looking good, man.
I wish Cammy
Well,
had
thank you.
room. She would have
Hey,
loved
Brian.
to see you.
I just wanted to I meant to hop in earlier. I was just going to stop by real quick because I know Krista was somewhere.
Yeah,
Gonna be
you
somewhere.
let me text her right quick. See how much longer she's going to be.
Well, if she's not here, I have to run to the store. So I was just literally popping in to say hi because then I got to go to the grocery store.
Well, you can pop back in whenever. I'll tell you what. I'll shoot you a message when she gets here.
Okay, cool. How are you, TD? It's good to see you.
Good. How are you? I wish Cammy was here to say hello. She just
I
popped
know.
in and out. She
Oh,
went
no.
roller skating.
Roller skate. Well, when she comes back, tell her I said hi.
I will. Maybe you'll
Okay.
pop in again and get to see
I
her.
shall. I definitely will. Because this is going until what time?
She's gonna hate that. She just loves you to pieces.
She still hasn't learned yet.
No, you never do whatever you want.
How late is this? I'm yelling like we're all in the same room together.
We're going
it's
till
ridiculous.
We are going till 6 o'clock.
Okay,
our
cool.
time. So,
and it's
we may
is-
stay a little bit later if we have people. You're on the same time frame we are.
Yeah,
so.
it's 3:30. So okay, cool.
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
Cool.
So-
Well, I'll stop back by in a little bit, but I got hungry people that I need to go make.
Yeah, you're good. And I will. I'll shoot you a message.
Story of my
Okay, cool.
life.
Yeah, right.
Bye,
I know.
see you in a bit.
All right, bye guys.
Bye.
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 We call the Rugrat.
Yeah. Now I got to say, between Monica and I, we've been eating pretty good. So I'm glad we both enjoy cooking. And Tiny, you were so right about the pressure cooker. I use it like every other day. We should have gotten one years ago.
It is the bomb.
It is amazing.
Every time I talk to Tiny, Tiny was like, "You
Yeah.
got to get a pressure cooker. You don't have a pressure cooker."
I use Instant Pot every day, or just about every day.
Do you, Brian? Yeah, I love it.
Instapot saved
Yeah.
my life.
Yeah, that was it. Instapot.
I go to
That's
the
what it
church
was.
with Instapot.
You don't have an Instapot? I was like, I can't believe you don't have an Instapot.
Now we also got an air fryer, but we don't use that nearly as much.
Garrett got one, and we don't use it too much. I love to do fish sticks in it, though.
Yeah, and the cheese
Well,
sticks are good, and fries are good in
I haven't
it.
had a fish stick since I was
Yeah,
a kid, and then we go into quarantine.
I always wondered. I mean, what does fried air taste like?
But you know, it actually
It's good.
is really good.
Fried hair is really good.
Yeah, if I just wish ours was larger.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, y'all,
We
I
got
have
a
a
small one.
clown.
We should have got a big one.
And how many calories is that?
Oh, here you go.
I think it's still the same amount of calories.
I'm waiting for them to bring back the
Hey,
mouse
Jeff.
ears that are-
Hey, what's
that are a
up?
mask.
What's
Yeah. Who let that clown in
Hey,
here?
Scott.
Thomas, did I hook
Hey,
you up on the
Jeff.
TP?
They're out. No, that's a pretty funny. I'm going to try to order some whenever when they get it back in stock.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Hold it till then, okay?
It's on the way. It's on the way.
And then he's gone.
And he's gone.
He bought me a hat, though.
Back through the darkroom door.
Tiny, what are you working on today, or what have you got on your table in front of you?
I've
Let us see.
got masks, material and masks. And
Oh, so you've been cranking out just trying to.
My favorite one's the Star Trek. It's with Spock.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, you nice.
But I've got so much novelty fabric from making the pillows and stuff that
Yeah.
I've got to do something with it. So mask was it.
Yeah.
If anybody wants one, text
so
me,
that one-
tell me. I'll make you one.
Yep.
Send it to you.
You're making it so you can put the little filter in it, or are you just making
No,
it?
they're just cotton on both.
Oh, I need one where I can put the filter in because I'm putting my little
Should,
my little fur.
should the
I'm
hold
sure
on?
Sarah might.
Yeah, we had a friend
Should
of
the
ours.
should the Spock one be called "Live Long and Don't Get
Live long in
vaccinated"?
quarantine.
There you go. Live long in quarantine. Oh, we got Jeffrey Moy back in. Jeff, how's it going, bud?
Good.
Had a nice little lunch.
It got
and
dark
break.
in there all of a sudden from last time you were here.
Yeah, I closed the blinds. I could open them up again. You want to see what's on the back wall here?
Well, Jeff, we got a whole new group of people in here from last time. Well,
Yeah, here you go.
He'll be right back. Yeah.
And he's gone.
And I don't know if y'all met Jeff before, but Jeff is he was the artist on Legionnaires, Legion. He did Super Wildstorm. He did a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, Jeff, we got a whole different group here from last time. We've got Thomas. We got Thomas Florimonte, who is one of the inker extraordinaire, but he's also one of the half owners of Kablam Digital Printing.
Oh, cool.
And then Brian King, I think might have been on with you. Brian LeBlanc, who is a painter, local guy. He does a lot of stuff for a lot of gaming companies. Right now, he's working on some book covers, as you can see.
Excellent.
And then Tiny Roebuck over there, who's a longtime friend of ours. She actually is basically like the den mom, the creative genius, but behind a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes on pretty much everything we do.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hi, how you doing?
I'm the hall monitor for most part. Drinking starts. I'm the
You
worst.
do it. Looks like you do a lot of crafting.
Wait, hold
there. What do
I make
you?
costumes.
Yeah, you make costumes
Yeah.
too. Excellent.
Right now it's masks.
Masks. Okay. What kind of mask though?
You know.
Kind
like-
oh, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
COVID masks.
Yes.
Seems to be the
Don't let her
favorite
fool.
now.
Don't let her fool you. When she says she makes costumes, I mean, Tiny's been tried to hire away for Broadway shows, for
I
the
turned
Marvel
Marvel
movies,
down.
for all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Nice.
I told Marvel I didn't want to
Yeah,
work
she's
so
been-
hard.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to work on those movies. Those movies are trash.
I think for her it was more of a matter of she didn't want to spend that much time away from home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a homebody.
Yeah.
Well, I
Okay.
am now. I didn't used to be. I used to travel a lot, but not now.
Yeah, I've never been an outside person.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the thing. I always crack about. It's like people are complaining about. It's like, oh, they can't go out and stuff like that. It's like, and comic artists, it's like,
welcome to
oh,
my
that's
world.
that's us normally. Yeah, it's like
Look, Tammy's
my
been
lifestyle
dreaming of
hasn't
this day.
changed.
Not at all. I just feel bad for
Yeah,
other people.
it's that's the thing is like I said, most of my friends, and I'm kind of here off to the side, but most of my friends are all artists and comic people and things like that. So everybody talks about, well, how are you handling this? I'm like, they're like, it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
Now I don't fit the mold. I like going outside, which we came here and it's good. But the art club that I run, we took them fishing once. Most of them had never been fishing. I had to teach them how to bait a hook, throw a cast net. And then they had a basketball game afterwards. Wow. It was the saddest game I've ever seen in my life, and they had a blast because no one was any good. It was amazing how much fun they had. So I make them get out once in a while.
That sounds like
The final score was 6-1.
Yeah. Brian, you would have loved it. They were a great bunch of kids.
Yeah. I've only,
So if it's a tie score, if it's 0-0, that means a tie score.
Yeah, it's a tie game, and they cheer for each other both ways.
Yeah, I've only taught 2 or 3 people, and you can just tell when they're not ready. They just they get that glazed look in their eyes, and they said, "Well, I don't think I want to do this anymore."
Right.
Sad.
Try teaching 90 a day, and
yeah, it's probably yeah. I guess one-on-one is just sad.
It's not easy.
You learn tricks. It's been 19 years, and I've enjoyed it, most of it.
I've never actually gone fishing.
Well, you missed it
have to-
earlier.
You have to teach me fishing.
Jeff, you've never been fishing?
Nah, not since I was like a really, really small kid.
Buddy, we'll start you off slow. We'll do something called noodling for 50-pound catfish.
Oh, yeah?
You got to be able to hold your breath a while, and you got to stick your hand down into their mouth as they bite down. But then the fun part is when you walk back on land, everybody's going crazy for you.
Yeah.
Now,
Up a 50-pound fish.
We're not gonna. We won't take.
Hey,
you
Brian.
If you ever get to the coast, we
Hey,
definitely
Brian.
will take you fishing.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
all right. Hey, Tiny.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Tiny. We're going to drop you off a little bit. Jeff
That's
Johnson's
okay.
on, and we're going to bring him in.
Yeah, that's good.
All right,
'cause
see you
I
in a
have to
bit.
go anyway. I love
All
everybody.
right. See you in a bit.
Bye-bye.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
Love you.
Jeff, how's it going,
Oh,
buddy?
hey, guys.
All right, I'm up here to the side. Oh, here we go.
Hello, other Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Batman.
I'm all right.
And
everybody, how's the day going?
Just is pretty. Actually, been really fun. We've had a lot. I mean, honestly,
is that because of me or because of Scott?
It's because of you. You.
All right.
Drop out and drop back in.
Can you hear me? Can anyone else hear me, or is it just you?
I can hear you.
You're upside down.
Okay. Oh, am I upside down? Weird.
Yes. You're sideways.
Not for me.
You can't hear me.
Okay,
You can't hear
It looks
me.
fine to me. I think.
Drop
I
back
think
in.
you're BSing everyone.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no. If he can't hear
Wouldn't be
me,
the
somebody
first
else
time
tell
that's
him to drop
happened.
out and drop back in.
How's the day going? Has there been a lot of people stopping by?
Yeah, I mean, I was here and then I left and then I came back. You know, and hang
Hey,
out.
Tommy.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going. I'm just
Tommy.
eat my chips right here.
Can you hear me, Tommy?
Excellent.
I can hear
Tommy,
you, Scott.
can you hear me? Well, tell Jeff to drop out and drop
I
back
can
in.
hear. I can hear you.
I can't hear him at all.
Tell
No?
Yeah, tell Jeff to drop out and drop back in.
Jeff,
Johnson,
he said
says
drop
you
off
should
and
drop
come back
out.
in.
All right. I'm going to try that. I will come back in.
His camera's up. It's still going to be
And
upside
for
down.
anybody who doesn't know, Jeff Johnson is another comic book artist who's worked on tons of stuff, but kind of left comics to go into animation. He's worked on the Teen Titans cartoon, the Boondocks, the new Harley Quinn thing for cartoon on the DC app. He's done a ton of stuff. There you are. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. That's weird.
All
The
right.
camera's
Even
still
better.
upside down.
Am I still upside down?
No, it's it happens every once in a while. We found the easiest thing to do is drop out. And drop
Brian,
back
you're
in.
upside down.
Yeah.
Oh,
a little upside down.
But Jeff, just to introduce you to, I'm sure you already know Jeffrey. And then next to him is Brian LeBlanc. Brian is a one of our locals here. He's a painter. He does a lot of stuff for gaming companies. But right now, what he's working on is a painting for a book cover.
Cool.
Up at the top right, we got Brian King, who's one of our. He does a lot of gaming stuff, like video gaming things, artwork for
I
it.
think we went to the shed together.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we've had a few.
And then up at the top middle is Thomas Flormonte, one of the owners of Kablam Digital Printing.
Excellent. Good to see you
and
guys.
me.
Yep, there you go.
And Inker, comic creator. Where's the camera? There we go.
Oh, right on. Nice.
Yeah, it's been a fun day so far. We honestly, it could have. I kind of felt the whole time since we put this together in less than 12 hours. I was like, this could have been. This will be either an utter disaster or pure genius. And so far, is fallen like right in the middle.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know the Gregories are going to pop in at some point. You probably should send them a text and tell them to join up. Because I
already did. I
talked to
sent
them
him the link and everything.
I talked to Barry
And then,
earlier. He said, "Yeah, we're coming on. We're coming on."
Very cool.
I can always. I'm gonna message Scott, let him know that you're on, Jeff, and he might want to come on now too.
Next is everyone sort of just drawing stuff. I see you painting. Jeff, are you drawing something?
Yeah, I'm working on some sketch cards for my Patreon, and anyone that wants to buy one, they can PayPal me $15, and then I'll do it, and then I'll get it out in the mail. Shipping's free.
Oh, wow, nice. That's a great deal.
Wait. $15?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be messaging you as soon as it's over with.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a deal at 10 times the price.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't realize it was that cheap.
No,
you're killing me.
It's like I like to. This is kind of why I did. Well, when we did a free comic book day, me and a bunch of other artists would get together, and then we would actually do sketch cards, and then it would be a blind draw, and then you'd get one of the artists and stuff like that. But if you wanted something for yourself, if you wanted to request one, all the money goes towards the Hero Initiative and stuff like that.
Excellent.
So,
cool.
So that's why we did it. And then, so anything that, then it would be like, I think it was like $20 or it was either 15 or $20, but my normal price at shows are $15, for a sketch card done with gray Copic markers.
Excellent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Very good price.
Well, I'll be hitting
Fantastic
you up once it's over with. Because hopefully you're better than somebody else who was supposed to be doing a drawing for almost a year now, but I won't name any names. And
Shit, that's right. I keep forgetting to draw that little fire guy. Just forgetting to do it.
Well,
you know what? I'm gonna write him down right now because otherwise I will forget again. I mean,
I've had experiences like that.
Yeah. All right.
You're waiting what?
And sometimes I'm a little lax on the commissions too, so I feel bad about that. But I eventually get them
done.
Anything
because
but the sketch cards will be done.
Studio here in the shop,
right away.
And he had a studio here for like 6-7 years, and he I still don't have a piece from him.
Culinary justice system.
There you go. All right.
Someone watching Law was that Law and Order?
That was my phone. Sorry.
Thomas is a superhero on the side.
Yeah.
Are you using oils, Brian?
Watercolors.
Oh wow.
Watercolors, really?
Those
wow.
colors are really vivid.
Oh, thanks. That's why
his stuff is freaking beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's
awesome.
Bring it up closer to the screen if you can, Brian. Yeah, believe me, if you've never seen Brian's stuff before, this stuff is freaking absolutely gorgeous.
Is that close? Wow. How close are you going to bring it up?
Can you make his screen largest one, or?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let's do that right quick. Let's see.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, hold still.
Yeah. All right.
Wow.
Ooh,
now, can you put a light on it? Right.
Oh, right.
Damn.
Don't want me.
All right. This is awkward, man.
Awkward. You're going the wrong way.
Okay. Right.
You're upside down.
Yeah, there you go. Man, that bug thing is super cool.
Thanks. It's from a story called Othra or something.
Othra.
Who wrote it?
I don't know. I'm going to have to get back to you on that one.
All right.
He's like an old-time writer. He's still doing stuff.
That's cool. I think your piece reflects that. If you say he's an old-time writer, it really reflects that kind of sentimentality.
That feel, yeah.
I think.
I love Silver Age comics, and I love pulp. Comics from that.
Oh yeah, the pulp covers are awesome.
Actually, one of my favorite things he's got, and I really wanted the original, but I don't know if you've got a print of it lying around. But he did a Scooby-Doo piece that was like a real life Scooby-Doo piece.
Oh,
you have a print of it lying around, Brian?
Oh yeah, I still have it though. I mean, let's see.
Yeah, this is what people our age would consider Scooby-Doo to be. As soon as he can find it. Actually, I have a few of Brian's paintings here at the shop. I've always been a huge fan of his stuff. He wasn't able to make it to pre-comic book days last year, but I'm telling you, his stuff is just insane.
It's in my portfolio. Sorry, I couldn't. Still kicking myself in the butt.
Are you pulling out the original or print?
Sorry about that.
Oh. I don't know what's going on either. He's hitting
He's
something
got
on the side or
shenanigans
what,
going
but
It's like actually being at a show.
well,
I have an assistant.
You missed it earlier, Jeff. Alex Saviak jumped in and just completely took over. I love that guy. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, his art is great.
And then we had Brian O'Halloran was in here for a good while. We had a Power Ranger.
Oh, which one?
I was here for the Power Ranger.
We had the Red Ranger from Red Ranger from the Dino Charge series.
Excellent.
And we have two more Power Rangers showing up later. We have another Red Ranger from another one, and then Gold Ranger. Courtesy of our friend Stephanie Hoffman. She does Sapphire Management, so she's a booking agent for different stuff. So I talked to her. She wanted to get some of these people in. I'm like, yeah, let's have fun.
That's great.
I think that's it.
And Elizabeth, depending on the price that Brian wants for this thing that he still hasn't shown us yet, I may take it.
I have an assistant. Liz is here.
Did you have trouble drawing Scooby-Doo? When I worked on the cartoon, I found that getting his face right was almost impossible.
Well, I don't draw two-dimensionally. Like I don't do cartoonist work. I structurally did it.
Is it
when
kind of
you
like
see
one of
it,
those?
it's a realistic. Like I said, it's for something our age.
Here it is. I'll show
Is
you
it
two
something like you saw those artists do like the Pokemon skeletons and stuff like that?
Oh wow!
Have you ever seen those?
Yeah, something similar to that. Here we go.
Oh, that's great.
Right there. Yeah, that's how you do it.
That's awesome. Nice.
Wait, that doesn't look like that doesn't look like a Scooby snack.
Yeah.
You need a Scooby snacks after.
When I watched Scooby Doo when I was a kid, and it wasn't until I actually worked on the show that I realized the reason they're always scared and they think it's a ghost is by the time it's revealed it's not a ghost, they're so high that they don't remember that part of the adventure.
Probably so.
Because I'm like, they, every time it's not a ghost, they would know
Right.
it's not
It's
a
a
ghost.
person.
It's always a person, except that they're by the time that gets revealed, they're gone. They're way out of they're out of their head. So they don't believe or remember that part, no matter how many times they're told.
Well, I guess they are more into edibles since they like those Scooby snacks. So much.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's not legal in down south yet, is it?
Well, actually, Florida, Louisiana just legalized it for medicinal purposes.
Okay.
Florida.
Yeah, there's a few other places around, but we are us and Alabama and Tennessee, a lot of other ones around here. It's going to be a work in progress.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, but with my
Wisconsin's
job, I
kind
can't
of
do it
working on
regardless.
it.
So
I signed the petition.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, what's funny is like here in Oregon, I have a friend who grows, and he's basically a weed artist, and so he's created this amazing strain, and he gave me a ton of it. But I'm old now; I don't really smoke anymore, so I just have I have all this weed in my house. It's fine. It's just fascinating to me how times have changed.
Yeah, it's like I was in Vegas and I was thinking about trying just looking at a dispensary and stuff like that and seeing what they had to offer. I think if anything, it's like edibles would be, I don't really smoke. I don't smoke at all. So it's like edibles or gummies or something might be kind of fun.
When I went to Burning Man, they had a friend of mine had this it's a spray, a tincture that you could like a Banaka blast that was perfect.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have such a low tolerance to medication. I'd almost be afraid to start doing anything. So I might go into a coma for like 3 years.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can't. Yeah,
I never
have
once
a
paid for
disadvantage at doing that.
Yeah. I like it. I just.
So what are you working on, Jeff?
I am drawing a Wonder Man commission that I.
Oh wow!
Been working on for a little while, just straight for, like a con sketch.
Yeah,
Okay,
I actually
cool.
own one. I actually own
Now
one of
is,
your Wonder Man pages, Jeff.
Oh, do you? Which one?
It's one with. It's funny because it's actually one with two cops that you
stole from
Adam Hughes. Because I actually have the Adam Hughes page as well.
Oh, excellent! Yeah.
So I was like, wait a sec. And I looked at the page. I looked at the cops. I was like, you just kind of use those cops.
I remember the only time I think I've ever. I mean, I've always studied Adam, but like those cops were like, oh, I need these. These are perfect for that situation. Yeah.
Well, you didn't steal them. It was a tribute.
I appropriated them.
they were totally stolen.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Adam caught it too. He
did?
Yeah, he thought it was.
Oh,
funny.
that's awesome.
Yeah. I'm like, well, I mean, listen, you know how it is when you're in a hurry.
Oh yeah, yep, definitely. All right, so here's a Leviathan, Norwegian superheroes.
Wow. Excellent.
So $15, that's what you get.
Man, those are great.
Oh yeah, because for that price, I can think of a few Legion
John
characters I
Sable.
want.
Yeah. Oh wow, another one. Oh, nice one, John Sable. Sweet.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, what are you working
Yeah, you missed
on
it.
right now?
Mike's supposed to be coming back on.
I am totally freelance. I've got my Patreon thing going. Trying to build that. So if anyone wants to drop by and check that out, can help build it. Doesn't cost a lot every month, but it keeps me going.
Excellent.
So I do like kind of risque, smutty pieces for Patreon, and then some of the rewards. You can get into the sketch card route.
Makes the world go
These
round.
were for that girl.
I draw great women.
So those were kind of
Tommy. I think Krista's upset at you for not acknowledging her.
What? Oh, hey, sweetie. I was drawing. How you doing?
Mhm. I'm good. How are you?
Great.
You said Tommy. I thought you said mommy.
I thought you said mommy too. That's what I heard.
That's what it
Same thing.
You do have a nice rack. I mean,
all right.
All right, she's gone again.
Bye.
She came out here. She's waiting for James to pop back in. That's her whole lifelong thing is her being like a monster Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan. She's been waiting on James Leary to pop back in. Matter of fact, let me message him, let him know she's here.
Yeah. So Jeff, what do you have on your walls there? Jeff froze.
He'll be back. We'll take a second.
He's very focused on his drawing.
Yeah, he's so still. Look at that precision and patience.
He'll probably drop out and come back in.
Got to hold your breath during that line.
Just freeze his time to do it.
That's still one of the funniest things I've ever seen was Mitch falling asleep while he was drawing, but continued to draw.
Yeah.
Oh.
Really? Wow.
I once
I don't know if you're familiar, Jeffrey, with Mitch Bird, but Mitch lives here with us. He did Green Lantern for a long time, Spawn, things like that, or Guy Gardner. But Mitch lives with us. He's been with us for I guess about 15, 20 years now.
Oh, really?
And Mitch is one of those old school guys. He's a cantankerous, grumpy. He should have been a hermit. He kind of still is.
If it weren't for you, he would be.
Yeah, but I've sat there and watched him sit around and draw, and like he would fall asleep, snoring, falling asleep while he's drawing, and then continue drawing.
That's crazy.
Where is Mitch? Are you going to get him on the stream?
He's at the house. I think I'm going to send Krista if she wants to go get him and bring him up here or something. So we'll try to get him on. Yeah,
we were at a convention once, and I introduced 3 friends to Mitch, and before I realized he was asleep. I finally looked down and was like, "Oh, he didn't hear any of that." It's like, we'll come
he's
back
gotten a lot
later.
better now, though. Now he's dropped probably about 50, 60 pounds, and
I
think that helped tremendously.
That's awesome.
Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up. He walks up here. So the house is about 2 miles from the shop, and he walks back and forth up here all the time. He was like, "Oh, I just want to run up to the store." I'm like, all right, cool. You could have rode with me, but no, I just needed to walk.
We used to see him jogging around Hattiesburg.
Oh, he's not a jogging shape
He
yet.
used to live here.
Yeah, he's not in jogging shape anywhere close to it right now.
No, but at least if he's getting out and walking and stuff like that, that's
Oh
really
yeah, I mean
good.
we got him. I mean he quit smoking. He'll occasionally grab his pipe and puff on it, but that's about it. But I mean he pretty much all the bad habits are pretty much gone.
It's cool. It's cool that he could change his life like that.
I don't think
a lot of people they
out
kind of
necessity.
a lot of people. I mean, they kind of get stuck in their ways and stuff like that, and it's like I'm not going to change. Blah blah blah.
Oh yeah. Well, I think what it is, we kind of give, like I said, the rescue we do stuff for here is for Tired Dog Rescue, and we brought him in. We have 3 dogs now, and it used to be all you would do is hear him bitch and whine and complain about the dogs. So he was like, "Oh, damn dog tripped me." Everything else. Well, then, we have 2 big front bay windows in the living room. I'd come home from work. I get off at 6:45 in the morning from work at the fire department. I'd walk by the front window and the curtains would be open. I'd see him laying on the floor with the dogs. I'm like, damn it, they done tripped him again. But no, then I sit there watching. He's just rolling around, playing, and I'll open the door. He's like, "Yeah, that was a good boy." Then all of a sudden he'll stand up real quick. So he likes to maintain that grumpy old man persona, but no, those dogs follow him around. I mean, I say they're my dogs, but they're really his. They just allow me to be there.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny.
Awesome.
I'm looking at the small picture of it because it gives me perspective. But if you're standing far away from something, you see it differently. So it's helping me look at me large. That's why I keep on going like this.
Oh yeah.
Not being weird on purpose.
You know, Brian,
it's kind of funny. Tommy actually, when I was helping them out, I actually had to help Tommy color a book one time, and I remember afterwards Tommy came back. And, that was the biggest thing he told me. He's like, "You realize this could be shrunk down tremendously from what you're doing. You're putting all this stuff in here. Nobody is ever going to see. You just wasted hours upon hours on something that nobody's ever going to
rendering out something that won't show up."
Yeah.
Yep.
What you about to say, Brian?
A lot of artwork I do on Twitch, you know, because you have those people there and hang out and it's fun. But I always like looking at the screen for exactly the reason you just said. I can see my art smaller and make sure the composition's working.
Yeah.
And you'll catch stuff that you never would have caught on your own just through that filter of the camera.
It's really helping me with my color. My colors here. I sat down and all of a sudden I see like ding, 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 ding. That's what I need to do.
Yep.
I love it.
Cool. Mike's on his way. He's ready to come back in, so we can have some more Legion people in here.
Cool. Never hurts.
No. But I was serious, Jeff. I mean, after this, I want to get your information. Also, I'm going to share it on our store page once this is all over with. Because
sure thing.
I can promise you right now that there's a lot of people that will take you up on that offer. For me personally, I'd rather have like an 11 by 17 piece. We can talk about a price and stuff on that. I like something I can hang on the wall and things like that. And all these guys on here will attest. I mean, I probably own at least 1,000 pages of original artwork. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm still, I still like, if I had the money, it's like when I worked in video games, I used to have what I called stupid money. It's just money that I could just spend on anything, and that's when
I'm just lucky enough to know some good people. And like I said, like one of our friends who he's probably watching, but didn't want to come on, John Dell, who's probably one of the best inkers in the entire industry.
Yeah.
John lives about 45 minutes away. And, that's the fun thing about doing an inker is the fact that you could get all different types of styles. And John, bless his heart, way under charges for stuff. Normally when I buy something for him, I have to make sure he takes extra money. If not, I have to give it to his wife, Lisa, because he's super under charges for the pieces that he has.
Oh, that's kind of you. Yeah. I would have taken advantage of him, though.
You understand. I mean, I grew up and everything. I would be having the shop and everything else. Almost all my friends are professional comic artists or professional comic talent, writers, inkers, colorists. So I mean, that's the worst part. Is a lot of these people see they think the whole thing is all glitz and glam, and you worked on this popular book for this long. You're a millionaire quite a few times over, and they don't understand the reality of it. Is you got paid to do the work originally. You didn't make the rest of the money off of it. You didn't make money.
I mean, we don't own these characters, So
if you're lucky, you may got a small percentage of a royalty, which nowadays you don't get hardly anymore.
I got it once.
The rest of it is you still have bills to pay. You still have mouths to feed. You have it's. And in all reality, a lot of times you make less than if you would have gone to Burger King and got a job flipping burgers per hour.
Well, nowadays, because I've taken, it's like if I'm going to be working on any interior stuff, it's like I said, okay, I need to do the pencil and inking, because basically it's pretty much what and if I could get that page done today, then that's what I really think, that's what I need in order to survive. It's like the page rates haven't changed for me, in 20 years. so it's like I have to change now. So to in order to get that. And Bobby Parker says, yeah, I really like that piece he showed that he had the Legionnaires in the order they joined. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is
see, don't tell me that.
Well, this is so a patron that's been working on this. So I've got a sketch card. I got a sketch card tier, and then he's just where am I? Can't see.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you did it sketch card size, by the time you got done with the with all the leaves, you'd be on like poster board, multiple pieces of poster board.
Right. I mean, this is the second sheet. So.
Oh, Jesus.
So I mean, that's how many months my Patreon has been kind of running. So
Well, that's good. And what do you charge for your Patreon?
It starts at like $3, $3, and then you'll get them. So I've got my N scale. It's the letter N, and so it stands for nice and naughty, and then nude and nasty. So so there's the different tiers. Obviously, the higher you go, the more you'll get, and the more nasty stuff it'll be.
Do you charge extra for naughty, or is it?
So if you want naughty stuff, if you want naughty and nasty stuff, then it's only $2 more.
Oh, that's not bad.
But then then you go up to
Mike.
15. Yeah, you go up to $15,
Hey, guys.
and then it's a bunch of the work stuff and extra variants and bonus parts and all the roughs and stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Mike, glad to have you back.
Nice to be back. Hey guys, sorry you lost me there for a while. The sound was
That's all right.
just
It's all right.
acting up so bad. Mary figured it out.
You got to do what you got to do. I mean, I figured you had to take a shower. I see you change shirts. So.
Nope, same shirt.
Oh, it's the same shirt? Okay.
Oh yeah. You don't have to shower when you're on lockdown, right? Check that out.
I got to get one of those.
Yeah. And this is what I was working on earlier.
Shower at all. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Scott, if you want to put that up for your charity auction, just go ahead and start it wherever you want to go. Yep.
I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you. If you will, send me a picture of it or a scan, and I'll add it on the Facebook page after all this is done, and we'll do like an auction on it for 3 or 4 days, and let people bid on it, and then we'll send all the money to the Tire Dog Rescue.
Great. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Scott, I think I'm going to bail for a minute. I'm going to try to get in touch with the Gregories and get them to come back or come on, and then I will try to come back in a bit. All right?
Sounds good. All
cool.
right.
Now, if I can figure out how to get off this thing. There it is.
Yeah, I think Monica and I are going to go do dinner too, real quick, Scott.
Okay.
But
Mike, maybe that's
you're going to leave me alone with this guy.
Sorry. We love you. We're going to be watching.
You're all mine, Mike. You're all mine.
Oh, here we go. Here's Barry.
Help me.
There we go. We got Barry Gregory in here now from Kablam Digital Printing and writer extraordinaire.
Hey, Barry, how are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you're outside and enjoying the sun.
Way to be.
You talking to me?
Yep.
I don't.
Oh, Barry.
Oh, he's
Barry,
got the
yeah,
delay.
look
He's
at
got
that.
the delay going.
Barry, can you hear me?
How you doing, Mike?
I don't think Barry can hear me. Tell him to drop out and drop back in.
All right, Scott, I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, tell him to drop
Barry,
out.
He says that you should probably drop out and come back in.
Not hearing anybody.
Hello?
Mike, can you tell him? Maybe he can hear you.
Barry, can you hear me at all?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mike. I'm not hearing anybody else.
We're not talking.
Okay. Yeah, they suggested drop out and then come back in. Hopefully that'll clear it up. Yep.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, it's one of those little silly glitches that happens with this thing occasionally, and that's usually about the only way to fix it is just dropping out and jumping back in.
Other than that, does StreamYard seem pretty stable?
As a whole, yes. I mean, we do have this problem. We have this many people coming in and out and in and out. It does happen. It doesn't happen that often, but so far, I mean, hell, we got Mike Grell on a live stream who's never done it before in his life. So, it can't be. I mean, it's
can't be all that difficult.
This is really, truly, this is about the simplest format I found and probably the easiest one I found. So, Barry, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
All right, cool. We're good to go.
There he is.
Yay.
He is right.
So Barry, how's it been? Tommy just got off of here. How's it been? We got James coming back in too. Hey, Jimmy, how's it going?
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
If you wanted this to be a comment book thing, you can always kick me too. I just want to fill up.
But we're still good.
Because,
Well, before we get too far though, I have somebody that wants to say hi. To the man down in the bottom left. Hold on.
I don't know how this thing works. I don't.
You put
Okay.
it-
Anyways, hello.
Hey, person. How are you? I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good.
It's nice to
I
see you.
miss
It's been
you.
forever.
I know.
How are you?
Yeah. I'm good. I
I
shaved
don't
my
want to see you
head.
anymore, Scott. Get out of there.
All right, I'm out. Kristen
my
taking over
head.
for a bit.
What up, Joe?
Nothing much. Like I said, I shaved my head finally.
When did you do that?
About a week or two ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Feels nice. Thanks. It's wet right now.
I don't
put
have to
too much
shave mine
pomade.
anymore because it just falls.
It's already
out
just
naturally.
going.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, mine does that all the time too. It's terrible.
Yeah, when you get to be my age, you buy a hat and you save a lot on razor blades.
I'm a hat person too.
So how is everybody? Everybody doing all right? I'm James, by the way. I was on Buffy the Vampire Slayer a very long time ago. But
Yes, you
I've been
were.
friends. I've been friends with these guys for a very long time. Old
that's cool.
school, huge comic book fan. So I don't know if you can see the posters in my background here. So, big nerd, and it's always fun to talk to.
Is that a Beastmaster poster?
Yeah,
What is that?
Beastmaster.
Yes, it
Awesome.
is. I saw that movie when I was. Now, when did that come out? 81, 82. Hot. Bye, Krista.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. My mother used to take me to this mall, and she would just buy me a movie ticket and send me to go watch a movie while she would go shop.
Can I ever come take that crow poster?
And that was one of I think I saw that like 3 times in the theater.
Is it not? I'm a-
Really?
They used to be able to do that back in the day,
Yes.
Drop your kids off and send them off to the movies on their own. You were several decades behind me. But,
I was right on the last cusp of being able to do that. Gen X was sort of the last generation that experienced that kind of freedom, I think. Also, the last generation to experience boobies in a PG movie.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah, like that.
I remember the days of where the only rules were you had to be home before the streetlights came on.
Right.
That's right.
But if you came home before the streetlights were on, you got sent back out.
Oh yeah. You have to wait.
Get out! I don't want to see you. Get out!
I usually wait until I could hear my mom shout for dinner.
Right.
It's like hear my name, and then it's like Jeffrey, whatever, Philip. Come home,
it's funny.
Dinner.
It's funny you mentioned Beastmaster a while ago because, believe it or not, Krista, years ago we were at a show and Mark Singer was there, and this was about the time they were about ready to start filming, or the rumors were they're going to film the new V TV show. And I think Krista was probably about 5 or 6 at the time, and we went up there, and Mark absolutely fell in love with her. He actually brought her back behind his table, sat there with her, talked to her like she was a grown adult. And matter of fact, he flat out told me, he said, "Look," he goes, "she's never heard the word no before, has she?" I was like, "Well, yeah." And he said that. He goes, "That's a good thing." He goes, "Would you do me a favor?" I said, "What?" He goes, "Would you take her and have a screen test done because they're about ready to start filming the remake of the VTV show. I'm supposed to be in it." And I would very much like for her to play my daughter on there if she screen test well.
Wow.
So, and I was like, well, I told him, I don't even know what that involves. He said, I will tell you what. He goes, I feel so strongly about this. He goes, I will talk to you. I will pay for it out of pocket if you want to get a screen test for her. So we drove back to Florida about 3 weeks later, got a screen test done, and stayed in contact with him. And then they ended up cutting him from the TV show.
Oh, that's too bad.
That sucks. I met him at a Dragon Con, I think like 2006, and just totally fanboyed all over him. It was kind of embarrassing. Part of it is too. I don't know if any of you know, like you, and you may. He was part of a like a UC Santa Barbara production of Taming of the Shrew that was incredibly famous in the late 70s when he was in college. And at the time, I was part of a theater company that was mounting like a restoration play, and we watched a viewing of that, and it was his version of Petruchio was amazing, and I ended up talking to him about that, and he was like so surprised that anyone brought it up. But he was a really nice guy, very, very tall.
Oh, you didn't bring up your
dude.
You didn't bring up your star stuff that you worked on. What was that movie? Stunt Cops?
Oh, Stunt Cops? That is
keep
a
going.
long time. That's almost 20 years ago now, Scott. It was a mockumentary that my writing partners and I wrote as a short film about the adult entertainment industry. And we play these two guys who are stunt cocks, which are gentlemen who are brought in when the main porn actor can no longer perform.
Right.
But the deal is one, they were incredibly sweet and nice guys and turned the porn industry into like this incredibly wonderful business. That was like the joke. And the second thing is when they went, it was like buckets. Oh, and they were premature ejaculators. So they had to be led onto set like blindfolded. It was really goofy. It went to a lot of film festivals. It had Lou Diamond Phillips in it. Yeah, we had Lou Diamond Phillips play himself, and Scott Thompson from Kids in the Hall, and of course we had to have Ron Jeremy in it. Fully clothed the entire time, mind you.
Ironically. Well, Barry, what have y'all been up to? I mean, I know y'all been stuck down there and getting ready to print stuff. But Tommy was on here earlier, kind of explaining some of the stuff that was going on.
Yeah, we're gonna officially open back up next week. We're gonna have one person in the offices at a time. Everybody else will still be working from home. It's not a big enough space to have everybody back in and still be able to maintain any kind of distance.
Right.
So 4 people will be working, or 3 people will be working from home. 1 person will be in the office. But we've still been taking orders, throughout the whole thing. So we've got a little bit of work piled up on us. But we'll get back on that starting Monday. Of course, I posted a little note on the website saying as much, but no business truly operates independently. I mean, you're all at the mercy of your supply chains and your service providers and things like that. So even though we're opening back up and are going to be printing comics and shipping comics, if we have any problem with paper supply, the pigment supply, the staples, anything, we could be shut back down again. And similarly, if we have any kind of service issues, which digital presses have a gazillion moving parts, and technical issues and error codes happen all the time. And our service bureau, I know, has furloughed a lot of their staff. So, if we have service issues, we could be down again too. But we're going to try to get back on our feet starting next week.
Hey, Brian, I'm going to drop you off for 1 second.
Wait, hold on a second.
In right quick.
One question. Does your
go ahead.
does your business rely on Diamond at all, or
no?
No. Okay, that's good. You can drop me off now.
All right. All right, we're going to be added now by Mr. Scott Collins, artist on Flash and Avengers and pretty much every other damn thing in the world.
I try what I can. Thanks. Hey guys.
Well, thanks for joining. Yeah, you missed Jeff. Jeff was he came in for about 30 minutes and he bowed out. So and Jeff, to introduce you,
he left us. Jeff Johnson left without saying goodbye.
Yeah. Introduce you, Jeff. There's
Bad
Jeffrey
jerk.
Yeah. Right next to you,
Hey, Jeff.
Kate Leary, who played Clem on the Buffy the Vampire Slayer series. Right next to him is Barry Gregory, one of the guys who own Kablam Digital Printing, and he's a writer and stuff. And then I don't know if I have to introduce you to the guy above him.
No, I've met Mr. Grill many times. Nice to see you, Mike.
Guys, my sound is screwing up on me again, so I'm going to ring off and ring back in.
Okay.
All right.
Flash is my 12-year-old's favorite. Like Flash and Spider-Man battle like day by day for who his favorite superhero is. We have so far in Shelter in Place, we have watched the Flash series completely through 3 times.
Well, I'm kind of give a little thing. One of the things we're doing that Scott
Actually, not a good time for me to catch up.
One of the things Scott was so nice to donate was we're auctioning this off through tomorrow at 6 o'clock. I think the bidding is up to $60 right now. But the Flash sketch cover.
That's awesome.
And anybody that's interested can go on the shop Facebook page. There's a post for it, and all you do is in the comments you can comment on there with a bid. And we're just asking you to do at least $5 increments, and all the money goes to Tired Dog Rescue, which which is a local place that helps older dogs and dogs with issues and stuff like that. Oh, there's Mike back in. All right.
Yep.
You good?
I'm still a little breaking up, but I'm here.
Hey, Mike,
I understand Mike Grell is an up-and-coming comic book artist. I just want you should stick with it, Mike. I think you've got a future in this.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. When I was just getting started in the business, Julie Schwartz was the senior editor there at DC Comics. One day he called me in and showed me a fan letter that a young gentleman had written. There was a story that Alex Toth had done. Came back to work briefly at DC to do an Enemy A story. And one of the fans had written, this Alex Toth guy looks really great. I'm sure that in a few years he's going to be one of us. Like, okay.
Keep that kid around.
Like saying,
right?
Jack Kirby shows some promise if he just sticks around long enough.
If he just quit with all those squiggly lines, he'd be great.
I don't know what it is with all these dots he likes drawing.
Right? Yeah. Well, I work in the video game industry now, and for a little over a year, I worked at DC Universe Online as a narrative designer for them. So I got to write a whole bunch of stuff, and that was like a dream come true for me personally, getting to write for all these great characters, and it was cool getting to do we did the big thing that I got to do was it was called Age of Justice, and it was like a World War II Justice Society kind of crossover with Lady Blackhawk and all kinds of cool stuff. So it was just it was amazing to get to work on something like that. So.
Yeah, it's always totally fun to play playing another universe.
Definitely.
It's like I've been lucky. I've gotten to play in like Star Trek, Star Wars, X-Men, the Legion and stuff like that. I mean, it's just so fun to just kind of explore and create things for them.
Guys, everybody's sound is breaking up on me.
Oh, no.
I'm just going to sit here for a while, and if I think of anything to say, I'll interrupt you guys.
Okay, Mike. All right.
You sit there and look pretty, Mike. It's what you do best.
Hey, Hoverman, I think this might be a little treat for some people. You've got 3 Legion artists on here.
Oh yeah, no, we had 3 out here earlier, so we figured we had. Oh God, who else? Well, I mean, we had Derek Donovan on, but he did that Legion '94 series, and there was somebody else we had on earlier too that worked on Legion. Who was it? I don't know.
Johnson has a little bit.
What's that?
Johnson has a little bit too, but he didn't have a major run or anything.
Can't hear you.
But yeah, we have a nice Legion fan club going on with this thing, which I love since I'm a huge Legion fan. I mean, that's
Very cool.
You know, let's see. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me see if I'm going to go find my prized possession because I have to show you this.
Hey Scott. Okay, I'm need to go boil some pasta.
Okay.
So I will be back later, gentlemen. It's really nice to
right,
see
James.
everybody and to meet everybody in
meet
the
you.
chat. I hope everyone is doing great. I'll probably hop back on in maybe about a half hour, but good to talk to everybody.
All right, cool.
That'll be good.
See you in a bit.
Alrighty, take care,
Bye.
James.
All right, so yes, I heard him, but so this is my prized possession right here. This is the one and only CGC book that I own personally.
Wow.
Now I have I mean, we have a lot in the store, but this one is
Tip it down a
mine.
little.
There's not a lot any more like it. But the only reason I got it graded, just to give you a little frame of reference, and I don't know if Mike can't hear me or not, but this was actually the very first comic I bought with my own money ever. And so I've kept it all these years. Lucky enough, Mike was one of the ones that worked on it. And when I brought it in when he was here at the shop to have him sign it, the way he signed it, I had to get it graded afterwards. So the inscription reads as this. For my buddy Scott,
Really?
it would have been cheaper if I had taken you and bought you some crack. So just for that and that alone, I had to have this thing graded for posterity. It had to be in the CGC database. And that is my next to my Legion action figure set that Mike drew Invisible Kid on. That is my prized possession.
I don't have a clue what you just said. But when I saw the Legion, it was an inscription to you, right?
Yes. Drop out and drop back in.
Here's what I'm hearing.
Hey,
drop
gang,
out,
how y'all doing?
Back in. Hey, Jeffrey, how's it going, bud?
It's going, bud. Y'all all right?
Hey,
welcome to the show.
Hey, Mr. Brill. Good. Scott Collins, Barry Gregory.
I'm occupying space that could be better used by somebody who can actually have a conversation with the rest of your guests. I wanted to thank you for everything, Scott. And again, that Green Arrow piece will be available for auction, and all the money goes to charity. I'll see if I can send something else along for you too. If I get a chance, just later on, we're trying to pop back.
Very cool.
Okay?
I'll
Cheers,
call you
guys.
later.
Bye.
all right.
Take care, bud. Take care.
And for everybody interested here, we've just been joined by Mr. Jeffrey Gwynn, who's one of our other guys. He's local. Jeffrey is a fantastic artist, but he opted to have a real job instead of going to comic books. Jeffrey works.
That's a wise
Jeffrey,
man.
I'll let him tell you what he does, but he's actually now decided to venture into comic books as not as a full-time job, but as something he's working with Kevin Grievo from the Underworld fame, working on a book.
He's good at it.
Oh, well, you heard it here.
Oh, nobody's supposed to know?
Yeah. Hey,
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm still doing my thing. Yeah, I appreciate you, Scott. We just had to drop in and say, hey, I see some super talented people. Barry, it's good to see you again, but this is odd not seeing you just at Pensacon. Scott, Mr. Collins, always been a fan. Jeffrey Moore, has seen all your stuff too. So,
Thanks, man.
yeah. Now Scott at 3 Alarm, I'm not really a big fan of him, but hey, he puts up with me. So, there we go. There we go. So,
All right, go.
Oh,
Just to let you know, Jeffrey helps make trains run, so he works for a train company and makes a whole lot more money than probably the rest of us combined.
Why you putting me on blast like that, my God? Hey, all my money goes into this afro behind me.
Oh, I can tell. I can tell.
Yeah. It's tied up. It's tied up. That's what you got.
I'm telling you.
That's what you got to do.
What was she born in? 1967?
Hey, we call her Angela Davis, so yeah, you can go ahead and say it.
It's classic Michael.
No.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
How are you doing,
pretty
Mia?
good.
I'm doing good.
Good seeing you, sweetheart.
Yeah, this is a different comic book day. I mean, free comic book day than we've been accustomed to. I really are missing all the fans and all the people and all the drawing and all the love. This is cool, but you know, just a little bit different from the old norm.
Well, I
You know
mean,
that.
we can't all be together, and like I said, we kind of we said earlier that we
Nice, Mike.
this whole thing right here is a fruition of about 12 hours worth of work. But basically, yesterday about noon, I thought I was like, you know what, we can't do free comic book day, but you know, we can still do something with all this streaming and stuff like that we're doing. Let's just have fun and enjoy ourselves. And
yeah,
and it started off with being maybe about 5 or 10 people just coming in, and it kind of grew into having Power Rangers show up, having Kevin Smith Universe people showing up, having said like with James Leary, one of the Buffy actors, showing up. So it's this has turned into something a lot bigger than I planned, and quite honestly, I thought it was going to be an utter disaster, but it's actually gone pretty smoothly and been a lot of fun. Of course, beer helps.
yeah. You always got a system for something, that Scott. Always. So it's all to the good.
I'm out of beer. I just have hard liquor right now.
All right, Jeffrey, take it easy, bud. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I just have hard
You can
liquor.
hang out. We got plenty of room. You can hang out for a while.
No, I'll be here. I'm gonna grab something to drink though.
All right.
I'll be right back.
So Scott, you pretty much done with everything else? I know I've got your I'll be sending those out Monday, all those covers and everything, but just kind of once again let everybody know we had Scott on yesterday on one of our live streams with Ming and Mike, who should be stopping by later on too. But Scott's doing some incredible work for some sketch covers that he's been advertising on his Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, and it's some great prices and some incredible stuff. Like I said, this splash piece is just one. The other two, if you'll forgive me for a second. Let's see here.
Yeah, I've been having fun with those sketches.
We got a nice Iron Man we've got here.
Oh dear.
And then the one, this one also will probably be auctioned off for charity too. And then this one that was going to be auctioned off for charity till it was a Legion piece, and it's not going anywhere.
Scott, at 3 Alarm, you are the comic aficionado. That cover with the Iron Man, that's a direct homage to the old Invincible Iron Man, if I'm not mistaken. Was that the first?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I think that's brilliant. Just calling it out. Just saying.
Yeah. No, that was one of my favorite covers when I was a kid, and I was trying to think of different ideas of something to do, and that popped in my head was to kind of recreate that, but then add some explosions and whatnot. I had fun with it, but it was really cool to try and recreate that pose and that energy and that kind of stuff. It was fun.
Yeah, and I had a lot of fun drawing on it too. So
get out of here! Get out of here, Scott. Damn it! Darn it! But yeah, that was brilliantly done.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Scott Huberman, if you get a chance, look at my Facebook post. I just posted some more Legion sketches. You'll probably like them a lot.
Yeah, but I can't have them, so that's going to piss me off.
Yeah, no, these are already paid for.
Exactly.
One of them's going to shock you a little.
Oh, Jesus. Well, I've already told Jeffrey Moy here that I'm
don't kick us out, Scott. Don't get.
What we got?
Don't get kicked off.
I see what you're talking about already.
What are we looking at?
Crap! All right, hold on. I'm gonna download it and bring it up here on here. Give me a second. Holy crap!
And I think that complicated one is going to be a series of stuff. That guy's a big fan of that time frame of Legion. So we all are
bring them all together.
Fan of. I think I'm not sure exactly what he plans to do, but yeah, he plans on more.
Wow. I'm gonna have to get you in touch with a friend of mine who he did a lot of stuff for Mike, another huge Legion fan. He's in the Legion Facebook group, but his name's Charles Morrell, and he actually gets a lot of Legion commissions and things like that. So I might have to get y'all two in touch. Yeah, here's the piece he's talking about.
Whoa! Holy smokes! you can get lost in that. And I mean lost in a good way, Scott. In a good way.
No, I know.
That
actually kind of reminds me.
Did you see the stuff under Cosmic Boy's feet?
Oh God. Yeah, I already talked with Jeffrey. I'm gonna end up getting a multiple Legion piece from him, and damn you, God damn it.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That piece actually kind of reminds me of my tryout piece when I was trying out for the Legion, or just to for an opportunity to draw the Legion. It's like the editor Casey Carlson. He asked for like some Legion members fighting some bad guys or whatever. And so actually, I had the Legion. I had the Legion fighting the Legionnaires fighting the Frightful or the Fatal Five. So I had 10 characters on there, and I think he was kind of like, I didn't mean, it's like maybe a little too much, and then he asked for another one, which is like 2 characters, so
here's
kind of weird.
But that's the trick with the Legion. I mean, it is one of those things where you're asked for, many times over again to have 5, 7, 12 characters trading around the situation. So
I'll tell you, here's the other piece.
And that still only had 4.
I saw from Scott.
Gorgeous.
Oh, that one.
Oh my gosh.
All the
I
bad
see
guys.
MODOK.
I made so many bad words when seeing that one.
MODOK was my favorite part, man. I mean, I dug all doing all the other ones, but when he put MODOK on the list, this one guy who asked for the cover was like, oh shoot, I got to do MODOK. MODOK's awesome.
Yeah,
MODOK is
he's undervalued. Yeah,
come on in, Barry. Jump on in.
I'm trying to get Jenny in here. She's having trouble getting her camera to work.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Barry's also, like I said, he's one half of Kablam Digital Printing, but he also is married to Jenny Gregory, who is she's a comic creator herself. She's responsible for the comic Dreamwalker and Abby's Menagerie and a few other ones. Dreamwalker really kind of hit the circuit because depending on who you talk to, it's the first appearance of the Goon. Barry was actually the editor at Avatar at the time, and actually loved Eric Cobble's work and took a chance on him. And even though Barry will sit there and shake his head no, it's actually Barry's actually responsible for getting Eric Powell started in the comic industry.
No.
Cool.
All right, I see Baby Yoda is joined us here.
Now Jenny's doing covers for Casper and Underdog and Casper and Wendy and some of those properties now. I forget the others.
The American Eagle, I think, is putting those out.
American Anthology.
American Anthology, that was it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
we
Dave.
got joined back by Dave Bain down in
Hey,
the
Dave.
lower left-hand corner down there.
Hey, Dave.
Dave.
And Jeffrey, can you show us anything you've been working on, or is it still top secret? Is it oh, don't give me the eyes. Yeah, exactly. What? Do it.
Oh my gosh.
It's not like anybody's gonna see it on here.
Plug away, man.
Oh my gosh. Y'all serious? Come on.
Millions and
Come on.
millions.
Come on.
Can
Let me look.
you just show?
This will be tricky.
Can you show
Let me see.
anything with your
Yeah, I think
product?
I can. Yeah.
Your
Yeah, I think I
Underworld
can.
product with Kevin Greba.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Bottom right corner of a page.
Well, believe it or not, Jeffrey's
Show
stuff
us
is
a
so cool. Yeah, show us a boob. Wait, no, I'm sorry. No, Mia. No,
No.
Mia. No.
I said boot.
Oh, boob. Okay.
Yeah, now we got to move.
All right.
Yeah. Along that line. Good job, this.
And then Chris Hansen shows up.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I got a page here. I guess I can show that. I guess there's a big fight sequence that's going to happen, and like these guys are kind of. Well, let me see if I can do this right. There's the Darkstorm character that's been hid, and all of this, and the characters are flying into the city to do some damage, and there's damage done to the city by the characters, and this is difficult to show it here, but yeah, I had to draw a pimp alien too. So yeah, there's that.
And what actually does to make an alien pimp?
I'm sorry, what now?
What actually does it take to make an alien pimp?
Nothing but a set of clothes and put them on an alien. It's really pretty easy. I mean, look, when you got a bunch of aliens that are required to be running around and all that, you get to play, with everything. The guy that does, if y'all read a book called Shaolin Cowboy, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, love that book.
Yeah, I love that book because he does so much with all the stuff in the backgrounds and the signage and the characters. There's so much going on behind, everything, and that's kind of what's going on with this. So, kind of fun.
I think Scott
So you like to draw insane
in
stuff.
high school was Alien Pimp. So
Yeah, that was it was in college, but I was referring to myself. But
bachelor's degrees. Yeah.
Yeah, but well, cool, Jeffrey. That's honestly, I'm really impressed.
And I'm sorry, shameless plug. Somebody, this is their way of asking for a Nintendo Switch for their birthday, which is coming up. So
there you go.
Very nice.
It's very cute.
Yeah, that's where I draw it from. Yeah. How do you say no?
I feel like her in the background. She got that eating grin in the background back there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's that mission accomplished grin. That's what it is. Mission accomplished grin. So, but yeah, good things, man. Like I said,
just remember, Daddy's a millionaire, so ask for everything.
Oh, every daughter thinks her dad is a millionaire. Yeah,
I think they do. I'll send them to the real millionaire. That would be you, Scott, at 3 Alarms.
No, not even close. I'll tell you what. I can pay her with $1 million comics. I can tell you that in a heartbeat.
Well, I mean, that being said, I know all 5 of us, plus 3 Alarm Comics, plus Scott Huberman, are all on Facebook. So if anybody's watching out there and is looking for some work to hang on their walls or something that you have in mind and
want to make us a millionaire,
right? Some creative stuff, please, by all means, message 3 Alarm Comics and or us individually and let us know what you need. So.
Yes, I mean, everybody here is open for commissions for pieces. Barry and Tommy and Jenny, if she ever makes it on at Kablam, they have a huge catalog at their 01comics.com thing. Mort Todd was on here earlier, and I think they're actually offering up a bunch of stuff for free comic book day for free downloads. I think they've got 4 books they've got on there. So, I mean, even though we can't all be out for free comic book day, there's still ways to do that. I know Barry and them, they're offering, I think we've got a bunch of stuff that you can go on the 01 Comics and read. So even though you may not be able to get physical free comic books today, there's plenty of places you can go and take the chance of not buying an X-Men or a Superman or whatever, and you might be surprised with some of these small press independent books that completely will blow your mind. If you happen to be able to find some of the back issues of Scott's Atom Point 3, you can. I mean, it's some incredible stuff. I ain't gonna lie. It's really when the book came out, it was probably one of my favorite ones at the time. I absolutely loved it. So I mean, and Jeffrey's got a lot of stuff. He did.
Thanks, man. That's nice.
He he did a lot of the crossovers with. If you're a Legion fan still, you got the Star Trek Legion crossovers, and I'm sure Jeffrey probably worked on a lot of independent books that he probably never even got credit for. So
yeah.
So take that chance, go out there right now, and then try to bring in some stuff for some of these independent comics and some of the stuff you wouldn't have taken a chance on.
Let us not forget Amazing Man by somebody that's in a block that's not talking. Since he's not gonna hype it up, I'm gonna have to hype it up for him. That right there.
Yes, sir.
Amazing Man.
John Amen
Yes, sir.
With Stephen Butler and Tommy.
I gotta say, I was trying to get Jeffrey Gwynn to do sequential comics for the past couple of years, and he kept turning me down. But the second a better writer that's more well known came along, he jumped on it.
No,
Right.
no, it is not
Hey,
like
Dave?
that, Barry.
Yeah.
Dave,
Sorry,
I'm
Jeff,
gonna
it's how it goes.
drop you out for 1 second to bring Jenny in, okay?
All right.
All right, let's see here. And welcome Miss Jenny Gregory,
Hey, there she
the
is.
better half of the other Gregory up in the top right.
Hello.
Jenny is an artist and writer of her own right. Speaking of independent comics and self-published stuff, and well, but of course, like I said, you've been doing a lot of stuff, covers for American
mythology.
American mythology, yeah, doing the Casper and everything like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you also
Well,
still
how's-
work on the Ebony Menagerie and
Yeah.
the occasional other book here and there.
How's Free Comic Book Day going for you? Looks like it's been really busy.
Well, actually, it's dead in here.
Oh.
But but other
Way
than
to
that,
blow the
But now
mystique,
you've had a
Scott.
lot of people drop in, so that's awesome.
The party's arrived with you.
It turned out a lot better than I thought.
Good.
This is
Awesome.
This is the first year, and probably the last 5 or 6 years. Our kids go to an art school, and this time of year, every year, they're doing their year-end, their big theatrical production at the end of the year. And so we're always having to skip Free Comic Book Day because there's always matinee on this Saturday. So this is the first time in years that there's not one, and there's, the virus going on and no Free Comic Book Day at all. So
It's terrible, Barry. It feels terrible anyway. How about
that's kind of like
done a
what
Free
I
Comic
said.
Book Day since the kids started school.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's the reason we wanted to do something like this. And like I said, really and truly, this was all last minute, and I'm surprised it is going nearly as well as it has been. But really and truly, I mean, for us, this has always been a big, huge event. We like having fun. Like, we have in all of our locals in, plus we like inviting new people in. Everyone's like I said, Scott and Jeff Johnson were in last year. It's one of those things where this is it started off being stressful as all hell, so it's something I actually look forward to, and it really seemed odd not to be doing anything today. And luckily, with the streaming stuff, which we've kind of been getting into within the past few weeks, for a lack of anything better, basically something to pass the time and something to offer up to the fans, because you could be sitting at home and twiddling your thumbs and doing nothing, or we could be doing something like this. And I'm lucky enough to have friends that are so gracious to come on and do streams with us, like you, like Barry and Scott and Jeffrey and Jeffrey and Jenny and a lot of the other ones that have tuned in today and who've been part of our streams before. I'm very gracious of it, and I also really kind of am proud of the fact that we can bring something like this to the fans that are out there, since they have nothing else to do right now.
Hey, forget all that talk, man. How much for that Power Girl in the back?
For you, we'll talk later. It's going to cost you there.
$1 million. Is that probably my price? No, hey, I was just joking, man. You know we love you, man. We appreciate all you do and all that. And the good thing about something being postponed is it'll get that much better next year. Yeah. So, I'm sorry.
I've got a Fairchild back here.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay. Oh, we already brought up the Scooby-Doo statue over here now. Come on. So I'm a big fan of the Jim Shore stuff, and once they announced that Jim Shore is they got the license for the DC line before all this started. They're initially releasing like 11 statues, but I've got to have them.
Sounds good.
No, it's not good.
Hey.
It's going to cost a lot of money.
It always does. Hey, look, gang, I love all y'all. I have to run. We have some smokies that we have to make sure are cooking properly. Yeah, so we have to go jump on that. But Hey,
doesn't know what he's doing.
yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But you guys be safe. Loved it and all of that. And Scott, I'll be back on next time you get.
All right, sounds
Scott,
good.
Mr. Scott Collins, it's a pleasure. Jeffrey, it's a pleasure. Barry, always a
Take
pleasure.
care.
Jen, always a pleasure. Scott
to
at 3
see
Alarm, we'll see you. Whatever. Hey,
All right,
likewise. Y'all be good, okay?
All right, take care, Jeffrey. We're
It's a
going
pleasure to meet you too, Jeffrey.
We'll see. We'll see.
Jeffrey, if you don't mind, I might have to. We got Alex Savick wanting to come back on, and Mark Ryan is coming back in too. So, Jeffrey, if you don't mind, I'm gonna pop you out for a little bit and bring them in.
Sure, go for it.
All right, you can hang around, still watching. We'll bring
I'm
you
actually
back
going to
in.
pop off for a little bit.
All right.
I'll see you a little bit later.
All right, thanks, Scott.
Bye, Scott.
Let's see.
Oh, wow, it's playing
Oh,
like.
the hell! Actually, hold on. We still have Jeffrey in. Then there we go. We're good.
Oh, okay. I'm
Hi,
back.
Barry. This is Alex Saviuk. How you doing?
Hey, Alex, how are you?
Okay, where are you that it's kind of sounds so windy?
It's outside.
I am. I'm in Davenport, Florida.
Oh, Davenport. Okay. Where is that actually? South?
It's just across the Orange County line. It's a rock's throw from Orlando.
Oh, just
So
okay.
there's
just
this
south.
part of the United States that kind of pokes off the end, kind of looks like a,
It's
that's
America's
called Florida.
penis.
That's
It looks
that's
like
what
kind
I'm
of.
being a smart ass. I'm being a smart ass, Alex. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Florida
Alex,
is kind of like Italy without the heel and the boot. Yeah.
Right.
But welcome back, Alex. We're still kind of hanging out and rotating people in and out and still having a
that
fun
sounds great.
time. And we got Barry and new ones. We got Barry and Jenny in here from. I'm sure y'all know if you've met them before from the Kablam Digital Printing, and Jenny's a writer and artist. Does her own book. So
Yay.
Yeah, he's good. Yes, how's everybody doing? I don't think have I ever met you, Jenny?
I think so. I think we've gone out to dinner after MegaCon a couple times with a group.
Yeah, have you always had that pink hair? Because that looks familiar.
Yeah.
No. Okay, then I'm thinking about somebody else with pink hair.
Well, she's had it for a while though.
Which is
Yeah.
odd because people at comic book shows never have weird hair.
I know, never have colorful hair.
Yeah.
Actually,
I
it
know.
changes
I mean,
pink,
look
purple,
at
blue.
me. I dyed my hair white just so I could stand out in a crowd. I mean, really. Yeah.
It looks awesome.
And I shaved off the front of it so I can look older.
Yeah, I shaved this part right here. That's what I shaved to
See,
give me
okay.
some gravitas.
Yeah, I was watching we were watching Family Feud last night, and Steve Harvey was on, of course, and he's going, guys, if you got a little bit here on the sides, it's going all the way around. Do a Jeffrey Moy and shave it off. Shave it all off. Okay? If you got a little bit on the side, you got to comb it all the way over so that you can only walk into the wind instead of against the wind. Hey, man, shave it all off.
You got
I'm
it,
just
man.
not there yet, you know.
Oh, why? Thank you.
I'm kind of waiting. As long as I can see something on the top, I think I'm going to hold on to it. After that, I'm just going to wear a big French beret like I used to do when I was really young. So what's everybody doing to kind of keep themselves sane in this situation here? Is everybody just hanging in the house and being creative, or
Lots of masturbation?
Who said that?
Scott.
Wow.
Typical.
Well, hey, listen, whatever floats the boat, as they say, that's I guess it works.
Sound like
Anybody
I was
watch
sleeping.
anything cool on Netflix or on TV?
I just finished the season of Ghost in the Shell, the new animated one.
Oh,
and
how
actually,
about
it seems like it's only half of the season because.
I'm going to tell you right now. There is another one that is completely off the wall, and if you haven't watched it, you're going to have to because it's like watching a train wreck. You have to do it. Is that Tiger King?
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I can't do it. I cannot watch
I can't
Tiger.
do that either.
Okay.
All right, hey, Jeffrey, Jeffrey, if you don't mind, I'm gonna buy you
She
out for
dropped
1
his
second
ass
and
out
bring
of
in,
plane in the Gulf of Mexico.
All right, go for it.
I'm gonna drop
Cheers.
you out, Jeffrey. Hang out where you're at. We'll bring you back in, but I'm gonna bring in Mark
Sure.
Ryan for a bit.
Right.
Everything I've heard about that series, I read on Facebook. I think I've watched it enough just for the Facebook stuff.
And for those of
It's
y'all who
addicting.
were not here
It really
earlier,
is.
I want to introduce everybody to Mark Ryan. Mark is he's actually writing the Pilgrim book for with Mike Grell, but he also is notorious for being the voice of Bumblebee and Jetfire and a lot of other Transformers in the Transformers movies. In Robin of Sherwood, Black Sails, and my personal favorite. Once again, he worked with Eric Idle, where doing the Eric Idle Exploits Monty Python tour.
Wow.
The only thing I heard before you let me back in, because you are aware that people all over the world are watching this, was a discussion about Tiger King.
No discussion. We were not
I just
discussing.
want to point out that I am in the Netherlands, and let me tell you, it's not seen as probably one of the things is the best representation
of
Of
I'll tell
America?
you,
Yeah.
Mark,
That's pretty much
it, the worst part is it's something. If you haven't seen it, you can't make this shit up.
No.
It is it's like a train wreck. You start watching. Well, it's one of those things where somebody's saying, "Hey, you got to see this." Like, no, I'm not going to watch it. It's the stupidest thing in the world. Then you start watching it. The next thing you know, 6 hours later, you've completed the complete run. Going, I've just waited 6 hours of my life, but I could not stop.
I have not seen it. My wife watches it, and she's like, being Dutch, she's kind of like aghast. I mean, she thought she was at one point. I think she thought it was kind of just a setup, that it was actually done with some kind of.
That's real. It is real.
It is real. And it's,
Yeah.
Every day in Davie, Florida.
I rest my case.
Welcome to America.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, I do live there.
Yeah,
I live in California when I get back. I've lived there for 20 years. I'm an American now. You know what I mean? I actually have the passport, the whole thing, and the taxes. I have there.
I can tell from your accent.
Yeah. No, I'm not there. Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
Mark,
Anyway,
Mark, have you done voices for Assassin's Creed?
no, I
Okay.
met those guys when we did Black
Okay.
Sails, funny enough. We all ended up banding together down at San Diego Comic-Con because obviously they were pirates and we were pirates. But no, I haven't done any of those with them.
Okay. I just started working for Ubisoft as a writer, so I was just curious.
I'll do anything for money. I'm not proud.
We might have some casting coming up. I'll definitely make sure to throw your name in the ring.
Hey, please do.
I will.
I've worked with Mike Grell. I've worked with, I work with anybody. Ask Mike. He'll tell you, and or Eric Idle and Michael Bay. I'll work with anybody. I don't care.
Yeah, I know his agent. She'll help him out. She'll work for him good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind doing some voices here and there. Heck, but that sounds like fun.
I got into it completely by accident, Alex. I literally fell into it by accident. I was doing a film called King Arthur. I was the fight coordinator and swordmaster.
Oh.
And I ended up training Keira Knightley and Clive Owen and Mads Mikkelsen, who was brilliant, by the way. He's
incredible.
Yeah.
He's also an excellent swordsman. And it's one of those stories, but it's absolutely true. He was trained as a dancer. And there's an old Celtic saying, never give a sword to a man who can't dance. No, it's absolutely true. And I saw him moving on the set, and I've given everybody a sword caddy to do, just so they could get used to handling the swords and swinging it about. And I saw the way he was moving. And I actually, this is at Steve Dent's farm, the place we were training at before he deployed to Ireland. When I went up to him and said, don't take me wrong, Mads. Can I ask you a personal question? He said, sure. I said, did you train as a dancer? He said, yeah, I trained as a ballet dancer.
Wow.
He went to ballet lessons. And I said, I'm going to work something out for you that I think will suit the whole style. We're going to make it. And I made a sword for him, a specific sword, which was like a flame-bladed katana, but it flamed out at the end, which everybody thought I'd made up at the time. But actually, there's one of them hanging up in the museum in Budapest. And he just, to me, the way he moved and I said, I want you to feel like, I'll fix it up so the stunt guys are approaching you and you don't look at them. You literally know they're coming. You know what the moves are before they move them, and before they make them. And so you are literally almost there in a fluid movement. And it's as if you've got this psychic connection to what's going on around you. And it worked really well. He was fantastic. Anyway, what happened with that film, I mean, I've done a lot of work behind the scenes, was that you understand the camera moves and all that kind of stuff. And Jerry Bruckheimer was involved with it. And I think it must have been Jerry that suggested me to Michael, because I got this mad call about would I come into the office and meet them and chat with them and do and could I do like 5 robot voices at the same time? And I obviously thought they'd lost their minds. So I went in basically, and she wasn't interested in I did the voices. I did like 5 different voices, different robots. At one point, one of them, Jazz actually sounded like this.
Yeah.
I'm Jazz, and they said, no, we're going to do it. It's a different voice for Jazz. Jazz is not going to sound like that. So I was okay. So I was running through these different voices, and eventually she stopped me. She said, "You've just been working with Antoine Fuqua." I said, "Yeah, I did. Yeah, on King Arthur." She said, "How was that?" I said, "It was great. I got on with him, no problem. He was great. Great to us. Great to the stunt guys. Great to the sword guys. Special effects loved us." There were some people who didn't, and they knew about it on the set sometimes. So, but we didn't. We got on with him well, and we did as we were told. So, we're fine. She said, "But isn't he really difficult to deal with? And is he demanding? And he wants pace. And he's this." I said, "Yeah, it can be." And she said, "Yeah, I've heard that he can, shout at people and fire people off the set and get, all kinds of stuff." I said, "Yes, I've seen him do it." I said, "But if you do what you're told and you're prepared, it's not rocket science. You just turn up and do the job. But you prepare it so you know which you go this way or that way." And I said, "Can I ask you a question?" She said, "Sure." I said, "Is this film that I'm coming for?" I said, "Is Antoine involved with this? Is it an Antoine film, Antoine Fuqua film?" She went, "Oh no, it's much, much worse."
Oh no.
I went, "Okay." So anyway, I got a call. The next thing I knew, a week later, I was on the set with blowing shit up. And it was, I have to say, I get on with Mike. We get on well. I understand what he's trying to do and why he wants to push forward now. So again, I've not had any problems with him. But yeah, so I fell into that whole thing by accident, Alex.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I did some. I never worked with Michael Bay, but I did storyboard work on back in 2005. I did storyboards for about three films. I did storyboards on 3 films. Okay, camera just died. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the biggest one I worked on was called The Reaping. That was directed by Stephen Hopkins. Who, did a number of some sci-fi stuff. Did Ghost in the Darkness, which is still one of my favorite films for
awesome
cinematography, if nothing else. And I did a lot of the special effects storyboard scene with this gentleman who, went way back. I'm talking 2005, and he was working with James Cameron on The Abyss. His name was Richard Yursich, and he also did special effects on, a couple of other Resident Evil and a few other science fiction films. And it was a blast, working on storyboards and finding out just how much money each special effects scene costs. So the type of thing where, if you're going to do cuts, every time you cut, it costs $50,000. So they said, as Hilary Swank is walking through the flames, you got to do the camera move so it's behind her and then the side and then come out the front. If it's one camera move, it's $50,000. If you do 3 cuts, it's $150,000. We can't do that. I said, okay, so now I'm deciding on how much money is going to be spent by the special effects crew. He says, well, yeah, you got to be aware of that. I said, okay, you got it. So whenever I can, I tried to save them some money. But it was really a lot of fun working on that film because I got to meet Idris Elba before he got to, become really famous doing Thor and all that stuff. The hell of a nice guy. And, I remember he got me loaded on sake when we tried to do when we went to do a party once, and I was already drinking a couple of my own things, and all of a sudden he sits next to me and goes, "Come on, Al, we got to have some sake." And I said, "What?" And so I said, no, I've been drinking martinis. He goes, oh, no, you'll love this. So I think I had 2 cupfuls, and the next day, forget about it. I didn't want to get out of bed. I was just wiped from that stuff. That was hideous. That was wicked. And he was just going at it, popping that stuff down, but a hell of a nice guy. And Stephen Hopkins, I managed to get that gig because I worked with a very close friend of his, the cinematographer. His name was Peter Levy. And he worked on this independent film that I did prior to that called Lonely Hearts, directed by Todd Robinson. And Peter and Stephen are very close. And he told me on that particular set that Stephen is a huge comic book fan. He must have 40 long boxes of comics home. And I said, well, gee, do you think maybe I could bring in a couple of comics, some Spider-Man books, and sign them off to him? And he goes, oh, God, he would love that. And I think because I did that, I was able to get that reaping gig, 4 months later, because my name must have come up in conversation as far as who could do some storyboards. So so I got to meet Stephen and work pretty closely with him on, quite a few of the scenes. And I was very flattered when, I guess because of my comic book storytelling experience and some of the storyboarding I've done, I did a couple of overtime weekends where they gave me a scene and they said, listen, it's Friday. Do you think you'd want to do this scene over the weekend, and then we'll come back Monday and review it? And, this way we can weed it out and stuff. And I'd say, sure, I got nothing else to do because I was on location in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. There you go. And so that weekend, I remember I did this one scene. It ended up being 112 panels. And we brought it in on Monday, and we went through it, and they looked at it and they said, well, right now, if we did this scene, it would probably cost us like too much money. So we got to whittle it down. They whittled it down to about, I think, 40 frames, saved them a ton of money. But they were glad that I just expanded the scene as much as it did so they could weed out all the stuff that they didn't want to use. So,
which actually, go ahead, Mark. For a second, I want to take a second also. You were in here earlier before a lot of the other people were here. I want to introduce you around. Next to you is Alex Savick.
We've been talking
Alex
back and forth.
Okay, yeah. Well, Alex has been doing the Spider-Man strip in the newspapers with Stan Lee and for he's been doing the artwork for it for decades now. I guess
22 years. Yeah.
Wow.
Next to him in the corner down there is James Leary. James is an actor. He I guess what most people know him for is he was the character Clem on 3 seasons of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. You may not recognize him because he had all his makeup on. And then up top is Barry and Jenny Gregory. Jenny is a fantastic artist and writer. She publishes a lot of her own stuff. And then Barry is one half of Kablam Digital Printing, who, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be printing your Pilgrim Kickstarter book.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There you go. It's looking great, I have to say. Steve as well is doing a great job. Well, obviously Mike's running the whole art side of it, but Steve's done some really good poster work and inks for us to finish it off, because the last book wasn't completed. That's why it was never released. And Comic Mix imploded before we got to finish it. And IDW were like, we'd love to continue, but we need more stuff. And at the time we couldn't do it. They obviously didn't have any money, so we were left sort of hanging with a half of a finished comic book, and the rights reverted to me. And I went, okay, well, what am I going to do? I can't remember how it came back in the conversation, but the story arc, because bizarrely it is about a virus. We didn't plan it this way; it just happened to be this way that we started talking about this in September last year. So it's about a weaponized virus, and there's a lot of occult stuff in it as well regarding the Second World War. We talked about that earlier on, but regarding what was called the London Controlling Section, Churchill's old psychological warfare department, which was also attached to the SOE, Special Operations Executive, and how all of that occult research, particularly against the SS, not only was it not stopped at the end of the war, but of course then it was continued through modern remote viewing and the SRI studies and what the military has been doing over the last 40 years. So there's a lot of interesting, historical, bizarre, but true stories in there.
Cool. Now, you know what? Now that I see Barry and Jenny together at the top, I'm remembering when Jenny said we've had a couple of dinners in Orlando. Weren't there those big groups with Roland Mann and a whole bunch? Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
And we don't mention that name in my company.
Roland Mann?
That one. Yeah.
Oh, why you guys had a bad fallout?
Scott's got beef with everybody. Scott fights with everybody.
We won't get onto that here. We won't get onto that here. We'll talk later, Alex.
Okay.
I've been trying to
How about them Yankees?
for
I don't have to
years
get
and it's
Roland
going
sided story.
Hey guys,
I'm very impartial. I'm right down the middle.
I've actually been paged by the people who want more food, and I'm apparently my new job, my shelter in place job is now as a butler and a chef and a dumbwaiter because I got to go up and down stairs. So I might stop in before this whole thing is over just to say goodbye. But it's so good to talk to everybody. I hope everyone is doing well, staying safe, and we'll see you guys soon.
Nice to meet you, buddy.
Good to see you guys. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
What's the origin of that word dumbwaiter? I never looked that up, although
It's
I
an
could Google it.
lift. It's in the old hotels. No, actually, it's a lift that goes up and down in the roof. It's literally a tiny little lift that they used to put the food in, and it would then come up the stairs, come up this channel into the restaurant or the room or where you were. So it was. It's not like a full scale lift. It's just like a closet.
Yes.
Like 2 by 2, and it goes up and down and brings the food into the food or the
There's a waiter that brought you food, so it's a dumb waiter.
You know what I mean?
So it was considering that it was just a little closet and had no mind of its own. It was considered dumb.
I guess so. It didn't need somebody to stand in it. And
The internet, we could look this up.
It was just,
I know we could. I just just because it was mentioned, I figured once I leave here, it might just escape me, and I'll never get to find out the origin of dumbwaiter. But at any rate. So Jeffrey, are you an art dealer? Is that it? Or are you an artist?
I'm an artist. I've met you several times at shows.
You look very familiar, but isn't there another Moy Albert Moy?
Albert Moy. I would, it's like when before I got into comics, it's like I was collecting art and stuff like that, comic art. And
all you damn Asians look alike.
I know, we do.
What did you say? All the damn Asians?
Yeah.
No, the Asians don't look alike.
So I mean, it's like even when I went over to like artists and started talking to them about their art and everything like that, they're like, "Are you related to Albert Moy?" And it's like, no, there's no relation.
Oh, there is no relation. Oh, I'm sorry then.
Yeah, no, that's no problem. It's like I know Albert. I bought stuff off of Albert before too.
So now, what are you working on these days? I'm sorry if I'm coming in late on the conversation. I must have answered this question 14 times today.
Yeah. I mean, I just have my Patreon thing. I'm kind of working on that. I was doing a web comic that was meant to get people interested in IT for some reason.
Okay.
So it's like, all right. But they were paying the bills. They were willing to pay my rate. So I was doing that.
Jeffrey's being he's being a little bit modest too. He also worked on for DC. He did the Legionnaire series for about 5 years. Legion of Superheroes. He's been around the block more than once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I worked in video games too, so I'm kind of an all-round artist. I don't consider myself like a perfectionist. I kind of get more out of like collaborations and stuff like that. So I was good in video games.
I was never. I mean, I've been doing this for a really long time, and I never went into comic book business thinking that, my pencils were God's gift to comic book art. And I always felt like, wow, I can't wait to see what my stuff is going to look like inked by just about anybody who can get their hands on it.
Right.
So,
I was saved by my inker.
There's guys out there who, they pencil so tightly that, and they happen to have enough, I guess, pull in the industry with the editors so that if there's an inker, it doesn't follow a particular line implicitly as they're curving around or doing this, or maybe adding a little bit more line weight, the pencil freaks out and then the inker loses a job. And I always felt like, wow, if the inker is a good inker because he knows how to draw specifically, and he's going to go ahead and add that particular flavor or feel to the artwork, because as a penciler, I'm not looking to add all the line weights and all that kind of stuff in there from foreground to background. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but you get a guy like Dick Giordano and Terry Austin and guys like that who go foreground to background with depth. And it's really miraculous to see what they can do with pencils.
Yeah, I mean, I was really lucky with my inker on Legionnaires. When I first started, they were Ron Boyd was inking me, and then he was going to be inking both Legion books, but then I was really kind of distressed.
Oh, okay.
I would say distressed about what I saw, and then I asked, can we get another inker on the book? And then so we tried out a couple other inkers. We tried out my brother, I think Wade Von Graubadger inked an issue, and then but we settled on one of my one of my best friends at the time, who's now my best friend, Corey Karani, and I went to school with him at Northern Illinois University, and I was working on some like Star Trek X-Men amalgam pinup, and then I just did it, and then Corey was like, "Hey, can I ink this up?" And he's like, "Sure." I'm like, "Sure, go ahead," because I inked like crap in school, so we inked it up, and it looked fantastic. So I knew, and then over the preceding years, when we were both trying to get into the comic industry, he would actually like kind of ink some pieces of mine and stuff like that, because again, I wasn't inking because I focus on storytelling,
right,
and panel layout and stuff like that. So because I wanted to be the penciler, he didn't really care. So, but yeah, it's like what I give him, and then what he adds to it is so much more that it's like I couldn't have imagined, what I would have done with it. It's like so he added so much more to it. But it retained enough. What I gave him, he just like embellished, and that's what it is. It's embellishment. So he embellished.
That's basically what happened to me when I started working on the Spider-Man newspaper strip and the Sundays, and Joe Sinnott was the regular inker on that. Okay. Now I had worked in spots here and there at Marvel with Joe, maybe a cover or two, a pinup or something else, and then I'm working with Joe on a regular basis, and so. I was already doing stuff for 20 years, so it's not like I was nervous, but I just penciled as tightly as I normally would. And again, not anally tight. I wouldn't want to go ahead and scan my pencils and say, okay, let's color these up. It was tight for what it was. And yet when I'm maybe a couple of months into the gig, I had to speak to Joe about something. I think I called up Stan's office and they said, well, why don't you call Joe and ask him? And so we got on the phone and I said, hey, Joe, nice meeting you. I can't remember what the question was, but I just said, am I giving you enough information here? You need me to do tighter stuff? He goes, well, I'm glad you asked me that, because actually I feel kind of handcuffed, because you give me so much that I feel bad if I was to edit and not give you back everything that you're putting in. So just loosen up a little bit and give me, something to do so I can have some fun also. Yeah. And I said, well, do you want me to give you breakdowns then? Because my breakdowns were pretty tight, a bunch of X's all over the place and that kind of stuff. So you're still giving the artist, an inker, artist, plenty to work with. And he just said, yeah, he goes, I love to spot blacks and everything like that. So yeah, give me something to do. And so we worked that way, pretty much the entire length of the relationship on the book. The thing that kind of irked me was, though, that sometimes Joe needed a break where, he's up in years. He's 93 now. So, at one point he had hurt his shoulder, and then his wife was ill. And so he would take off 2 to 4 weeks at a pop, and they wouldn't tell me from Stan's office. So all of a sudden somebody else would ink it, and then I see the proof sheets, and I go, what happened over here? And they said, oh, well, Joe had this, that, and the other thing. So we called up Joe's friend, and, he recommended this guy. I said, yeah, but this guy's not Joe. You should have told me, and I would have given him tighter pencils, because apparently he cannot just go in there and ink breakdowns. It just wasn't working. And then I got in touch with the same guy, and he goes, hey, how do you like my imitation of Joe Sinnott? And I didn't answer the email. I felt bad thinking, like, really, this is what you think is an invitation of Joe Sinnott? It's not
He
working.
ghosted him.
Wow. So thankfully, that was pretty much the end of that particular run. And then we got back to Joe. But I just said, listen, please let me know from now on if somebody's, if Joe's backing out for some reason, so I know who I'm going to be working with and, do it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had a great time working with Joe all the way through. There are just some artists out there like that are good artists and inkers at the same time. Guys like Bob McLeod. I did a couple of things with him, and geez, I've seen him ink some what they call pencils or breakdowns from John Buscema. They're posting them on Facebook lately, and wow, you could just see what kind of magic he throws on John B's pencil layouts per se. And somebody who's not experienced and doesn't have the confidence, he could take that stuff and turn it into junk. So yeah, it really helps with when the artist, when the inker is an artist also.
Right. I mean,
Well,
that's
Mark,
my
after-
preferred thing.
I got to ask Mark after hearing all this. We talked about this before. You're the man responsible for some of the biggest tarot cards in the industry with Greenwood and. Or was it? I'm sorry, I said it wrong.
Greenwood and Wildwood. I wrote both of them.
Yeah, Greenwood, Wildwood, and so now you've got a few other people here who might be able to do some artwork for you.
Oh well, hey, it's the weird thing is that actually Greenwood originally was going to be done by Mike, but the original company that we were negotiating with to publish the thing was because it's 78 cards, 22 major arcana. And whole deck is 78 cards, and they're complex. They're complex pieces of art, so it's a lot of work. And at the time, Mike was he still is an expensive person to work with. So the company that was doing it in the UK was it was going to take a long time and a lot of money, so he ended up not doing it. And when we came around to redo it for Wildwood Tarot. The publishing company, that was a different publishing company, had an artist called Will Worthington that wanted to do it because the Greenwood was such a cult success. It still is. The deck online, and an open deck online is about $30,000 if you can find one. So that's why we're going to actually republish Greenwood probably later on this year. But there's a couple of other tarot ideas that have been floating about in my head. But I like working with the art on it because it's such complex, esoteric stuff. I mean, the actual imagery is archetypal, but then you load into it other stuff depending on the area. So that's why Greenwood is all nature-driven and esoteric nature stuff, and Wildwood, and some of it is the same thing. It's all shamanistic, if you like, and nature-based, but mixing the esoteric ideas, the magical ideas, into a tarot deck. And again, it was one of those things I stumbled into by accident. I'm not a Kabbalah guy, so I don't speak Kabbalah, and I couldn't work with the tarot decks at a time that existed with Kabbalah. I just didn't understand it, so we ended up going back to an idea from Robin Sherwood, which is what was called the European Wheel of the Year. In America, it's very similar to the American native, medicine wheel, and it's about how the seasons turn around and how the festivals that we see, like Easter, is one of the best examples. Nobody ever actually asked why do we have bunny rabbits at Easter? What's eggs to do with Easter? You know what I mean? It's an old pagan idea going back to the goddess Eostra of bunny rabbits, and they just stole. Yeah, it's an old pagan idea, and it's got nothing to do with Christianity at all. So, well, neither is Christmas really. That's all to do with 21st December, the shortest day. They just stole it and put some of the Christmas time on it. So a lot of the ideas of the fir tree, the Yuletide log, all of that stuff, even Santa Claus flying through the sky, got nothing to do with Christianity. It's all to do with pagan ideas of the riders of the collectors of dead souls at the midwinter solstice. So a lot of it's based on that, and I enjoy working with the artists in that. I enjoy working with on Greenwood and on Wildwood, working with Will. It was great fun to swap those ideas and to put it into the artwork. I can't draw to save my life. You know what I mean? And so to me, anybody that can do that kind of stuff, and watching Grell when he works with me get together, to me is absolute magic. I can throw knives and axes and all that kind of stuff, but I can't draw.
Well, I'm gonna give them a break right quick. I know Barry and Jenny have got to move on out. I wanted to say thank y'all for stopping by, and we will talk to y'all again soon.
Okay,
Thank
gentlemen.
you. Have a happy free comic book day, and it was good to meet you.
Jenny,
Mark.
we didn't talk about your hair. I want to know now the story of the hair. Everybody was talking about it when I was outside the room.
I do
All
too.
heard
I just
was
do
Jenny's
pink.
hair. And I went, she's looking because she, Jeffrey and I have got the same problem. I used to have a head of curly dark
I love
hair.
it.
And now
See, I want to shave mine, but he won't let me. So
curly skin.
You know what's interesting, Mark? With your glasses on top of your head getting cut off by the border of the picture, it looks like you've either got two little ears or like some little bat ears up there, or a couple of antennas. Interesting.
He's like my favorite Martian.
Yes, exactly.
Barry.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take care, Barry. Take care,
Have
Jenny.
a good evening.
Bye-bye.
And Mark, I just messaged Mike, so I think he's going to come back in as soon as he can get things going again.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll be interesting to see if he can master the technology to.
He's been in and out like 3 times so far.
He's still figuring it out.
What's he?
I'm amazed. Like Mike has been very, very adamant about he has never ever done a live stream until we did it last time.
Right.
That was his very first one he's ever done, and I love this man to death. He's all right. He's gonna hear this story now. I love this man to death, but he actually did a beautiful job on getting through. There was not a lot of coaching going through. Mike, don't let him fool you. He's more of a technological guru than he wants to let everybody else know.
Well, we were just talking about it. Funny enough, not on air here.
Not me.
We're just talking about it with somebody else, not Mike and I either. Somebody should work out a way to do this, and I'm sure technologically it's possible, that you can have, because my wife does it with a job with the government. She has these big meetings with entire groups of people, right? And so you could do a virtual convention where people come in and out and they pay their whatever to have an hour or whatever, and then you could have a one-on-one with somebody. So if they can't physically get to a convention, and they can have their 5 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever they want with you, and you can jump back into. There must be a technological way.
Well, you can. Well, right now, so the only other option other than what we're using StreamYard is Zoom. Zoom does allow you to bring a lot of people in, but the problem with it's not conducive to what we're doing. Like the max we can have it here is 6 people. So even with 6 people, sometimes it becomes a little overbearing as everybody's trying to talk and like that. So with Zoom allows up to 100 people. So there's no control over whatsoever. When somebody talks, it could end up being just a huge jumble of white noise because everybody's trying to talk at the same time. If there was a way to fix it where you could click on this person and then, like you were saying, have a one-on-one chat with them, I think that would be awesome. But I don't think and hopefully through this pandemic, something good that may come out of it is something that will solve that. As far as I know right now, there's nothing that actually that performs on that level. The only reason I really like StreamYard for the most part is because it's a web-based thing. It's so simple. Plus, it allows us to do stuff like here now when we can add comments in. I can stream to multiple platforms. That's the reason for what we're doing. This StreamYard seems to work the best, but with Zoom, a lot of people use it, especially I know he uses it for their school
We use
stuff.
Zoom for school. So when we have a staff meeting, all the teachers are in one. We have 124 teachers at our school. So we have to do 2 different meetings because we only max 100 people.
Right.
When I do my classrooms, there's 30 kids and they're all muted because before we figured it out, every kid's trying to talk at the same time. And the way it works is as you talk, that box will pop up and the one who's talking gets like the forefront, like the how we're in the top left. That's where the main talker is, the top left. And then it shuffles around whoever talks.
Okay.
But now you can mute them when they come in. So every child's muted and then we unmute as we need to talk to them.
One of the things we can do is we could do a one-on-one type thing. And one of the things I even debated on doing, but in the setting we're doing right now, I think it was a little bit too big. I think when we do it in the future, like I said, if we do stuff with you and Mike, and if Jeffrey would like to come back on and do something a little more intimate, same thing with Alex. we do a lot of stuff with Ming Chen and Mike Zapsik from Comic Book Men, and but we do what we can do is we can actually put the link in like what I sent to y'all, and say for a fee, they could come in and rather than ask a question in the chat box there, and then us hopefully seeing it and putting it up, they could actually come on as a box in here, and they could actually talk to you not face to face, but I guess screen to screen, and do something like that as far as but you still the same thing. You'd only let one person at a time. You'd have to have a queue set up ready to go in order to do so. Like, so if somebody wanted to ask Alex a question, they could actually come on. We could bring up a box with them, and it'd be a video stream of them asking Alex and Alex answering them. So
two guys or three guys that are comics or superhero or whatever, and have three people come in, and as long as you manage it right, they get their 30 minutes to sit in the room and chat to people, and then that three room, and it's the same as doing like in a photo booth. You come in with a photo booth, but you do three at a time. So you get three guys asking questions and three guys answering questions.
It would have to be something we would have to almost post a something saying this is what we're going to do. If you want it to be added to the schedule, these are the time frames we have open. So like we could have you on, and honestly, like we could still host everything and drop ourselves out. So it would be just you and the other person, and they could have one-on-one time with whoever. And I don't know if I'd stick it to 30 minutes. I would say like 5 minutes maybe, because let's be honest, you want to try to give it around as much as possible. And you would basically have to have that time during that 5 minutes to ask questions. We don't even have to stream it live, which is the fun part. If they want it to be private, it could be one-on-one. Like right now, like when Mark, you and Mike have come in, before we did a little broadcast room, but like what Alex and Jeffrey came in, when you first came in, before we bring you in, you're in a broadcast room. Before we go live, we can sit there and talk just like this without ever streaming anywhere. So you could literally have one-on-one time with somebody without it being somewhere else. And the best part is on my end, if I'm the person to host it, I can record it and send it to you, the client. So basically it's something you and you alone have. If you decide to share it, so be it. But it's not something that has to be going around everywhere if you don't want it to.
So it's sort of like a glorified FaceTime. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it really is. But I mean, let's be honest. A lot of stuff people want other people to see themselves and show. But everybody wants their 5 minutes of fame. I'm not gonna lie. And to come along and they want to come on and share that time with their family and friends and everything else and everybody else in the world. So that's where a platform like this can really become useful to encourage something like that. Honestly, I never thought about doing it till you just mentioned it, Mark. But I mean, honestly, it's something that using this platform would be easy to do. We cannot do it. We cannot do it on a grand scale. We would almost have to do it like you would actually have to have maybe like a 5 or 6 hour block of a day set aside. We would advertise for it like a week ahead of time, and throughout that week, take in the orders for it, and then go from there. And same thing like anybody else. So like we could have you on one day, Alex on another, Mike on another, Jeffrey on another, and just you would fill those time blocks as you went along.
I'm looking at Mike at the bottom of the screen here, and Mike is looking down and his shoulders moving a little bit. So I have a hunch he's drawing something.
Oh yeah. He's
oh yeah, there you go. Okay.
There you see that?
Is that a commission for somebody, Mike?
That's another one for Scott to auction off for his charity.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, cool. Mike, thank you. Well, actually, I'm gonna pull out. I do have a one of my favorite pieces I got from Mike. I mean, I have Sable pages, I have Shaman's Tears pages, I have other ones, and I'm kind of a little afraid to put it on here, but I don't really care. But I got this one from Mike last time he came down. But it may take a second. I'm gonna let Jason to talk, but I'm gonna find it and bring it over.
Let me just say, he's disappeared. But Jason, so the thing about conventions is when somebody comes up to you personally and they want to ask you a question, all they want is that 5 minutes. Just as you just said, they want that 5 minutes to be able to go away. And I've learned over the years doing this, because I've been doing this since the mid-'80s. If you're nice to them and you give them that time, you personalize it, they never forget it. And if you're a dick to them, they don't forget it either. So
Right.
I've always
Exactly.
I get told off because they don't forget it. So I get told off because I'll sit there and talk to each person in a lineup at a convention just for 5-10 minutes just to get a personalized it. So they go away going, and I've had people come to me, and I won't tell you who are big names in convention world, and I've had their people come crying to my desk going, I wanted to decide to talk to him and I was hustled off and I didn't get to say hello and didn't get to speak to him and all that kind of stuff. So this seems like if we're going to be stuck in this virtual world for a little while, actually that's the next best thing. You're actually in a room with somebody, maybe with
quite
two.
honestly, even after the pandemic, we could continue doing stuff like this. Honestly, I think the one good thing about the pandemic on this, which like I said, there's nothing really good to come out of it, but the one good thing is platforms like this, to where we've kind of evolved as we've gone. So for the longest time, Alex and Mike can tell you, Jeffrey too, actually, before the social media age, if fans were to meet their comic book idols, their people that they admire and love, you either had to catch them at a convention. And, I mean, really and truly, that was better. Or if you're lucky enough to see them at a comic shop or something like that. But that was it. And then with the age of social media came around, now you could actually communicate with these people one-on-one. You get to know and actually make friends with some of these people. Well, now with this age of streaming and everything else, it creates a whole new dynamic to it, because beforehand it's one thing to type on the screen and the whole keyboard warrior crap, because then you got people come there and want to make comments and just because they feel brave because they can sit behind a keyboard and say whatever they want and think there's no consequences, versus you get to have a one-on-one face-to-face conversation. The only thing better than this is to have you sitting in this room and having these conversations. But other than be able to reach out and touch you, the experience is exactly the same.
Yeah, and they get their 5 minutes of intimate one-on-one chat with you or with the other guy, that's whatever guys you've got in the room, and they get to ask you that, and you get it, and they can record it. That's the other thing, is that they can record it now. So
I like this part. Me and you, when we get done, me and you are gonna sit down and have a little chat.
Well, it's like
I always find that the fans don't really just want 5 minutes. Gosh, you give them 5, maybe 10 minutes, and then they keep standing there.
Yeah,
and asking you more questions. And
that's the cool thing with this is I can, once their 5 minutes is up, I can say, all right, you got 10 seconds left. If they want to keep going, I can boot them. And granted, if they want to pay for 10 minutes, and let's be honest, it's not all about the money, but we all have to make money in this. The misperception of a lot of fans are, oh, well, I bought their comic book, so I've already paid them. No, you made money off of this 20 years ago. I've already watched your TV show, so I've already paid for this. And and I hate to be brutally honest with this, but it really is the truth, because I too many of my friends do this for a living on both sides, the acting world, the comic book world, and everything. Yeah, you may have made some money off of it whenever the thing first came out, but you didn't make, unless you were lucky enough to hit a lot of the stuff in the 90s, you weren't making royalties. You weren't making a lot of the other stuff. You're getting your direct page rate, or you're getting your SAG rate, whatever it is. And you're not making a percentage of the sales. You're not making a percentage of the streams. You're not making something you did 20 years ago. People are expecting, oh, well, I just bought this last week. I'm paying for him that he should be gracious to buy this. The audacity of a mentality like that, I can't grasp. And when I come across it and I hear it, it aggravates me, because, like I said, too many of my friends are in the same boat, in the same situation, where I take great offense to it.
I have to be honest, Sad, if there is that, I've not really experienced that. Most of the fans I've met are they see you as the character, whether it's Nazir or Mr. Gates or whatever. They see you as that, and they just want to ask you about that box. You know what I mean? Or they want to talk about Bumblebee or whatever.
And don't get me wrong, I wasn't talking about all fans. It's a very small group, but there's always those ones.
I mean, trust me, when I bumped into Anthony Hopkins once, I spoke to him until I thought he was going to pass out. He literally, I think he was pleading with me just to stop talking to him, because I was just, but he stood in a wet, rainy street in Soho for 20 minutes and talk to me, Sir Anthony Hopkins. And I reminded him of that on the last film. And he remembered me, which was most bizarre. But he said, and he actually named the street.
Probably the pneumonia stuck with him for a while.
Oh, yeah. He obviously thought I was stalking him or something, but no. But you see, the other reason we have to make money out of it is because I usually have to pay Mike Grell's bar tab. And so you gotta go away with a few books, otherwise, they have me in the kitchen washing up plates and stuff.
I'm gonna use Alex as a perfect example. The first time we met Alex was at a story at a show at the Wizard World of New Orleans years ago, probably about a decade ago. And
did you say New Orleans?
We actually went out.
That's the only time I ever did New Orleans. Yeah.
Yeah, and
we were eating breakfast every morning. Was for about an hour. Me, you, Mitch Bird, and Scott were eating breakfast together, just talking stories.
That's right. I remember you. I remember you. I'm thinking, these faces are familiar. I just sometimes don't remember the names.
But the funny thing is Alex's booth was like cat-a-corner, but we could see each other. We're just right across the hall from each other. And before the show even got started, Alex came over to our booth and started pulling books out of our back issue bin and signing them, putting them back in. He's like. Yeah, all right. So the people come by, they'll get something extra. And honestly, that's something that means to the fans. Somebody come we still get every once in a while somebody will come along because Alex did. He signed quite a few books. He took them out of the bagging board, signed them, put them back in, and threw them back in there. And I mean, every once in a while, somebody will come along and like, oh my God, this book's autographed. Why aren't you charging so much more for this? Alex was gracious enough to come in. It didn't cost us anything. Alex did it of his own accord. So, hey, you got something great. You got a great experience. Contact Alex and tell him thank you.
There you go.
Totally. Nobody's contacted me. Nobody's contacted me.
I went to SuperCon in Miami a couple of years ago, and I bumped into you. Me and my buddy Mike went down there. I went and visited. And we talked for a little bit again. I think you remember me, but me so many faces. You probably did or did not. But
no, I do remember. Yeah. SuperCon was never really a good show for me. It seemed like there were just so many anime people and manga people and walking around in their costumes, looking cool with their masked faces, so you couldn't even remember who those fans were. And nobody was really even coming by and looking, or not even buying them, but not even stopping by to look.
I assure you, I was probably wearing a 3 Alarm shirt when you saw me, even though I was in Miami at the time.
Right.
Well, I've been trying to talk with and he was supposed to stop by, but it was him. And before I get started, this is the piece from Mike that I have that I completely love.
Oh.
So.
Hold on a second. I'm not allowed to look at that kind of stuff because
Facebook's gonna pull us right now.
Yeah, but I forget what I did. Sorry, I was going to say.
So, Mike, are you saying that you actually participate in using your talent to express nudity?
Would I do such a thing like that? Gosh, I don't know.
You know what? It's what you're doing is that you are admiring the female form, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Actually, believe it or not, my daughter wants this piece more than life itself. When Tex Era was down here, Tex did a piece for her. She was her assistant for a little while, and he's all right. Well, what do you want? I'll draw whatever you want. She goes, I want a naked lady. And Mark, what? He's like, I want a naked lady. And to Mark's credit, he did this beautiful nude watercolor. It has hung up on her wall since she's been like 14 years old, and wow. she really wants this piece from Mike more than life itself to hang up too. She just thinks it's a beautiful piece.
Well, you know what? Jay Leno once said on his show when he was hosting the Tonight Show, he said that if men look at female breasts at least once a day, they will gain 5 years to their life as it goes down. So I'm definitely going to be way the hell over 100 by the time I die. I'll tell you that right now.
I got to jump in here. My first day of art school in Chicago, straight back from Vietnam. I hadn't been around girls in a long time. And in walks in the life drawing class. In walks this stunningly beautiful 23, 25-year-old brunette. And as she's walking past me, she does this. And her clothes fall on the floor. I mean, her robe just falls on the floor. and I am standing frozen to the spot while she climbs up on the podium and strikes a pose. And I'm thinking to myself, God, I love being an artist. Rookie of art school, but by God, I'm an artist.
That's right.
And then the other part in his mind, he was thinking, "Thank God I wore tight pants."
And you wore loose pants.
Yeah, you gotta be loose, otherwise it would be really uncomfortable.
Yeah, Mike's party trick is walking into rooms and taking his clothes off and standing on the podium. I think you have to stop doing that right now, right? Not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
We didn't have
from here down.
We had to stop him.
Yeah, no, the only way I could possibly do that would be if they paid me like at least $10 million for a new reality show called "What Not to Look Like." Okay, so
yeah, I think I got to join you on that one. I think, but the one I would be on would be like, what the hell?
I thought you were going to say King Tiger there, or King Tiger
Yeah.
King, whatever.
It would be on BBC 4 because nobody else would want to watch it.
got that right. Well, gentlemen, it's almost 6:45.
Finish on the Dawn
I'm
Star, by the way.
going to have to boogie, as they say. And
well, Alex, thank you for coming by, and I'll get in touch with you soon. We do a lot of these, and we do them with. Oh, dude, thank you, Mike. We do a lot of
Lovely,
these.
Mike.
If you want to come back in and do with us, like I said, same thing with like a little more intimate setting. I usually do them with Ming Chen and Mike Zapsik from the Comic Book Man. So, we'll bring you back in if you're up to doing some more.
You ever get Steve Scott to join in from Europe?
Well, I'd love to have Steve Scott come in. Like last time, me and Mark did one. We were trying to promote the Pilgrim Kickstarter. Steve, unfortunately, I think robs his internet from the bar next door. So it's horrible. And like it started off okay, where it was like one frame per 3 seconds, and then it went to him answering questions 30 minutes later. So we just had to kick him off and just put him in a little chat thing.
Oh, so he basically just sequestered with that fine-looking lady of his. So that's it.
Yep, he's good. I know he's working for Stephen King's was it Storm something Productions, and then he's finishing off Mike's pencils, doing the finishes on it for the Pilgrim stuff coming up. And honestly, from the stuff it looks phenomenal. I mean, I guess I'm lucky because it was funny. Mike sent me last time we did the stream. Mike sent me a lot of pictures. I'm like, I didn't want to say anything. I'm like, I already got these, but because I mean, Steve and I've been friends forever, so
Right.
He's proud of this stuff. Matter of fact, I tried to get him to come in. He did for a little while in the chat, but he's like, honestly, he goes, I can't be distracted. He said, I'm working on Mike's pages, and I don't want to fuck this up.
Oh.
So, but yeah, Steve still comes hang around. I mean, he'll come in. It's just hard for him to come in as a stream. We're gonna try maybe once their city opens back up and everything else, where he can go steal a good Wi-Fi signal, then we can get him on. But right now, it's just not possible.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, gentlemen, whoever Mark, it was
All right,
great
Alex.
meeting you.
Good seeing you.
Jeff, Mike, nice seeing you guys.
Nice to see you again.
I'll
Alex.
remind you when I run into you at a show.
Thanks so much for having me on this. This was a lot of fun, just to socialize and talk a little shop and have a few laughs. Because
I'll get back with you
we
soon.
sure as heck need that.
Absolutely. And I'll get back with you soon. We'll do this again.
All right, fantastic. Take care, gentlemen. Bye now.
All right, take care. Bye.
See you, Alex.
And then it was just us.
And then there was
our screen gets bigger.
It's going to hell in a handbasket really quick after this. It's time to break the tequila out.
Yeah. Actually, I think I might be ready to go too. I gotta make some dinner, and then I've got I got another video stream with some friends.
Jeffrey, you're the voice of reason right now.
What time is it? It's 12:45. It's 12:50 a.m. here. It's 10 to 9.
It's 5:50 p.m. in Madison, Wisconsin. So.
Okay.
All right.
What
Well,
time is it?
Jeffrey, I'll get back with you. I'd like to bring you on and doing some more other stuff too, like a
Sure.
little more intimate setting. And
Right, I'll be up for
I'll
that.
get with you and bring you back on it.
Cool. Thank you so much.
All right, but thank you for
Thanks
coming
having me. Yeah, have a great show. Take care now.
Take care, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
All right, now it's just us. We are really screwed.
It all goes downhill now.
No, but now at least the audio is really clear for me.
Oh, good. Well,
don't hide away. We can see you. Don't think there's anything.
I know. I just
told her you were the voice of Bumblebee.
In the background.
There you go. So, what time are you going to today? Are people still tuning into this right now? I mean,
actually, yeah. We've been going back and forth between. I think the best we had was about 130. We're down to 11 right now, but but people also 5 o'clock around here are just starting to get off work, so it's probably going to jump back up again. So I mean, it's going to go back and forth.
I'm probably going to take
Jason's got to go and take the girls home. But let's see. But yeah, it's been. There we go. Hey, Mara came on and said the hardcore party guys have left. No, the hardcore party guys have stayed.
I'm still here.
Yeah, that last dog hasn't been hung yet. Looking at myself on screen here, you know, it's true. The camera does add 120 pounds.
Well, it adds 120 pounds to me too. Unfortunately, it's in my ass. Yeah, this is where it's going to get really bad. All right, let me change the age setting to 18 and above real quick.
I wonder if you could do that on this. You could put them little cat filters.
Actually, you can actually, but I have to do it to start off with. You can set it to where 18 or above or 21 or above and things like that. But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it depends on honesty and truth. And you know, how many 12-year-old kids are probably get on there saying they're a 21-year-old, you know, South American, you know, Latin god or something like that. You know,
that's the one I use all the time.
But.
Or a Brazilian bikini model.
Well, that's the one I use.
Yeah,
I think you and Mark have talked before.
Yeah. You recognize my voice. I see. Okay.
It's the Irish accent.
God no. Jesus, no, will you listen? God, you know yourself.
Well, I think I mentioned it before, Mark. I really think this is. I don't know if you've ever tried doing this at shows before. We first saw it with. God, I cannot remember his name right now. He was the voice of Space Ghost, Coast to Coast for the longest time, and I can't remember his name. But one of the things
Gary, oh man,
not the original Space Ghost, the guy that redid it when it went to Cartoon Network.
Well,
either way, but like some of the other voice actors, Maurice LaMarche does it, and a couple of. But they will do voicemails on people's phones.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of fact, we actually have, if you call the shop now, the voicemail is Pinky in the Brain. So we have them two answering the phone and doing things. And honestly, I have more fun with that. When I go around, that's when I find people to do voice acting and stuff like that. That's usually what I get done. I could care less about the pictures. I care less about the autographs. But like with you, I'm like, oh my God, I can get Jetfire to answer the phone at the shop.
I've done it. I've done that and lockdown. The funny thing with Bumblebee is because he doesn't speak very much, it's always the radio. Right. It's not kind of definitive enough. And when I've done it for people, they're going like, what is that? So that is Bumblebee, but you know. And so if I used it for a lockdown, I'm always a little bit wary about the copyright infringement. So I do it for people as a joke, as long as it's not being used for profit. But I think nowadays, because we're well past that, I could say to people, yeah, right. You know, I could.
Yeah, I think a lot of stuff they could. I mean, like, be honest with you, I mean, for a year, actually, for probably 20 years now, that's the same thing. That's been one of the biggest things that you know they go along with it is you could get a voicemail message from your favorite character. You know, if you happen to be the one that voiced it. And I feel the same way too about it's kind of one of those fine lines, which I'm sure Mike will agree with me. You know, when even though Mike is known for Green Arrow, but if he does a Green Arrow print, technically the thing is property of DC Comics. But
right.
You know, honestly, but I really truly think that they look. I mean, in all rights and all reality, it is a copyright infringement. But I do know also from talking to some of the higher ups at DC Comics like that, they also look at it as a lot of promotion. You know, it's not. The thing is, they never want their characters looked at in a bad light. You know, if you are somebody who's known to do these things, or if you've worked on the book, you know, hey, as long as you're not making a million prints of it and selling them on websites and everything else, you know, if you're taking them to shows and doing it, I don't think you're ever going to have an issue. And the same thing goes for the voice acting. As long as your name is associated with it and you don't make that company or that property look bad, I think I really don't think there's going to be any issue evolving with it.
Well, you're selling.
I think you're exactly right.
Yeah, you're selling their DVDs and you're selling their toys. I mean, I signed how many toys that Hasbro make. You know, I sign them and I sign, you know, the DVDs and all that kind of stuff. The only time it goes bad is, like you just said, I won't mention the actor's name, but somebody that I know was involved with the Star Wars universe, if you like, used to sign, because there'd actually been several people do the character on screen because he was doubled for various things. One of the guys that was involved with it used to sign it the real, then the character's name, and he wanted to be solely associated with that, so he used to sign it like that, so that people would go, "Oh, are you the only person that was involved with that?" And then eventually, what happened, of course, was that somebody must have shown that to George Lucas's company, and they went, "No, you can't do that. We own that character,
right? And
you can't kind of personalize it and own it because you weren't the only person that did it. You know what I mean?" So, they got. I believe he was given, a stiff talking to. You don't mind
yeah, I mean, I think there's a little bit of leeway when you actually worked on a character or a product or whatever. There is a little leeway versus Joe Blow, who has his Uber wall of stuff going on where all he's done is taken a computer program and redone it. Yep, who's never done a comic book in his life, and everything he's done is actually just takeoffs or ripoffs of somebody else. Versus somebody like Mike and Alex and Jeffrey, who've actually worked on the products and actually brought some notoriety to these things. And like I said, I think there is a little bit of leeway. I mean, sure, in the legal world, if DC Comics or if Universal or whoever decided wanted to come down and say you cannot do this anymore, you don't have a leg to stand on.
Right.
But when they do that, they have also they've cut off their nose to spite their face, where they've taken somebody whose name is synonymous with this character and made it to where you can no longer associate with that again.
A really good example of companies taking a step back from that was when Disney acquired Marvel Comics.
Right.
Everybody expected, because Disney is well known to be about the most litigious company in the world.
Yeah.
They go to the mat to protect their copyright and trademark. They sued a child's daycare center for having Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs printed on the outside. They sued 5 high school kids over the Air Pirates, the Mickey Rat thing. They won $35 million from 5 high school kids, and because they couldn't collect on that, they settled for don't do it again. And oh, by the way, they stole their name. They stole the name the Air Pirates and used it for an animated TV series. So everybody was expecting that Disney would come in and lock it down. And the fact that they didn't is recognition of the fact that comic conventions and cartoonists promote their product to such an extent that it would be way worse to go in and shut guys down like that than to,
I'll be honest with you. I mean, I really, truthfully, I thought that they would come in and do it. Honestly, when I heard it, because I mean, we all know, and more power to them. They're protecting their properties, but Disney is notoriously bad about coming in and laying the hammer down this stuff. But I honestly think you take a look at like, for instance, those Walker Stalker cons, which did a lot of stuff around the Walking Dead people. AMC took a hardline stance on this thing to where people are coming around. And if you had an artist that was doing something that would even remotely look like one of their characters, they would have lawyers running around giving cease and desist orders at these shows. If it wasn't an officially licensed, registered product that they had approved, then they were giving out cease and desist orders. And I'm talking about as far as commissions, everything went. And of course, look what happened with those things. They went the way of the dodo and just kind of they faded out. They went from being some of the strongest conventions around to completely all but disappearing.
On King Arthur, we had something like 900 extras, and we had 40 stunt guys, and about another 50 or whatever reenactors, and so we ended up with a lot of rubber swords. But in the main big battle sequence that went on for 6 weeks, things were getting smashed to pieces. And if you put Irish reenactors against Scottish reenactors and tell them to have a fight, they will. So just about every prop that was in the prop was absolutely smashed to pieces. So much so they were making wooden swords and painting them and then they were smashing those up. So Disney sent a team because they couldn't work out how this money was being spent on all these props. They sent a team. I know this because I was there when it happened, and they were in the trash things at the back, literally pulling out bits of smashed up axe and spear and swords and everything else they could find, trying to put it together because they were convinced that people were stealing the props, and they weren't stealing them; they were just getting smashed with.
Just start making it all out of Nerf.
I was like, what are you doing? And they had them all laid out in the parking lot, trying to put these broken weapons back together so they could tally it up. And I was like, and they came to me and said, the attrition rate on these, is there nothing you can do about that? I said, look out there. Look. There's 800 extras knocking the crap out of each other, and most of them are Irish or Scottish or Czech or wherever they come from. And you know what I mean? And the reenactors, I said, I invite you, walk out into the middle of that lot, and now behave and don't break your swords, right?
If you do, have a lot of duct tape.
But they literally...
I've got a really great suggestion. They should have switched for the last battle scene, switched to real swords, and think about how much you would save not have on salaries, right?
The damage that could have been done.
All right, but I got
the last scene of the movie used real bullets.
Down in the bottom left down here, we have a friend of ours who's another artist. He does all his own. He runs to the beat of his own tuba. Which is Andy Childress down here. Andy, if you want to jump in at any time, Andy Childress, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, Andy.
Comics.
Andy is in charge of Bubble World Comics.
And
Andy
with friends.
Self-proclaimed Sasquatch and
I'm a Bubba Squatch. I am a Bubba Squatch. Now, look, I was just listening because I got to tell you, I'm one of the few independent cartoonists that rarely does copyrighted infringing material at his table, which is also why I make no money at cons.
I'm sorry, hold on. Can I go bullshit now or later? Because I got tons of Muppet stuff lying around here.
Oh no, I don't sell it.
I'm being joined here.
Yeah, I do a bunch of parodies.
I think the dog is the dog is telling me I better let her outside before she explodes. I'll be right back.
All right.
Now we'll do parody like Smurfing Dead and stuff like that.
Oh, and also, Mark, whether Andy knows it or not, Andy is probably a huge fan of yours. Andy, I mean, even though he sounds like somebody from his uncle and mom married, he actually Andy's a great friend of ours. I'm just picking on him, but Andy is a huge fan of British humor.
Oh yeah,
Monty Python, AbFab, things like that. And I don't know if Andy, if you had been listening before, but
just got here.
Mark did the Robin of Sherwood series. He has been on Black Sails. And I saved my favorite for the last, even though he's the voice of Bumblebee and Jetfire and a few other Transformers movies. But once I mention this one, just keep your pants on if you already have them on. But I already mentioned it before, and Mark's going to get very tired of me with this because, like I said, honestly, this makes you are no longer an actor. You become an icon. When I mention this part, is Mark worked with Eric Idle on the Eric Idle Exploits Monty Python tour.
Oh, I'll do anything for money. I'm not proud. You know.
Have you done any Big Finish stuff?
No. I'd love to do more comedy stuff. I did a
I'm
play.
Right quick. I'll be right back.
Hard work. I did a play called The Neville's Island some years ago actually down in San Diego. You know, comedy timing is actually it's technical. You know, and it's really have to feel for an audience to get where the humor's coming from. And I wouldn't say that I have that gift. I've watched people like Billy Connolly, who I've met, and it's a shame he's not well now. He's got Parkinson's, but he's one of the greatest stand-up raconteurs of stories you've ever heard. And I literally fell out of my chair a couple of times with just the way he tells the story. And if you ever want a laugh and you're feeling blue or something, go online and look up Billy Connolly talks about terrorism.
Oh, Billy Connolly's a hilarious son of a gun.
I love his comedy.
And you think, how can you possibly make this subject funny? And he talks about the guys that tried to blow up Glasgow airport or something, and about his mate who's a baggage handler outside, and he beats the guy up. And you go, brilliant. And he just turns that entire subject on its head, and it becomes hysterical. No, Billy, I've always had an admiration for that mad stream of comedy, which grew out of.
I think one of the biggest things I ever saw him do, which completely, I think he was the host for the Emmys or the Oscars, something like that, and it was Elizabeth, what's her name? She come running up on stage in her nice ball gown and everything else. Well, it's very obvious she wasn't wearing a bra because she was kind of bouncing as she went. It's all over YouTube. You look up, and the expression on his face and the comments he made. There's not many things I can say that as I'm watching it will have tears rolling out your eyes. I actually had to luckily I think at the time it was back when DVRs were going on. Actually we recorded on a VCR on VHS. I actually had to pause it, stop, recompose myself, and start it again because I was laughing so hard I was crying. I couldn't see what was going on.
Funniest guy, and he used to do these stand-ups. I saw him twice in 1 week, Tuesday and a Thursday in Los Angeles. And the first time he went on, he did 3 hours without a break. He just stood there for 3 hours, and absolutely everybody. He went again on the Thursday. He did 3 hours again, and he probably only did about half of the material that he'd done on Tuesday. For an hour and a half, there was completely different stuff, and so even the stuff I'd already heard was funny. And again, just the way he told it, and the timing and his manipulation of the audience was. Absolutely.
Well, I think the best thing about him, which is something that comedy nowadays is missing, is the comedy is meant to incite and be funny, and the irreverence that Billy Connolly brought to it. He was not afraid to talk about anything. He completely, there was no.
Have you ever seen his masturbation routine?
Oh yes. And that's the thing. In today's society, if Billy Connolly would have come out as a comedian today, he would have been completely like washed under. But you go back, you look at that stuff, and it is so incredible. I mean, like the same thing too. The old Carol Burnett show with Tim Conway, and I mean that stuff really today would not even come close. Even the Monty Python today would never, in today's market, would never see past the first or second season.
Blazing Saddles.
It's Blazing Saddles. Yeah, this stuff is freaking brilliant. But that's the one thing about comedy is you can't be afraid to upset somebody, because when you do, that's like I was watching an interview with a lot of the guys from Monty Python, and I think it was Eric Idle that even said, he goes, "What we did, we didn't care to try to make stuff funny to make other people laugh. What we were doing was stuff to make us laugh. And if people had the same kind of sense of humor we did, great. They enjoyed it. It caught on. But really, everything we did was something to crack the rest of our group up."
I recently went to see The Life of Brian again. It was the 30th anniversary or something. And I went with some pal, Steve Cook. If you're watching, Steve, we went with Steve. He's not, he's a New Zealand. I nearly said Australian. I think he's a New Zealander but he's got a bit of both going. Anyway, we went to see it, and there's that one brilliant scene where Brian is in the room. He's come out, and Judith, the girl, is with him in the room, and she comes out of the room naked, and it's just the look on all their faces. They just stand there and look at her, and it's the actor who also directed it. It's his look. It's just the way that he looks. Again, I almost choked in the theater. I was laughing so much. I fell out of the chair. And I went, you would never normally. There is a naked Welsh actress completely just stood there, stark bollock. And it's just the reaction of the looks that they give. It's absolutely brilliant. You watch that scene.
I think my favorite line of that entire movie was right at the very beginning, and like, "Blessed are the cheesemakers." All purveyors of dairy products. It was one of those things like out of the blue. And like I said, that was the one thing is the irreverence that they put on it to where they were just doing something to laugh and have fun and enjoy without worrying about who was going to be offended or upset or pissed off. And you have to admire that. And like I said, the Carol Burnett show was the same way. If you've never seen any of those, Tim Conway and Harvey Korman, when you watch those two guys together, all they did, Tim Conway's entire job for that entire show was to make Harvey Korman break character. He did it every single time. And when he did, it made the scene 20 times funnier.
If you haven't seen it, the funniest thing I've seen, and it's sort of a bit like Father Ted, but it's all based on Irish humor. It's called Derry Girls.
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, if you haven't seen Derry Girls, and it takes a little while to tune into it. And to be honest with you, when I saw the setup, because obviously it's about an all-girls school in the middle of the Troubles in Londonderry, in Ireland, and I went, how can you make this funny? I have to say, again, I've laughed out loud because the observation of the characters is so brilliant that somebody that would say something as that or had those strange idiosyncrasies where you go, I had an uncle that used to do that. And no, seriously, it takes a while to tune into the dialect and the way that it's spoken. But it's absolutely brilliant. It's called Derry Girls. Please, a quick punt out to the Derry girls out there in the world. Go watch it. It's really funny.
I'll tell you what we do.
I'll tell you another one that I love though was. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andy.
I'm just saying what we do in the shadows. The documentary crew following the vampire housemates, based off the New Zealand movie. It is hilarious.
Well, see, for me growing up, I mean, like to me, watching the young ones was just absolutely phenomenal. I would sit there and make sure we used the same thing. I would, if I wasn't home to watch it, I would tape the episode on VHS because that was just probably one of the most stupendous things I'd ever seen at the time. I mean, that was actually probably my first introduction to the dry British humor. And then from there went to Monty Python, and then from there went to Fawlty Towers, Fab, a lot of other great stuff. And I wish I could introduce so many other people to it, but the problem is when I do is like, they'll watch 2 or 3 episodes, like I don't get it. But like,
Are You Being Served?
Well, one of Are You Being Served is phenomenal.
Yes.
And actually, one of the more recent things, which I'm glad Netflix picked up, was Little Britain having freaking Tom Baker narrating it, and the shit this guy says. Everybody has in their head, Tom Baker for the majority of it is the iconic Doctor Who. If you think of Doctor Who, if you're not one of these new millennials, Tom Baker is your Doctor Who. No ifs, ands, or buts. This is the guy who held that run for a super long amount of time, and he is most people's Doctor Who are around our age. But then all of a sudden you hear some of the crap he says on Little Britain, and you recognize the voice. It rings true. You hear the Doctor talking, and then all of a sudden you hear, "What the fuck was I thinking?" or something like that. I mean, it completely throws you off so bad.
There he is.
Yeah. There he is. No, they get away with stuff on Little Britain. My other favourite was Spitting Image, and I think they're going to bring. Spitting Image got away with stuff because they were puppets, particularly with the Royal Family. I mean, they got away with stuff that people were going, "This has got to be slanderous. There's got to be laws against this. Somebody somewhere's going to sue somebody." But they got away with it, look and flaw, because they were saying, "No, it's a bit like South Park. Park. I love South Park. Because they go, no, it's animation. You can't."
See, you're talking to the perfect person with this. Andy probably has a collection of probably at least 100 puppets in there somewhere with him.
Yeah, I do. Roscoe's on the other side of the room. That's why I don't have him.
Yeah, he actually did a little web series about his puppet Roscoe, who is a crossroads demon. Who I'll let you explain it right quick, Andy. You'll love this.
Roscoe got fired from hell when they found out he was a Christian from being a crossroads demon. And had to go crash at a human friend's house who just got married and had a baby. And so the whole 2 seasons of the web series is just the stupidity of him being there, not understanding humanity. But it's fun. It's the second episode. He lost the baby. He didn't know the parents had took it. You found out at the end the parents had him the whole time, but he's looking everywhere. So he invites his cousin, which is a little small monster puppet, and they walk in with the baby. His back is turned, and he had a growth spurt. Don't mind him. And he turns around and goes, "Oh," he said, "You really thought that looked like our baby?" And it shows the little puppet, and the little puppet goes, "When I get to breastfeed." But we did 2 seasons.
Yeah, actually, if you want to put a link up to the YouTube page, Andy, on the comments. Honestly, I think between the two of you, each episode is only like 5-8 minutes long, and I'm telling you, if you just want something to watch mindlessly, but has a lot of great humor to it, I really see. Andy is very, very unassuming on a lot of this stuff, but I'll tell you right now, you could listen to this man right here tell stories all day long. I think I listened to for like an hour and a half one day when I was at work about how he went to his aunt's funeral and broke the pew during the middle of the funeral.
That was my mom's funeral.
There he is, mom's funeral. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Wait, our family, oh my God. And excuse me if I just had that playing by accident. We was in a huge church. It was full. We all sat down. I was the last one to sit down. I heard a thunderous crack and felt the pew give behind me. And at the time, I was, none of my family is small to begin with. And my niece 2 rows behind me going, "Uncle Bubba, I see the crack. Don't lean back." And we all, the whole front 3 rows, get to laughing. And we're trying to hold it in because we're at my mom's funeral. And we're just going, and I said, "This is the sort of thing that happens to Mom." And we get to laughing more, and we bend over, and somebody said, "The torch has been passed to you." And we laugh a little, and we just, and it goes on and on. And as we bent over, I said, "Everybody in the back thinks we're crying and just, so disabled." And we just burst out and just uproarious laughter. And our friend Inky the clown, he wasn't dressed as a clown, but that's how everybody knows it. He was in the back of the church, and he told me later, he said, Yeah, we heard the crack all over the church. It was thunderous, and I could tell that the whole family was laughing, and we was laughing at you. We felt bad. Then I thought, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen at a funeral.
Well, it means your mother was there in presence, and she was joining in with the celebration. That's how I would.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Andy's life, he could have been a writer with Monty Python, because some of the shit he comes up with is so fucked up. You can't make this stuff up.
Oh, I got a video of my cat talking online.
Oh, yeah. He had a talking cat for a while.
For 20 years. And I'm talking about a 30-word vocabulary, but I just filmed him one day when he was 16, saying about 3 or 4 of them.
We don't have to hardly tell him it was actually 4 different cats. The other ones
died.
If we're going to post a link to that, we want to see the talking cat.
There you go, Andy.
Okay, hold on. Let me post the first link is Roscoe. Now I got to find the other one. Oh.
I'll tell you, Andy's life is I'm telling you right now, he is a documentary that should be happening. He would make the Tiger King look bad. I don't know if I said that right.
Well, I don't have wives or husbands, especially husbands. No, yeah.
Well, look, guys, it's 20 past 1 a.m. here in the morning, so I'm going
Mark,
to.
thank you for coming by, buddy. I really appreciate it.
How long are you going to be on for?
Probably not too much longer. I got to be at work at the fire department tomorrow, so and I've been drinking for a while now, so I need at least get a little bit of sleep. So we'll probably be on
I'm
probably
gonna,
30 minutes.
I'm going to ring off and start drinking now.
I'll get Scott to send you that when I find it. But if you ever make it there, I have interviewed Doctor Who's with that puppet.
Oh yes. Oh, and Mark, by the way, I've kind of resigned myself. I mean, regardless if we could get you down for Pensacon or not, since it looks like Free Comic Book Day has been canceled this year, I'm going to bite the bullet, and we are going to have you and Mike here for Free Comic Book Day next year.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you. Most of our clientele, they could care less about the media guests, the actors, stuff like that. They're all comic book people. The one thing I can promise you. You will eat well, and you will drink it well, and you will have a great time while you're here.
I think we will have a blast. We'll work it out. You know,
it sounds wonderful.
But the truth is, at the moment, I can't even get a flight back. I'm in the Netherlands. Yeah, I know it's bizarre. We were literally looking at, because I was supposed to be doing a convention back in the States, now in Los Angeles, and we're looking at flights, and you can't even get a flight where there used to be 3 flights a day in KLM. Right. There's now 3 flights a week. I think it's Mondays, Wednesdays, and Friday, and they're all sold out, or literally the planes are half empty, so they don't fly them. So
we're going to work something out. Whether I deal directly with you or I call Joanna, whatever. I know Joanna well enough. I can just call you directly. But we're going to work something out, and we'll do something. We did a special cover for Maggie the Cat. And regardless if it's for issue 1 or by next year, if issue 2 or 3 is out, we're going to do a special thing for Pilgrim, and we're going to basically have you down. We're going to when you come, plan on staying a few extra days. You and Mike knows we like to eat well, we like to drink well, we like to have a lot of fun.
My good lady wife will be there like a shot, as Mike's already infamous.
Oh, don't forget karaoke.
No,
yeah,
karaoke. Okay.
We actually, here's the fun part is we have karaoke. We can set up here in the shop, so you don't have to, so rather than have to hear a bunch of drunk assholes that you don't know sing, you have to hear a bunch of drunk assholes that you do know sing.
Okay. Yeah. I've done it. Trust me. Comfortably Numb, Pink Floyd is my actual party.
All right, it's on. It is on from there.
Guys.
All right, Mark. Thank you again.
Oh, please, this has gone well for you. Mike, it's great to see you again. We'll no doubt be,
Cheers, Mark.
Stuff next week. It's nice to meet you, Bubba. How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
In the other corner. Down there.
Mark.
I just posted the cat video.
Oh,
in chat.
We'll go get it. All right, guys.
You can find out here later.
Please, we'll speak. All right.
All right, Cheers, Mark. All right, take care.
I'm backwards.
I think I'm
and
gonna follow
we're
suit
just us.
because the dog is exploding again, and she's about to mug me.
All right. Well,
So
Mike, thank you
I'm
for
gonna
coming
rescue
by and
her.
hanging out with us.
And all right, thanks guys. I really appreciate it. See you for Free
All right,
Comic Book Day next year.
Yeah, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
All right. Cheers. Bye.
All right.
See
Take
you,
care.
Mike.
See you, Andy.
See ya.
All right, Andy, it's down to me and you. We have 5 minutes. Oh, wait, we're already 25 minutes past what we said we were going to do.
Oh, okay.
But we'll stay on here for a little bit, let you post your links and everything else, because I still got to finish my drink. So
Okay, let me find my links. Let's see, I can pull that message I sent you and just get them from that, I think. Yeah, I've been at work since 6:30 and took no lunch. And when I jumped online with y'all, that's when I got home.
well, today's been fun. Honestly, some of the people we had scheduled weren't able to make it in. We had people who weren't scheduled making it in. But today, honestly, I thought that it was going to be I'll be honest with you, an absolute nightmare, because like I said, putting this together in 12 hours, I never thought it was going to work.
Yeah.
And it ended up being a lot of fun and a lot more enjoyous than I thought it was going to be. Of course, then beer's involved too.
Yeah. I just put up one link, which is I've started something new. The books I've been trying to get out forever. I decided to start putting them up, and I'm multitasking and I'm not doing it well. I've decided to do the new books I'm doing as a Sunday Funnies, but on the internet. And the new one is Captain Geezer, the War Captain. And the one I'm about to post now is the Space Rednecks, There Goes to Galaxy. And it's a free book they can download, and I've got it up now. But the other one, Sunday Funnies, they can follow me there every week and get segments of the new humor comic book I'm doing with the time traveler with his companions. Captain Geezer, the War Captain.
Before we get off here, I want to make sure. I think I hope I pronounced right. Soppy. Dobby could not make it on before we were ready to go. He, due to prior commitments, something else. He wanted to be here, but we are going to do a Power Ranger themed stream probably within the next week or two, and it's going to involve him and quite a few others. Ones weren't even supposed to be on here. He does send his apologies. It's just, commitments kind of take over, and, he can't be held responsible for that. So please don't feel bad towards him or us because of that. I'm just happy he's still working and doing stuff. But we are planning on doing something with a lot of the Power Ranger cast pretty soon, with a host of ours, Jason Corregna, who's a monster Power Rangers fan, knows everything inside and out. You won't see my face on here. You'll see him, along with a lot of the Power Rangers cast that are going to come in, and we're going to do that. So I do apologize the fact he's not going to be here. I know we advertised for him being here. It just happens to be one of those things that didn't quite make it this time around. So we are so sorry. All right, Andy, we are, like I said, 30 minutes past our time. And
that's cool with me because I haven't eaten lunch.
All right. And Sapi, I will, like I said, I'm sorry if I messed your band up, Sapi. I will let you know whenever we do it again. We'll post it on here, but I will actually send you a message and let you know what's going on. And like I said, I can't guarantee that everybody's going to make it. We try our best. Everybody wants to, but we will have a Power Rangers live stream coming up, and make sure you're involved along with it. So thank you for keeping it with us and tuning in all this time. And thank you to everybody else who's been tuning in now and everybody who tuned in from the beginning and everybody who watches it after this. Thank y'all for coming in. We had some amazing guests come in. We had, everything from comic book talent to Buffy the Vampire Slayer actors to View Askew, Kevin Smith Universe people to comic book people to iconic people like Mike Grell. We had, Mark Ryan, who was on a little bit earlier before we about 2 or 3 minutes ago, who is the voice of Bumblebee and Jetfire and a lot of Transformers and computers. So I wanted to thank everybody that came on and took time out of their day to be a part of this. I know we tried to do this last minute, which is the reason why some people, wanted to show or were going to show up, but when everything's done last minute, it wasn't quite possible. But we will be doing more of this stuff in the future. If you want to like the 3 Alarm Comics, either the Facebook page or the YouTube channel, we stream to both places simultaneously. Well, you know what? We might stay a little bit longer. We got Dave Bain back in, but
Dave Bain.
I really wanted to say thank you to everybody that tuned in, all the guests that came in, all the guests who pledged to came in, who said they're going to, but for some reason we're not able to. We understand life happens. We want to make sure that we give thanks to all of y'all. This was something that we really, is between me and Mike Inslee, who owns Pensacon, and I own 3 Alarm Comics. We wanted to give something back to the fans that actually, since pre-comic book day was canceled because of the pandemic and everything else, we wanted to do something. We wanted to be a part of it. And I'm just going to go over the list real quick. And I do want to give thanks to Mike Grell, Roland Paris, Saga, Geoffrey Gwynn, Scott Collins, Jen Broomall, Andy Childress, Brian King, Brian LeBlanc, Jeff Johnson, Derek Donovan, Thomas Formonti, Barry Gregory, Jenny Gregory, Alex Saviak, Mr. Dave Bain, Mark Ryan, James Leary, Brian O'Halloran, Dylan Nadsity, Brennan Magia, Jeffrey Moy, Mort Todd. Thank y'all for stopping by, and to Dobby Santos, Brandon McLaurin, Mike Zapsik, Ming Chen. I want to say thank y'all for attempting to stop by. I understand life happens, but I still want to thank y'all for coming by. And you know what? We are going to stick around for a little bit longer for 2 reasons. One, because Dave Bain came back and Claude Parrish came in, and his one and only comment was Tripper. So how can we leave?
Yeah. I'm wearing a Heather Hensley mask.
Ah. Well, Dave, what have you got going on there? All we see is a hairy chin.
Sorry about that. Yeah, man. I got the spiky thing from Drink and Draw a couple of days ago, and then actually, well, I appreciate that. I'm also working on just some small doodles for a friend of mine. He put together a ninja battle bracket. So he took 12 bad guy ninjas versus 12 good guy ninjas and wanted to put them together. So the bottom one is Raphael versus Red Hood. And then today is Kira from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles versus Bullseye. So just some fun stuff. Yeah.
Bullseye's not a ninja.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah, at the very least, you ought to have her.
Are we really going to debate all this?
I mean, Electra would be more of a ninja than Bullseye.
Right, but that's why Bullseye is the number 8 tier and Electra's like the number 2 tier.
All right, y'all keep talking. I'm going to be right back.
Right
Dave,
on.
how you been, Dave?
I've been excellent, man. I missed you, baby.
I work in a grocery store. I'm essential now.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
we like groceries.
Really cool. Oh my word! Today was.
So you've been writing your strips, or?
Huh? What'd you say? I didn't catch it. Oh wait, there it is. Okay, my headphones are ancient. What did you say?
No, go ahead. You're talking.
Oh, I thought you said something I missed. Okay. No, it's I work in a grocery store. It's just been a rough day today. It's first of the month.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, I would have had this weekend off. I had it on the calendar, and I would have left Thursday morning for the coast and not head back till Monday. But Corona hit, and
by the way, Andy, just to let you know, it's not you, it's Dave. He's lagging, so.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Yeah, give me 1 minute.
But yeah, they honestly, I'm super impressed and super surprised that we have such great friends. Oh, there we go. Look at that.
That was gonna be a shirt.
We end up having some great people come through. Honestly, I think I found a new best friend with Mark Ryan. Mark is so incredible, and the worst part is when you go on IMDb and look at the stuff this man has done, it's insane. And to be so down to earth and so much fun, it's incredible.
Yeah. Now, Scott, I was gonna do this as a block print shirt. That's just a doodle I did, and I was planning to have it for Free Comic Book Day, but I didn't rush after we.
You do know I'm doing like my tattoo run, so I've already got the Haunted Mansion on my shoulder.
Oh, okay.
And Mitch is doing the the three ghosts, the three hitchhiking ghosts, and I'm gonna have that below there. I got to get somebody else to do the Hatbox Ghost playing the organ, so I'm going to put it up here. So basically, I'm going to have a full chest piece and a full sleeve. So I think I'm going to get Mike to do the gravekeeper and his dog and stuff like that. So be thinking about that when you were doing, because I plan on doing a full sleeve tattoo of all the Haunted Mansion characters.
Okay. I know of the Haunted Mansion. I'm not as familiar with the characters because I've never been to Disney.
Oh, dude, you're un-American. You're a communist now.
I'm poor. I'm poor. That's why I've never been.
All right.
In fact,
We'll have a
Scott, I've come
Bubble
up
World.
We'll have we're getting pizza.
Am I lagging?
Oh, yeah,
man,
no, we guys hear you now.
All right. Cool. No, we'll have a Bubble World fundraiser and take Andy to Disney. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
All right. So, yeah, okay. So that's going to be our charity next year. Andy, you are now considered a charity.
Well, I've been a charity all my life. I've come up with an idea for shirts. You know how you go to New York and Hawaii and places like that, and you buy a shirt to show you there.
Welcome to Miami.
Yeah, and now you can't really go anywhere, so I'm gonna come up with shirts like New York, I can't go or afford it, or Hawaii must be nice, I won't never make it. For the people who want the shirts but don't want to travel to get them.
Yeah, my aunt went to Bubble World Comics, and all she got was this lousy T-shirt.
Yeah. Oh, I have a different one I was gonna do. Is like I was abducted by aliens, and all I got was this T-shirt and a lousy anal probe.
All right, well, hipster. I've been trying to keep it off the stream this entire time, but we're near the end, so
right.
I've had enough drinks. I'm good to go.
Yay.
True story. Yeah, man.
Well, at least I don't have Dave pouring me drinks. The last time Dave poured me drinks, I don't remember that night.
Yeah, you do. Well, I do. Yeah.
Oh, I remember parts of that night, and there's stories I don't need to tell anybody.
Well, Scott, I got my alcohol, but I just can't drink it.
You can. You just won't wake up the next morning.
Yeah. No, I just have empty bottles of Gatorade.
Well, I was giving thanks to a lot of people earlier, but one of the other people I really want to give thanks to, Dave here. Dave kind of went out of his way when Dave was kind of one of the initial people I contacted when we decided to do this. Nah, don't be doing all that crap. He was one of the initial people I contacted. I was like, hey, what do you think about this? which was, like I said, probably about, well, by the time we started, it wasn't even 12 hours. And he's like, dude, it's a great idea. He goes, let me spread it around. Let me ask some people. Next thing you know, Dave's messaging me like, how about this person? How about this person? And I'm like, holy crap, how are we going to do this? And as it turned out, we ended up having a few people in waiting, but honestly, everybody was, even we had people in the broadcast room waiting. It ended up being everybody was patient, and even the people I was like, hey, you've been on here for a little while. Let me boot you off and bring so and so in. Nobody was upset. We had no egos. We had no anything, and honestly, it turned out to be absolutely fantastic. The people that tuned in, I can't thank them enough. The people that took part in it, people that commented and participated, they were absolutely great. And the guests that came in and just popped in and out, even if it was just for a little bit, they all did it for the right reasons. Nobody was paid to do any of this stuff. They were all here out of the goodness of their own heart. And we're lucky enough to know some very good people. And as it turned out, in times of need, people come together.
Yeah. I mean, just getting on board with you, and we did a couple of the Booze and Doodles, and again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for even inviting me to that. It's always a work in progress, and there's so many people that create different things, whether it's comic strips or actors and the whole gamut of putting work out there. It just really a special thing that you personally have spent your time doing this. So
it wasn't just me. It really
more
truly,
thanks to you, Scott.
No, the old saying is it takes a village, and we are a village. We're a big family. We are a lot of great people who actually come together and bond together on this stuff. And I know it sounds all sappy and crap now. We're losing viewers. Sappy shit. But no, seriously, it really truly is one of those things where it's not just one person. It's our community, and it's our community is amazing. What are you making faces at? Is she there right now?
When?
Is your wife?
No.
Bring her on. She come on.
Yeah, I can see me.
No, bring her on. Bring her on.
Come here. They want to see you. They want to say hello.
You gotta say hi. You gotta at least say hi to me.
She's prep time.
Prep time? Serious?
Yeah. Hey, I can't even see
there
her.
she is. Hey. There you go. It's all right. We saw you. You're good. Oh, there we go.
I don't even know where the camera.
The better half.
Yeah.
There's the better half.
All right. That's enough.
Dave keeps blocking you.
I saw that.
Yeah. All right. Anyways.
All right. I'm gonna grab another beer.
So, well, I mean, I kind of wanted to mention this earlier, and we had so many guests and so many people in here, but all three of us have done multiple things, Pensacon alumni wise, that definitely deserves a shout out. So if you happen to be tuned in now, or listening later on YouTube or revisiting the podcast, go out, buy tickets. If you're an artist, go out and seek out a table, and seek us out as well, because we're always available.
Mike was actually supposed to come on with us later. He was supposed to take over for me and Jason, but there was some medical issue or some family issues he had to deal with, so he wasn't able to come in. But
right on.
Mike Inslee, really truly one of my good friends, one of my best friends, and he's the guy who is responsible for Pensacon, and does an incredible job with it. The show Pensacon is amazing. Not trying to discount any other shows, but this is the one that we look forward to every year, and I haven't missed since year one.
I missed. This was my first year to miss, and I hated it, but I just could not get to it this year.
Well, I mean, and honestly, there are a bunch of great shows around. Like I said, MegaCon, DragonCon, all these other ones. But I guess the only reason why I guess I consider Pensacon more of a hometown show, and the one I always have to do, because it's one of those ones that, quite honestly, I don't care if I make money. It's more like a big family reunion because we all get to see each other. We all get together. We all have fun. You know, if you know that and free comic book day is always the one time a year where we actually get a chance to give each other a hug and say hi. You know.
Oh, Scott! Yesterday in the mail,
Well, and there's your Christmas/birthday party.
Well, we actually stopped that a few years ago, but in light of everything that's gone on, since we could not do Free Comic Book Day this year, I was actually talking with Jason, and he came up with the idea of revisiting the birthday bash again this year. So we're going to see what's going to go on.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Depending on the state of how things are, that may be when we decide to bring Mark down and him and Mike and just have fun. Because I'm gonna tell you right now that it's one of those things I'm gonna have to take vacation days. I have a feeling if Mark and Mike both come down, I'm gonna need vacation days because unless somebody come up with bail, I'm gonna be out for a while.
What month is your birthday? So I can.
It's in December.
Oh, that's right, Christmas.
Well, it's not on Christmas.
Yeah, I know. I just have to keep in mind what I've got to ask off for because I go to Georgia mountains Christmas to go visit my brother and his gold pan in where he's at.
Well, like I said, let me figure it out. I mean, really, it's going to depend on how the state of the world is at the time and everything else. Quite honestly, it's going to be one of those things that if we do, I probably won't even know till October, maybe even November before we can figure out if we're going to do it. But if it's possible, we are going to make it happen. We are going to completely this year. Like I said, since all the crazy has been going on, and there's really been no shows. I mean, Pensacon actually was able to have their show like at the last minute before all this stuff started. I'm pretty sure that was the last show of the year, but you know, in light of that, I really want to have some fun, and we may, you know what? There's only 5 people watching, and I doubt anybody's going to watch this long afterwards anyway. So I can say this: what I may end up doing is talking to Mike and see if maybe we can revive Gulf Coast Fan Fest and do it as a December show.
Ooh.
That'd be amazing. Yeah.
No promises. I have to talk with Mike first and see what we can do. We'll go from there.
Okay.
And if anybody's still watching, let's just give a shout out to all the creators and actors and everybody that stopped by, from Mortad to Jeffrey Moy to Derek Donovan to Godfrey Gwynn to Andy Childress to the Tommy and really everybody. So thanks for making a Free Comic Book Day the way it's supposed to be, the best we can do.
Speaking of Derek Donovan, I got my Trigger Mortis digital copy last night.
Oh, cool. Yeah, he had him on here earlier. We posted a link earlier on with the link to people to go get to it.
Right on. So you can find us all on Facebook. If you can't find us on Facebook, then go to 3 Alarm Comics and talk to Scott, and he's always available. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna sign off, boys. Yep.
Well, actually, hold on for a second. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. Don't leave quite yet, Dave. I want to thank everybody for stopping by. Everybody that participated, all the guests, everybody viewing, everybody views later, and we will see you next time.